Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. I'm Atlas. I'm filling in for Dagon because he is away or he's been fired. I don't know what happened to Dagon, but he's gone and I will be here instead. Valdez is going to be here as well. And these gentlemen are alongside me. It's Orcs, it is Wolf, and we are here to break down the happenings of last week and get you ready for this week's games. Let's start off by bringing up the standings and have a look where everything's sitting. Gentlemen?
Yeah, it's, there have been quite a few upsets. I mean, I think the thing that Ox and I have definitely been noticing is the 5-5 trio in 4th to 6th, all vying for playoff spots. The rise of Bnk FearX. One of these 4 teams is not going to playoffs. In the next few weeks, we're going to find out who.
And it's especially exciting because Kwangdong Freaks T1 and KT are all on loss streaks. KT is only 1. But Bnk FearX with those 2 wins and against their competition, who are at 5-5, really makes this race a close one.
It absolutely is. What isn't close is seemingly the junglers versus everybody else. When it comes to the POG standings, Canyon in his rightful place, very top of the standings, sitting at 700 points, looking absolutely fantastic for taking away yet another POG award at the end of the year. That would be insane.
Well, Dagon was able to save the below 50% with the Nongshim win over DRX. Otherwise, a lot of upsets last week, I think, is pretty clear to say.
Yeah, Orcs, we came first with a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, the grading curve, definitely a little bit off on this one.
Yeah.
We got an A with 60%.
Definitely a very strange week, and this week might be similar as well, because of course we have pretty similar looking predictions, feeling cut and dry. That means you get a whole bunch of upsets. Let's have a look though now at, speaking of which, the upsets. Bnk versus T1 to start us off, and we'll just have a look at Bnk over last week, being able to take down 2 pretty top dogs.
I think this one was a little bit less, for me, impressive by FearX and was a little bit of a kind of weak game from T1. Zayas having a pretty poor time in lane, Faker on Tristana, pretty self-explanatory, unfortunately to say, and then Keria getting caught out a lot, having a pretty weak performance overall on the week. This one wasn't the one I championed Bnk as much on. I was much more impressed with their win over KT Rolster.
Yeah, I think the KT win in particular, we saw them really lean into a style we've seen Bnk FearX play with in the past couple of years, which is very aggressive, very dive-focused when they play things like the Ahri, the Vi, and the Zeri. And just seeing them, the coordinated team fights, the dive threats coming in onto the enemy backline in this series was just fantastic. Really impressive display from them.
Yeah, it was. And of course, when they were up against T1, it was against the T1 experimentation with the Ivern as well, which did sort of lead you a little bit more to thinking about T1 and whether they really should be playing those particular champions. Bnk then taking advantage of it and then using that momentum to move into this match up against KT.
Yeah, and KT just not playing around the cannon well. I will say, really great week for Clear, who's looking a lot more comfortable, and Duro has finally settled into this roster. I think without some of the coin flippy stuff we saw from Execute in the earlier weeks here at the LCK Summer, just in general, Bnk look like a stronger, more well-rounded team, and they're playing to their own win cons. This team could be a dark horse to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I think there's always 2 sides to the coin. Definitely T1 and KT win performing at the level we expected, but it's been such a glow up for Bnk FearX, and it's so good to see.
It absolutely was, and it just shows that you cannot underestimate anyone in the LCK. Nor can you underestimate the graphics team at the LCK. We'll be getting into that pretty soon, but first, we need to check out Bro, because they were able to take down Kwangdong Freaks, and I would debate whether this is an upset, because what happened last season? Like, this is just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, apparently this is just Kwangdong Freaks' losing matchup in every situation. And the thing is, Kwangdong Freaks definitely, it looked like they were slumping hard, but Bro stepped up as well, and they had to, because, having lost every single matchup in Round Robin 1, they needed to step up, even to beat a slumping Kwangdong Freaks, and they did, and they managed to claim that win.
Real talk, I feel like Fate changed this roster a lot. It clearly meant a lot to him, the win. He played incredibly well, especially on the Corki. The Yone was pretty decent as well. And Doive actually looks like he fits in this roster. I would not be shocked. I mean, to be fair, I would be shocked based on the decisions the LCK teams usually make. I'd be shocked, but I would not hate it if he actually was given an opportunity to play as a mainstay part of this roster. He looked really good with Fate coming in. They had no pre-existing synergy, and yet, look the best they did all season. So, Bros, have some optimism, some broptimism, perhaps.
Yeah, some broptimism could definitely be a thing. Yesterday, I did watch Doiv lose in Challenger, and it was not great. So maybe we could bring Young Jay back.
So what you're saying is Challengers is harder than LCK.
No, it's not what I'm saying. However, I do like the spin. Yeah, definitely a positive spin on that one. Let's have a look at our pick ban percentage with our cool new graphic. This is what I was talking about. We don't have a patch note for the LCK graphics team. However, if there was one, this would be a buff. And Ezreal, Corki, and the Rumble, all 100% presence last week.
The Ezreal is the big standout one for me. Not only picked 17 times, but it jumped into first pick priority for a lot of teams on blue side. Win rate still just above 50. The Rumble, not played a single time, but with some of the changes we'll be talking about in a little bit, I think Rumble will still be high presence, but not necessarily banned anymore because you can play around them a lot better.
I think with a lot of the higher presence picks being nerfed on this patch, we'll get into in a second, I think Ezreal having not been nerfed will probably end up becoming maybe even a Rumble situation where it's just banned every single time. I will say though, the Ezreal definitely not just always the best pick. It does come down to the pilot. You know, the burden of execution is pretty high, so that may be a factor, but it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, Braum also sneaking up there into the pick priority, 66%.
Yeah, I think Alistair and Leona being so prevalent. Leona in particular has a bad time in a Braum, and I think a lot of teams using that as a counter. Also that like Braum, Ashe, or Braum Sejuani synergy, all three is just very powerful.
Not Braum Jin though. Not as big of a fan of that one.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's have a look at the patch notes, shall we? So we don't need to talk about Jin anymore because he is not getting buffed. It is, in fact, the 200 years gentleman himself that is going to be starting off this page. Anything relevant here? It's feeling a bit fringe.
The Jace is the big standout one to me. Obviously, Jace is kind of fringe already, but getting just a base damage to his Q increase is going to be pretty nice. I'd love to see Smolder come back. Was kind of a common response to Senna in the past. I think we might see Smolder like once over the course of the next 2 weeks on this patch, and then the Scion has popped up a little bit in Challengers as a mid-answer to LeBlanc. Again, I don't think we'll see him in LCK.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have really strong feelings about those, but these ones are the big ones. Corki, you know, it wasn't a huge nerf, just a bit of base health, kind of to stop him from walking up to you with a Gatling gun and just out-trading you. He probably still will, but a little bit weaker in that regard, especially in the all-ins. Tristana, these nerfs really hit her hard in solo queue. The big impact was that her Q, you can't just pop at every wave for free. It used to be no mana cost. It does limit your pushing power a bit, but we've still seen her have play in challenges, still seen her have bans in challenges, so even though in solo queue she took a tumble, likely we'll still see play. And the thing is, we were starting to see her banned very frequently. This might just unlock her as not ban-worthy, but still pick-worthy.
Yeah, and you say that she's been played in challenges. I mean, we can't all be the GOAT Poby and still make her work. So we'll just have to see whether our LCK players are up to that. As Wolf, Zyra, and Brand both getting some nerfs here. Is this going to be enough to move the jungle meta?
I think that players like Canyon will still play the Zyra. The plant damage is a little bit weaker. Your clear is a little bit weaker. Obviously, it's going to be tougher to all-in a Baron, for example. Brand's, CD increased on his E. These things don't really change that much about what these champions do in the meta, fitting in as extra damage, AP damage profile, and a double and sometimes triple AD carry meta. I think they're still going to be very popular, still very relevant.
And we can move on to the next one here as well, as we do have Jax and Rumble. Rumble, this is the one that we were talking about before, but Jax with his Counter-Strike cooldown being increased a little bit, will this move the Gnar matchup needle a bit? Or something like that?
We've seen Jax picked a fair amount into the Gnar, and a lot of the trading pattern is you stack up Grasp on the wave, you jump in and proc that on Gnar, and then you Counter-Strike to kind of disengage. The increased cooldown means you can't do that often, gives the Gnar a lot more freedom in the matchup.
Yeah, I guess we'll touch on the Rumble very briefly. His early game, his Q is nerfed against champions. Some of the ways his Q interacts with minions were changed as well, but that won't really affect too much. Nidalee's Burst, a little bit nerfed here with some of her ratios being moved to AD. Hecarim, I know people are like, oh no, Hecarim Udyr. I don't think this is really going to affect the LCK too much. But Aurelion Sol was somewhat fringe as a late game scaling pick, but how his Q has been changed where you can't just tap and harass people really just pulls him out of pro completely, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a rough one. So having a look at the items, there really weren't that many adjustments. Absorb Life getting a little bit of a change. But Warmogs, this one is possibly going to move Warmogs to a second item, Orcs?
So I think in solo queue, you're much more likely to get like a second item as a support because they're not as gold starved. And I think as a result, you would tend to just build a second. But I think pro supports, they only normally get one. They'll just go Warmogs, Ruby Crystal, I think is what we've been seeing a bit in challenges. And Absorb Life, definitely a bit of a hit as well to those mid laners who'd rely on it, like the Corki Tristana, but not too significant of a hit.
Well, you were talking about not getting very much gold. I know a guy that does get a lot of gold, and he won another award this week. The Uribank Gold King. Let's see who picks it up. And no surprise, it is aiming. He has moved to 6. With only one more, he will claim the Gold King of 2024 title. Already.
I think the odds of anyone contesting, it's still mathematically possible, but someone would have to just win every single week from now on, which the chances of that seem pretty unlikely. Aiming has just been dominating this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a ton of gold from his team. They play towards him, and, you know, when he's not arcane shifting in and costing them the series, you know, he does a lot with it. So they also generally play pretty long games. They're not able to close games out as quickly as Gen G, for example, with their leads. So he just gets a lot of money, and that's what he's been doing for the whole year.
Yeah, sometimes the arcane shift in extends the game to get more money. So it all works out.
This is what he's going to be winning as well. And now moving to our next award. And this one is a little bit surprising to me. There's quite a few options when it comes to the OPGG Player of the Week. But the winner is Viper picking it up this time around. And look, Viper, I think, is always a safe bet almost every single time. But I didn't vote for him.
I thought he had an amazing performance on the picks that he played. Obviously, given Ezreal again, this team's really like, what's going on with this? Don't let this guy play this champion. But also played MF incredibly well. He has a really high OPGG score, and the consistency of Viper this last week gave it to me. I know his opponents, his opposition, not as strong, especially with T1 currently slumping, but felt like the safe vote, and I was kind of a coward this week, to be real.
Yeah, I feel like even when Hololive Esports are struggling, people still have such a high opinion of Viper, but when the team is doing well and he gets to really show it on picks like Ezreal, he just completely takes over the game, and you're reminded why he's always considered one of, if not the best, AD carry in the world. Me personally, I thought Bnk FearX had a fantastic week, and across their games, even in the losses, I felt like Raptor had a really solid performance.
Yeah, I was a bit of a clear enjoyer myself. Of course, Viper going to be picking up this gorgeous thing, as a lot of people are voting for Viper, Wolf, you, and Chronicler included. And so now I think that we can move towards what's going to be happening this week. Very excited to see, especially a few of the games. We do have a telecom war coming up, but we're starting with BNK taking on Nongshim, and then Homolife Esports and DK are going to be our Saturday Showdown.
It's a pretty straightforward week, with the exceptions of that telecom war and the Saturday Showdown, with Homolife facing off against D+, which will likely very clearly determine second place unless either of these teams have a very big fall-off. I think for T1, it's not a hard week per se, but you have the telecom war into DRX. If you end up dropping that series to DRX, then we're talking about not making playoffs, we're talking about Worlds qualifiers, you know? Like, that one is a must-win for sure.
And also the telecom war against KT, you know, being that they're all in that sort of cluster in the middle, if you win and then obviously your opponent loses, the slingshot effect really gives you a lot of clearance into securing playoffs there.
It's crazy. Let's have a look at some of the predictions. And speaking of crazy, Orcs is the only one that predicted T1 in the telecom war. And a little bit of a spoiler for predictions on the Korean side as well. The only T1 predicted there was Helios. So that is a lot of people enthusiastic.
You know what? I really want to know, what does Jonas Strong vote and what does G-Sun vote? Because those are the ones really gonna tell us, gonna inform us.
Degon going for Bro into BNK. I know Bro got their most recent win, of course, and their only win of the season. They looked good against Kwangdong, but BNK is also ramping up right now. So I don't know if this is the timing, but we got to keep that positivity rolling, don't we?
I'm honestly surprised he went for Gen G over Bro. You know, I feel like that's so due, that matchup.
I think so too. I'm actually, I was a bit frustrated that I didn't pivot to a bit of a Bro prediction against Gen G later this evening. But, you know, sometimes you just don't pick it. Anyway, it's you and Helios. Helios on the right there, as you can see, looking very excited about his T1 prediction.
I mean, look, T1 can bounce back, like they can, but based on current form, you know, I feel like people just aren't ready to trust T1 right now.
And I also just think that KT look a little bit better than T1 at the moment, and you tend to predict based on the team that looks a bit better. And it's not great for T1, is it, guys?
Yeah, just trusting KT. That sounds like a really good plan. You should stick with that.
And I think Wolf and I both have a lot of collective regret, and we would prefer to switch to T1. But sometimes when you light something on fire, the best thing to do is to watch it burn. It is now time for us, though, to head towards the intro and get into this week's LCK. Thanks for watching the pre-show, and we'll see you after the intro for more video games.
Seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. When the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got Bnk FearX up against Nongshim Red Force. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler. How are you doing today, Chronicler?
I'm doing great. This is actually my only day this week because I'm going to my best friend's wedding.
You're leaving
so
us.
I'm leaving you
For another friend.
for another.
I thought I was your best friend.
Well, you are one of my best friends.
I already got
Valdez,
married.
But well, I know that. I was there. But this is a different wedding, and I'm flying back to the Netherlands tomorrow. But I'm here today for Bnk versus Nongshim, and then Genji versus Brian. And I'm telling you, Valdez, when I see those predictions, something's gonna go wrong. We are not meant to get a 10 out of 10. That never happens.
Or
And
maybe
I just-
Digon gets the 10 out of 10.
No, it was only Ox, I think, that predicted.
Well, for
one
the
difference.
KT one, but then Digon had like Bro against FearX, and he had all this weird stuff.
I didn't want to get into Digon. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we do have a couple of teams that are on a great recent momentum, as Bnk FearX did go undefeated as they took down T1 and KT, and Nongshim secured 3 wins total after defeating DRX this week, or the past week. And so they're feeling pretty good about their current situation. One thing I will say is that both of these teams definitely looked like they are playing better, that they're looking more comfortable and playing as a unit.
The individual performances of Cougar in particular has really jumped up sharply as we see an intense 80 carry battle incoming who will triumph. I actually think Jiu hasn't had the best split. His team fighting is still really good. I think it's one of the main reasons why between him and Guger stepping up in team fights, they have looked a lot better. But I think Hannah individually has been very, very stable. As mentioned here, got his POG as well by defeating Deft for the first time. And I really like what we've been seeing. I do worry, though, about BNK, the fact that they won all those games by basically playing the same style. And I hope to see Nongshim try and play towards that. Otherwise, I think BNK got easy wins here today.
Well, they do have support playmaking as one of the keys of this matchup, as the fearless general, the new guy, Duro, coming in as the center of Bnk FearX's macro versus the veteran general Guger, the old guy, coming back to professional League of Legends as the core of Nongshim's macro. And both of those guys have been playing really well recently, especially Guger, who's had a big glow up, who, when he first came in, honestly, he didn't look that great. We were like, okay, well, he's leading the team. He's kind of getting used to League of Legends once again, or at least playing professionally. And nowadays, though, we can say only good things about him.
And all of a sudden, Guger has 3 POGs. After last week, which is kind of crazy, but this is the main story of last week. BNK looking infinitely better by going back what has worked for them so many times. Just play dive.
Just
right?
attack.
Just attack.
No protect.
No thinking, no protecting. Everyone's diving. And a large part of that is due to Duro. I also think individually, Closer finally seems like the fact that the meta suits him has really come through to him. And then Clear starting to kind of level up to that level of performance that we expected of him coming in because of how good he was in Challengers.
Yeah. I know for a lot of us, I feel this way. Closer feels like, you know, baby Zeka, right? You mentioned the meta. He can play the Yone. He can play the aggressive mid laners, and that is, you can play that nowadays in the LCK meta, as we have some special glasses here for Nongshim. They're red.
I was about to say, those are the color of noodles. That is, well, you know, the soup, the broth, not the actual noodles.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't. Do we got like the hot flamin' Cheetos noodles? Maybe someday.
Big improvement is, I don't know. I've had those. I don't think they're that great.
You're not American, so
well,
you don't get it.
I guess that's the problem. I think Meow coming in has been a really big boon for this team. As much as I love Dundun, his laning phase just wasn't up to par anymore. Meow has really been a step up. Sylvie really came into his own. And obviously the stats for neither of these AD carries is going to look that great. And if this was last year, I really would have given a strong preference to Gio. I think Hannah right now is looking a lot more well-rounded. And that bot lane 2v2 should be pretty much in favor of Hannah and Duro. I think in lane they've looked good. And outside of lane is where we've seen Gio and Guger kind of bounce back from some of the mistakes that happened in that lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Gio did have kind of a weak laning situation, but he was able to come back from that after getting ganked multiple times. Henna doesn't even play Ezreal, which is the best AD carry in the meta right now, but he's like, nah, that's not my style. And he's playing his style, and that's oftentimes what we like out of the eastern side of the bracket teams.
And what I'm wondering is if we are going to see the ban substantially change, because the nerfs, even though I don't think they will be enough to completely remove the champions, to Corki and Tristan, I think are definitely valid. And if you're like, oh, they're still technically viable, they are. Next patch, though, we are getting a complete nerf to AD carries as a role. But for the next 2 weeks, that's not going to be the case. We're going to be on this current patch. But with that priority dropping, we might end up seeing Ezreal just banned, because Ezreal wasn't touched at all on this patch. And Ezreal, being as good as he is, again, was already starting to become meta before his buffs. Then now in his buffs, without a shadow of a doubt, the best AD carry. And if the Tristana ban maybe, you know, doesn't become mandatory anymore, I don't have a lot of hopes. I think Rumble is so insanely busted that just these nerfs aren't going to be enough.
Yeah, he's still banned. First ban on red side, please.
Exactly. But, you know, maybe the Tristana and Corki space, we get some opportunity to actually see that Ezreal is taken off the board, which might shake up the meta a little bit, because let's be honest, Valdez, it's been a little stale.
Yeah, we were very honest in our recent Pog State episode. Definitely go check that out. We spent about an hour talking about a lot of different things.
Also the best intro we've ever had.
Best intro. Even if you don't watch the whole episode, just watch the intro. Very fun.
That's like 80% of the entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, just watch that, honestly. And then watch the rest of the episode. Yeah, I think against Bnk FearX, you have to ban Vi. That would be like the first ban I want to see because Ahri Vi just looked too strong. They were able to dive KT over and over. Def just didn't get to play the game. It didn't matter that he was playing Ezreal. Yeah, honestly, he could have been playing anything, and he probably would have just died. Because Bnk FearX are just so good at dive, you got to take away the Vi. I think that's one of those first bans you got to go for. Against Nongshim, maybe you ban away Ezreal, but also Bnk FearX have shown comfort playing into Ezreal, so maybe just leave it open. But as you were mentioning, the meta might have shifted with these changes on the new patch.
In Challengers, we didn't see too many big changes, but let's be honest, Challengers is kind of a Wild West, and there you go, Valdas. Absolutely agree with you. Right from the get-go, we do see the Vi being taken away. Teams already have been doing this against like really good Vi players, Peanut, Lucid come to mind. But I think that Bnk after last week deserved the respect, and it's the adaptation I was expecting to come in. Obviously, if you're like, what is that champion? That's Aurora, new champion, not available.
What's that?
Understandably, if you've played Swarm, then you know you've had a little bit. You can play her in solo queue.
If it doesn't get banned every single game, which it does.
Yeah, also slated for some pretty heavy nerfs, as the Ezreal is actually going to get taken off. And I was wondering, because I know Bnk aren't going to play it, but maybe they wanted to do the handshake, end up going for the Zeri, as Hannah has done many a time. So Tristana and Corki thus far making it through, and that's kind of what I was expecting. In a week, we might be like, no, never mind, they're still super busted. As a B1 Renekton, especially between these two players,
it's back.
Think, yeah, it makes a ton of sense, right?
Yeah.
It is a very hard to reliably counter. It also takes away the Cassante pick because it just the laning phase is too hard, and Miao is a really good Cassante. And Gnar is already taken away as well. So you might end up with something like a Cannon, and Miao, he's going to take a beating. He's a great Cassante player, but that's not going to be fun for him in lane.
It's not going to be fun. It is comfort for him. I'm sure he's played this matchup probably over 100 times.
Yeah.
But is it going to matter is the question. I would say the answer is no. I do like that last ban Rumble just for what we were talking about, but also because Clear is a great Rumble, so you just can't really allow that into this team, as it's just going to be Zyra Yone. We had some changes, some nerfs, some buffs, all this different stuff. And guess what? It's the same... the same jungle. We got Yone back. No Tristana, though, which is pretty interesting, but it is closer.
LCK teams are definitely resistant to change. So if we end up seeing Brand, if we end up seeing Nidalee, I would not be shocked whatsoever, even though Nidalee did get hit on this patch as well. We're gonna keep on going, right? And I think this will change, but I also think for these two teams, the meta honestly doesn't matter that much. We're going to look towards teams like Hanwha Live, like Gen.G, like DK as to what they're going to be doing. Their reads have a lot more strength and a lot more value compared to these two teams. These two teams just draft what feels comfortable. And I got to say, right now I'm loving what Bnk have. You have a good damage spread, you have good setup for your Zyra, you have a strong dive combo already, and if the Zeri doesn't get taken away, which I imagine either they ban it or they pick it here on R4, you might get into some serious trouble.
Yep, that's definitely got to be the ban here. Just take the Zeri away, unless you're going to pick it, as you mentioned. That's definitely like the main thing in focus right now, and I really hope that Nongshim is focusing in on that.
That feels kind of bad, right? Like trying to play Zeri, Corki, Nidalee, that doesn't...
Yeah,
I don't think that feels great.
I don't really see a good reason not to ban it. Well, it's just going to be the Ziggs takeaway. I mean, they already have Zyra for magic damage.
I still think it's a good takeaway. Hannah has looked really good on Ziggs. And
but he also looked great on Zeri.
Oh, yeah. But I think they're going to pick Zeri.
Ugh.
Yeah, I don't love it.
Okay. I guess so.
But that's my read. And I do think like Yone Ziggs is a really strong combo. I think Renekton Ziggs is still quite good. So I get that. Leona also taken off the board here. Counter pick for support is actually not bad in this scenario. So I think the Zeri pick is eminent, or you want to preemptively pick something that does well into the Zeri.
There's also Kai'Sa available, right? I mean, that could easily be played by Henna. I haven't seen him play it too much, I don't think, just because we've seen a lot of Zeri and Ashe. But could be another option for a dive comp.
I think MF is actually one of the picks that is going to keep rising in priority. She did get a couple of buffs a couple of patches ago, and I think her laning phase is really underrated. So this, you can still go Zarya, obviously. Anna is definitely comfortable in the pick. It works well in this composition, but you're going to struggle in lane, especially because Gugur is going to have support counter pick. So you don't really want to blind something like a Braum, because then you're going to be in trouble. But if you pick like Nautilus here, then they pick Braum. I think Rakan is a good middle ground where you can go for stuff that makes his life harder, but it doesn't feel as much of a hard counter the way that it would be with Nautilus when the enemy picks like Renata.
Yeah. The other part of this is Leona's Band, which would be a great pick into the Rakan, but Rakan feels just pretty either neutral or somewhat winning into a lot of comps, and basically, even if the laning phase isn't amazing, there's the Nautilus you were talking about.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think Nongshim is still going to be really happy with this. I was actually looking. What I really would have loved would have been Maokai. I think Maokai support is still completely fine. I feel like we've dropped it off for no real reason, and is really good into the Rakan. Makes Rakan's life, again, point and click CC really hard. But then again,
into the whole comp, honestly.
Yeah, and the fact that you have Poke as well, and you have an MF, I think Maokai would have been amazing here. But I'm not surprised that Gugur is just going to Nautilus. And Nautilus into Zeri. Nautilus and guaranteed hard engage. In the front line, CC for your Nidalee, CC for your MF. Still a good setup here. So I think Nongshim kind of pulled it back, the MF. A little bit out of the left field, even though we saw some of it, but I think it's okay. That Corki Nidalee, though, that's a Genji special for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't think other teams have really looked nearly as good on it.
It's not a lot of teams that can make that look strong, as you mentioned. I think that they're just kind of playing meta and see, can it work? As a lot of fans coming down here to watch the games, and it is going to be very fun to see how this first match is going to go. I personally feel like Bnk FearX's comp, it looks a lot like what worked well against really strong teams last week. So for me, I look at this, I'm like, man, they did it again. And they weren't really stopped. The Rakan on top of everything else as well is just team fight amazingness.
It really is. Only thing is that Zyra, we have seen Zyra struggle a little bit as well, so we'll see. Can Nongshim punish BNK, or does the win streak continue?
We'll have to wait and see, as Bnk FearX are the favorite team coming into this one, but who is going to pick up game one? Let's find out now. All right, off we go. Game number one between Bnk FearX and Nongshim. As Raptor did take a bunch of damage already, but that's just fine. He'll probably just go back to his jungle, set up some plants, and clear in 3 minutes, and not care.
Yeah. He, I think the nerfs to Zyra will have a little bit of an impact, but at the same time, we know how this goes. Generally, champions take like at least 2 cycles of nerfs to really go, unless there is a really strong meta response, which right now we haven't really found. I think the Zyra also started off as what felt like a bait pick, where it was specifically just Canyon that looked good, and then I think teams have slowly started to get a little bit better. I like a level 1 delayed invade though, because it's one of the guaranteed ways where you can slow it down, and the level 1 is so much stronger here for Nongshim. So there isn't really a whole lot that BNK can do. I think you just have to accept this, so good use of the level 1 here.
Oh man, Duro almost dashed into the hook. Which would have been really a big disaster. Ju does take a big chunk of damage, and it does look like Bnk FearX want to fight over this, but as the Zyra, without any plants set up, I'm not sure if you really can, but it does look like Nongshim are going to back away.
And
just let it happen.
I don't think they should have.
Yeah, I think they could have forced the issue.
Yeah, that is... Especially because you have mid lane Prio as well. That's really costly. So that started off as a good play, but I think Nongshim kind of got cold feet. I don't think they had to, but that means Raptor is just going to be completely fine, and Sylvie is just now going to finish his buff. I think he used the smite as well. So that's very rough. That's whew.
Yeah.
No, that's not where you want to be, Valdez. We do get a good hook here.
Yeah, good hook, but barrier already used, and Ju's going to get knocked up already. And, he took a big chunk early on. He is able to trade back very nicely on Aduro, even gets the double up on both of them. So not the end of the world, and he does have a Biscuit. Took Biscuit, so actually very nice this time around. His Closer looking for the knock-up, has the shield. There it is. Does do a bit of damage, but Fisher doesn't really care because all those minions were hitting Closer. And yeah, just a nice trade at the end of the day.
Health bar's getting low. It's very aggressive trading continuously happening here. You see Sylvie now making his way over, and I do think that, again, the specific nerfs that were done to Zyra were to her plans, which main goal was to slow down the clear speed because we saw how insanely fast she was. I think the early invade definitely not what you wanted to have happen as Closer. He's looking, doesn't actually find the Gorky back there, would have been quite nice, but not going to be the case. And now we actually have both junglers being on relatively even pace, but delayed because the early invade actually ended up kind of hamstringing both of them. More so Sylvie, though, than it did for Raptor.
Yeah. See, it's going to be an aggressive trade once again here from Clear. This is what we were saying earlier during the draft. Mihail chose to take this. The Gnar was banned, and so he was like, well, you know, actually nowadays even the Gnar can struggle at times into the Renekton. Really just depends on how the lane gets played out. But yeah, he accepted the situation, and we'll see how this develops for him.
It will be rough. That's the reality. This doesn't get better once Clear gets his first item, right? We've seen mostly very early eclipses. Mile is just doing this for the team, and that's going to be a pressure lane that Bnk is going to be able to play through. Should also lead to a good amount of grubs going their way, and that's kind of where we're looking. I do think Nongshim needs a heavily index into getting early dragons, because you have such a strong bot lane, especially once you hit level 6. Like the power of Jiu, if you can set up a good fight for him, absolutely exceptional. Problem is that there is a good amount of CC to stop these bullet times, so I have to see how he's able to position himself. Because the MF, I think, is going to be, to me, the key piece, together with the Nautilus and the Nidalee, to ensuring that you get the objectives that you need. Because, again, I think topside is going to be kind of a rough one. Post 6, Closer is going to be a much bigger threat than he is now.
The two supports are looking at each other menacingly. Cougar very aggressive, even down a level, doesn't care. And you see the call picked up by both of our AD carries, so we're just kind of hanging out in the bottom lane. We see if Cougar misses a dredge line, it's very awkward for the Nautilus, just kind of backs away. But there's also not kill pressure, really, at this point for the Zeri and the Rakan.
No.
Unless Cougar makes a big mistake. And yeah, once that ult comes in.
You see here as well, the idea is that this is laning dominant, and I do think, especially post 6, there's a lot more threat. They'll be able to have lane prio. But you're playing into Heal Barrier Guardian. So realistically, especially with how the early trades weren't necessarily Nongshim favored, this is quite hard to play out as these hooks keep getting very close, but Bnk not going to be too bothered by them.
Well, trying to get in onto Jiwoo. The root comes down on a Duro, but it's still a good trade here for the Bnk FearX bottom lane. Sylvie is on vision at the same time, and so Raptor's just going to take all of these grubs. I did see Fisher go for a back and pick up a cull, but it looks like he missed a couple of CS. He's still ahead, but was able to get back. Maybe it was a cannon wave, and he was able to time it well. Either way, he's still enjoying a pretty nice laning phase himself.
A good trade. I think either team making the right call here. Bnk wants to play towards the top side. Getting grubs when you have Yone and Renekton is definitely a solid investment. And on the flip side, Nongshim playing towards their stronger bot lane. And it will be Hextech next. Mihao, oh, he is low on mana.
Oh,
does have 2 cookies.
He can't really clear the wave, and now he's just going to get rooted by the Zyra, not able to avoid any of that. And so it's first blood handed over to the Renekton, and this is going to inflate into a gigantic problem for Nongshim.
The cookies were not enough. I'm very sorry to report, as Duro is going to get hit by the spear, but completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of talk about Renekton Nidalee, but Renekton Zyra can also make plays, obviously a little bit less mobility on the Zyra, but if she's there and the push is in,
it's
even without the wave, yeah.
It's really not that different.
And she can set it up herself sometimes, too.
I kind of want to see the gold now in top lane, because I don't think it's going to be great, Valdez.
Maybe a little bit of a talking point for our space.
Yeah, because Nongshim opted into this, and Nongshim have won their games against the RX for just better team fighting. So them opting into front to back makes sense. I wasn't really expecting Meow to like pull out a cannon or something. But it does mean that you're gonna have to, at some point, find a play to get him back in the game. Maybe clear TPs and you give up a dragon, you give some plates over, you get some gold into that Cassante. Good luck towards that, as we do have these bot lanes both very happy to posture aggressively and then not do a whole lot.
I mean, if Jiu's just going to get knocked up, the Zeri ultimate for the follow-up. Jiu's in a lot of trouble, probably going to have to flash away from this one, but Guger does get in front of him, as some of the bouncing damage does go in, and they just kind of utilize the walk strategy. Couple of summoners utilized by both sides, but it's still going to be Henna and Duro ahead in the lane now and looking to push.
This is a cannon wave, so not a disaster for Nongshim, but Jiu, even with that Vamsaptor, okay, I was about to say, I think with Cookie and Vamsaptor, you can actually stay. Gets the back cancel as well. As long as you get it back in within like the next minute and a half, 2 minutes, because you do want to make sure that you set up for that dragon that is going to spawn. Setting yourselves up with 2 drakes early on would be good here, but it's not like the BNK composition doesn't scale, right? I talk a lot about Nongshim, and I think that what they're looking towards is team fighting, but if it's a perfect...
Wait, you just saw him clearing the wave. Oh, he's going to be rooted, and now Mihail might be dead. He is going to go all out, trying to take out Clear, and he does get the kill. He knew that he could stay and get the 1v2, and that he does, just barely.
That's not bad. He has TP advantage. Might be making his way back to the wave relatively soon, so I think you take that. A lot of time and attention being paid toward this top side of the map is... Oh, Fisher, he is low. I think they wanted to contest for grubs in about a minute. They're here a little early. Both supports just roaming around. Guger, I think you just leave. You don't have to stick around. Double call also approaching halfway point for Fisher as we take another look. What I really liked is that he was able to avoid the damage by using the all-out. So both getting yourself out of range of the Zyra while simultaneously getting the damage that you need to take down Clear. And he's still behind. Black Cleaver not done for Clear, which I actually think is a really good item into the front line that you're playing into. But does mean that, you know, his situation is a little bit better. We do now see the lane swap as well. And Nongshim really want to play for these grubs.
Yeah, might just be able to pick them up there. About to spawn, but take a look at this. A 1v1 down on the bottom side. Also a wraparound from Clear. And there you go. The Rakan goes in. You dive onto the backline. Sylvie is very low. He's trying to get out, but he cannot. Even Yone, closer, was looking for the follow-up there. And that's just a kill. Mihail does not get killed, but he gets pushed out of lane. And that's a couple of extra wins for Bnk FearX.
Really nicely done there by BNK. Identify a moment of weakness. And Clear with the big flank coming through. Also, Meow did have to flash, whereas Henna didn't have to invest his chase potential of the Zeri. Obviously something that is tough. And if Meow has his ultimate, Henna can never go for that. But nicely done there by Henna. Good punish. And then the topside play showing why the Nidalee is such a high-risk, high-reward pick. If you ever do get locked down, you don't even have what Zyra has, where you can, like, you know, throw down your plans, throw down your ult, and then you have at least some level of power.
You just die.
It's just completely not red here. And really nicely set up by Doro as well. Gets in with the Flash Charm to ensure that the setup from Clear can be there. And then they get the grubs, so 6 grubs. We'll see if Nongshim can go about this Drake, but because Mile also was bullied out of lane, gold lead for Clear hasn't really changed. Things are looking really good for BNK Belbes.
Yeah, Closer able to get in, sneak a plate to his side as well to shore up a little bit of that small, tiny lead, I should say, going towards Fisher. So just trying to get wins across the board for Bnk FearX. They're going to get started here on the second Drake. There is a chance of a Chemtech Soul. Ox is here. We'll see what happens. But it is going to be the first Drake going to BNK.
It does feel imminent, doesn't it?
It kind of does, yeah. I don't know why. Could be Ocean. No, it's Infernal. Okay, nicely done. I'm glad I primed the Ox. I prepped him.
A fun
He was
dragon.
ready.
That's nice to see.
Yeah.
Very happy about that.
It's actually Ox's favorite dragon as well. Because you pick up the Cinders. It's a fun little mini game, yeah.
What's your... Because we know Atlas minus Hextech.
I think Hextech. is probably the best.
Yeah.
Right? The gates are pretty cool. I think it promotes more action. The Drakes are the best, so you get even more action.
It's a very based opinion.
Yeah. I think it's the popular opinion.
I think
Right? I mean,
maybe it's Infernal still for most people.
I feel like that's just left over because it was known as the strongest, especially before Hextech was added. So it kind of has that tenure as a dragon.
I put it like third. I like Mountain more. I just like the feeling of everyone turning into a beefcake. I just think it's funny.
League of Tanks.
Yep.
And Henna just going to dash out of the way of that ult and use the barrier as Guger just hooks the wall. Here comes Sylvie, though, and that should push the Zeri out of the lane. Good job by Henna to try to get out of this one, but he does try to back in the bush. Force back. So pressure in the top side from the Renekton continues, but a nice little play as a team from Nongshim to pressure the bot turret.
Still a successful play, even though they don't get the... I think ideally you at least get the flash. Oh boy.
Yeah, he might just kill him here. The all-out does come down, though, and he is under turret, so Clear is going to have to back away. But guess what?
Oh boy.
The whole team, it feels like, is up here. And even the Rakan quickness is going to be utilized just to make 100% sure. And it's just not a fun game for Mihail, who again chose this life.
They knew. Yeah, this was... You kind of knew this was coming. And Bnk especially, I think, plays so well when they can be the aggressor. It's what got them the wins. And even though this isn't a full-on dive, because you know, Zyra exists, it really plays the same way. Find target, isolate them, blow them up in seconds, and then play from there. As, yeah, unsurprisingly, Clear on this Renekton has been really making the best of that B1. And Renekton, when he is this good, always becomes this type of champion.
Yeah.
And unless you have a really good cannon in your back pocket that just doesn't feel like there's a lot of stuff, Gnar obviously was banned away,
Yeah.
that consistently does well. I'm wondering if eventually we're going to see like Gragas come back.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like teams aren't prepped yet to deal with Renekton
And they
dominance. They will be prepped. They will bring out other picks, but just not right now.
I just wish, because this happens to so many champions, because so many of the champions that are good and competitive like just need a buff or two or enough stuff to get nerfed.
Yeah.
Like, we've learned these lessons. We are a region that has been known for Renekton B1
Yeah.
for a really long time. So we should, we just copy your old homework.
Yeah, I mean, things change, so it's kind of hard, but I do agree. There are answers. Either way, we do have some action here, as Teleport's going to come in, but Guger is getting bullied. The MF ult is okay. It's actually going to zone them off of Guger and let him survive, but this Renekton is just gigantic, and they have to run away from it, as another blast going to be utilized here by the side of Nongshim, as a root comes down and ult as well, and Jiu does not have flash. In a bit of trouble, but the damage doesn't come in!
Oh!
Henna is going to die, actually, takes the last turret shot, and Jiu just baits him in.
Oh, that's that BT value. Henna getting baited in. That's really costly. I think here for Nongshim, or for Bnk, where it puts Nongshim back in the game. A lot invested though, and in a minute we have the Drake fight. So I think it's still very much a trade up for Bnk, because a lot of sums are gone. And Guger, I think he has the right idea, which is I found Zyra in the river. The problem is that there is also Yone and Rakan. The fact that Guger lives is very funny to me, so good zoning there from Jiu. And then they do a good job of dealing with Clear. And I love this angle here from Raptor. Actually really nicely done. And then that's the barrier. Even just look at the extra sustain,
The
right?
spear as well hits
The
him.
spear, the heal ends up being enough. Teamwork makes the dream work there for Nongshim. But again, I do think no sums on Jiu. Miao doesn't have flash. No flash on Guger. That's a lot invested. Maybe that's enough. BNK really want to get this dragon. They have Herald in mid as well.
Yeah, I mean, Herald, no sums on Nongshim. It's almost a given that Bnk FearX get this dragon, unless something goes horribly wrong, as Guger, well, that's... I suppose something did go wrong.
Yeah.
It wasn't horribly wrong, but Guger kind of looking silly, but that's fine. It's very hard to hook the guy who does pop out of the Heralds, as it does happen very fast. And Nongshim realize their situation. They say, well, we can't really fight over this Drake, so let's just give it up. Let's try to pressure top. We'll see how that goes for them.
I actually quite like that. Given that you don't have your sums, that they're like, no, we're not going to risk it. We're playing into into Yone, Renekton. They have Flash, Rakan has Flash, and we don't. So, surprising level of level-headedness here from the Noodle Boys. Doesn't mean it's good. Still, Bnk getting the Infernal, and I think I don't have to really highlight why Bnk getting more damage is good. Their composition stands or falls by do we blow up the target in time? And yeah, you have frontline, but frontline isn't going to mean a whole lot for Nongshim when everyone shreds through in seconds.
Yeah.
Like, you have Black Cleaver, Leandries, add Blade of the Ruined King, and Infernal Dragons on top of that.
No, actually, Raptor is going to get hooked here, and a full MF ult hits him in the face. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is kind of zoned away. Raptor going to get hit again.
The burn!
And he is going to go down, somehow barely dying to that. Guger does get traded back, but kind of funny that Sylvie was able to extend that and actually pick up the kill.
Yeah, that spear should have never hit Raptor, guys. We had enough people there to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Yes.
The burn ends up coming through, not going to mean an objective, but still a nice little win for Nongshim. And it's these type of little victories that keep this game feeling like it is within touching distance. Hannah giving a kill over, Raptor trading his life, but he had a big shutdown. And you know, Guger's life is in Nautilus. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
We all know about the
Nautiluses
Nautilus
matter.
have fun.
It's.
No, we never learned his full lore, so how can we know if he matters?
I guess that's true. We need to know the lore,
We don't.
and then we can RP it on stream.
And that's not our, our story to tell, Veldes.
Sure. Is he going to be part of Arcane 2?
Nautilus?
I don't think so.
Nah, maybe
Will we ever learn about Nautilus?
if we get a Bilgewater episode and they do some sailing, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
shows up.
Well, that's a Corki. Is going to flash away and Closer. Oh, man, that was close. Really pushing the limits of the Yone. And at the end of the day, it's Yone with Bork and Fisher at the flash. So that's actually a win for Closer.
Yeah, really nicely done. If he ends up dying there, obviously it's a bit of a disaster, but get the flash out of the Corki. Going to be a big win here for Bnk, and Closer really wants to play aggressive as we have double TPs coming in here. I don't... So, obviously, the Nongshim TP is the one that set this one off. Definitely not necessary as...
Mihail trying to bait him in here. It might actually work as there is an MF nearby, but actually he just gets popped like a balloon. And now the MF is like, oh crap, it's a giant croc. What am I going to do? And it's a 1v1, the flash away. He does get the kill, but it's a double kill for the Renekton. As Clear will win in the end.
Oh, that's a 2-item Renekton right there. The Sterix keeping him alive for so long. Miao thinks he's tanky, finds out he's not. And yeah, for sure you try to go for this. This is very early though. This is still a big risk. Sylvie's alive. So I'm not 100% sure as to whether they should actually go through it. I think let's peace out. We're getting into wacky territory, Veldes. We're getting into Renekton 1v2s. Take another look at this. Yeah, this level, or this 2-item power spike is absolutely nuts.
Look at the damage
level
here.
up.
Oh. Question mark ping.
Conqueror fully... the fact that he was
Raptor
as
question
close,
mark pinged him.
Yeah, the fact that he was as close as he was to actually just straight up living throughout that as well, that would have been a backbreaker.
Yeah.
But I guess Gio gets the shutdown, so it's something.
Yeah. Let's give him that. I just, it's just Renekton is back. We had Cassante, Skarner. Skarner got nerfed. Renekton was remembered, and people just started to play him more and more.
It's also AP jungle meta, so it's like...
It's AP jungle meta, you want to play
perfect.
Renekton every single game. It makes sense, I guess, because nobody can really beat the Renekton in lane, and lane is very important, and you can utilize your AP jungle so well with Renekton. It just feels like a win-win across the board.
I'm just happy, and I know that I don't want to jinx anything. This is very early, but we get a game without Tristana. I think we should celebrate that. I think we should collectively be happy about this as another attempt and another... maybe yes, maybe no. I don't seem to be too sure.
Say it ain't so. Well, they're actually looking for the engage here. They are going to try to go on to Guger, but that's a double Yone ultimate. Catches the Cassante, who just gets ripped to shreds. As Fisher doesn't have flash, but he is just able to kite this one out as Renekton, after he uses his slice and dice, now able to get in there. Big double up, but yeah, at the end of the day, still 2 more kills to the side of Bnk FearX. Nongshim continuing to try to pressure. They do have the health bar advantage with this Infernal Drake up. As Closer not going to hit the knock-up himself, and Bnk FearX realized that we might have to stay around and try to deny this Infernal.
So the TP clear in, they just... Okay, how do you win the fight and then use TP and still lose? And the answer is, Clear is a raid boss. We saw there as well, right? Like, he's levels up. Look how little damage he takes from all these AD champions. Admittedly, he's not going to kill it. As we see, the starts are pretty alright, but it's specifically Closer's ult that I think really ends up being the difference maker. So much damage comes down from the rest of the team as well. And then look at Clear. It doesn't take any damage at all. But then I think it's like a spear hits and a double tap hits. And the rest of BNK will die very rapidly if they get focused. As, yeah, not a shocking turn of events that we see GU be on the top of the damage charts here.
Yeah. It was very unfortunate that Mihail, he actually dashed into the Yone ult.
Yeah.
He's just not having a fun time in this game. And we talked about it a lot. Don't have to talk about it too much. He is very comfortable on Cassante. That's, you know, part of the reason why he picked it. It's very high on the tier list, but we just knew that this was what was going to happen, and we're just seeing it come to life before our very eyes.
Yeah, we know Meow's a good Cassante. I have a lot of tape of him, but being behind in LCK and being behind in Challengers are 2 very different things. Because being behind in Challengers, like, you're down 2 kills, but who cares? And you can find a fight and you can come back. But if you're a weak spot in the LCK, like, you will just get dove on repeat. You know, the punish game, I think Peanut is always my peak example of this.
Yeah.
Where if he identifies that you are vulnerable, you're not playing the video game. And I think that's really where we see the difference here. And I think BNK doing a really good job of exploiting that inexperience, particularly on a pick like the Cassante, where it feels kind of counterintuitive because of how tanky he is. Yeah, he's taking a beating. Like, neither side lane is going to feel great.
Clear is just running out, and he has randomites. Fisher doesn't really do damage to him at all, and he gets the slow in. Now he's just running through 3 people. He is finally going to be traded back, but the rest of the team has followed up. The giant MF ult comes in, but Closer immediately shuts that down, lines the ball up, picks up a triple kill, and Guger is just food for the rest of them. Bnk FearX pick up the ace, they'll get the Baron, and they're looking good for game 1.
And Clear does the setup, soaks the cooldowns, gives his life, and then Closer says, oh boy. Because I want you to take another look at this. He is a level 16 Renekton double buffs. The only person that has any AP damage is a Nidalee, right? So, like, look at how much they invest into just killing this Renekton. And then here it looks maybe salvageable as Jiwoo goes in. A really good ultimate there, coming through from Raptor.
Yeah.
And then the follow-up from Closer. And then there's no cooldowns. There's no nothing. As we take another look here. Actually, he gets the knock-up just in time. So nicely done there by Closer, who I think is having an exceptional Yone game. And I'm still not voting for him.
Yeah, no.
I think we can collectively agree that Mr. Outback Crocodile is doing a little bit too much for that regard.
Turo had a good game as well.
He did, yeah.
Turo had some really nice engages.
I think even like Raptor had the one oopsie, you know. But
yeah.
he's been very active, really high kill participation. This is just a really nice game to see from BNK, because I want to remind everyone that Kwangdong Freaks right now are in the classic state of Kwangdong collapse. The mid-season, you know, the classic, we all know it was coming. And right now, they are only 1 series ahead. And yet, in terms of game score, they have a pretty sizable lead. But Kwangdong this week is playing, and let me double check that, Hanwha Life and DK.
Yeah.
And BNK is playing Nongshim and Bro.
Yep.
So I think for BNK, these are must-win matches. And if you win these, your playoffs becomes so much more manageable. And right now, they're looking up to the task.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we even saw at the end of that last team fight that Henna just feels so comfortable in this kind of thing because he comes in right at the end and he's just cleanup duty. And that's where Zeri is really at her strongest, which is another thing in the draft that we were kind of surprised about, that Zeri was just totally ignored and just given over to Henna. And he was just allowed to play it once again. They had an answer, they thought, with the Nautilus, but he can only ult so many things, right? Like, even if the Zeri gets focused down, the rest of the team is going to dive your backline, and then you lose your carries. So it's rough. It's rough to deal with. I really like how Bnk FearX have figured out what works best for them in the draft, and they just keep hammering it home until teams figure it out, which for some reason in the LCK is really difficult for teams to figure out how to draft against their opponents specifically. And yeah, this game, we're not talking too much about it because Bnk has a 10,000 gold lead, and they're about to get their second Infernal Drake, which will be Infernal Soul Point.
Oh god, Clear just got a speared Visage.
Yeah.
Oh, Velves, he was already unkillable.
Yeah.
And now it's even worse.
Because, I mean, it's just a perfect bruiser build, and he can build tanky because he already has enough damage because he's so far ahead, so that he is actually unkillable. And, you know, he provides a front line for the team as well. Sometimes Renekton's that go a bit more damage can sometimes fall apart if there's enough damage on the enemy team, but not in this case. Not in this game.
All they need to avoid is an unnecessary Baron flip. Right now, I don't think that's what it's looking like when Bnk played this game. Some side lane mishaps. Some side lane, you know, great scenarios with Clear, obviously doing a lot of heavy lifting in that regard. But even if like Duro ends up getting picked here, right? It doesn't. There's no objectives up right now. It's not going to be the end of the world. And they're looking desperately for something. But who do you actually kill here, like realistically? Because there is Warmox Rakan, who is really hard to lock down. Zeri, self-explanatory. Zeri's probably your best bet. Like Yone's really tough. Zyra can just throw down a bunch of cooldowns.
Yeah, you can kill her, but then you die.
And Clear, yeah. And it's really funny because I feel like Clear was on the receiving end of so many of these type of games when he came into the LCK. So it's very poetic to see the same thing happen to Meow. And yeah, that picking the Cassante, you knew that this could happen. You knew it probably should happen, and now we have confirmation that it did, in fact, happen.
Yeah, Clear's just getting more and more confident as he gets more time in the LCK, as you pointed out very nicely. And what happens when you first join any league is that you kind of get bullied, especially because you don't know how to deal with it well, just because you haven't faced it very often. So I'm sure this will be a nice learning experience as well for Mihail to say, hey, this is going to happen more. This keeps happening. How do I deal with this? You know, how do I figure it out? And yeah, no, they're not killing him. It's not going to happen. Like, Fisher is putting all of the damage into him as possible, and it just doesn't matter. Arm guard purchased by Sylvie just to go down. Duro did go very deep, though, as he might be... no, it's just going to get rooted up. Will Mihail, who was desperate to try to kill just the Rakan, who has Warmogs. And now, Clear is going in. Zeri is getting focused. Yes, he'll go down, but Closer is in the back line. And Jiu desperate to try to run away from this one. Not the cleanest fight, but Bnk FearX just kind of bang their head into the wall and get the job done.
In a classic Bnk fashion, Hannah just goes, gets popped, nobody cares. Doesn't change anything.
Oh no,
and we
trying to ult in front of them, that's not going to work out. He's got GA as well, and that's going to be the end of the game.
I haven't even talked that much, but I think we see here as well with how far behind the front line was, particularly Meow. Like, Gio just never had any space. There was always someone there to cancel, and man, what a game from Clear. After a week where he already, I think, did a really good job of making his team look a lot better. He's continued level up, and then getting the B1 Renekton, that's one thing, but then not just getting a lead, because I think those first like 1-2 kills, that's fine. But the problem is that after that, Meow both needed to get it together, and we've seen Renektons, you know, try to take 1v2s and fail, and just lose their lead, kept building upon it, kept expanding it, and became a completely unmanageable monster.
Yep. Just build, expand, and defense it, a wise man once said, and he just kept expanding and expanding, and there was just way too much money.
All the bases, all the minerals.
Yeah. all of SP and Gas. He almost did the most damage in the game, but there were actually a bunch of people who were up towards the top, including Closer, Fisher, and Jiwoo. But damage numbers did not compare to the amount of gold that was in the wallets of that man right there and the rest of his team on the side of Bnk FearX. So that's going to do it for game number 1 as Bnk smashed them. We'll see if game 2 is any different. But first, we're going to take a break and have the space to break down that wonderful first game, and we'll be right back.
규현이가 막아줘.
아, 내가 포탑 될게. 리퍼 높대? 높을.
라인이 없긴 한데.
아, 왔어. 라인 왔어. 이거 내가 마크할게. 포탑만 쳐봐.
간다.
잘했다. 아, 탑 너무 근데 이겨놓은 거 아니야? 한판 잘했다.
See Paulo, he seems to know, but is going to miss the Q, and now they're about to be flanked by an Alistair over the wall, and look at Pope! Or rather, Showmaker to get to that backline, immediately just going to assassinate Envy. Down he goes, no AD carries left over, and the flank comes in. Might just be a clean ace here, as In goes aiming, looking for it, as he will be the one guy to go down, but everybody on the side of Bro does perish. Yeah, that's the real question. It feels like D+ are the ones that don't care about the Dragon. The engage a little bit lackluster here from DK. Lucio wasn't able to find that kick, and now Bean. There's the kick! He knocks up 3! And that's the end of Rom! Should be the end of Kazante, but who am I kidding? He's Kazante. They're just gonna go over the wall here and kill Canyon instead! They say, well, the Nidalee is a much easier target.
We're gonna have to come back alive. We do have Rascal on the flank. It's a big flank angle. A lot of summoners down.
Wait! What the hell was that? The hook into the wall, he sticks around! And now Sponge is dead! Penny gonna ult nobody. A big divide though from you, but it's not gonna matter. FearX cannot follow up on that one. And knows him winning gigantic team fight. From the side of Jovi and Canyon seems to be even larger. Now the ult's going to be thrown in, not going to hit Jovi. We do see Lahes on the front line as Showmaker gets pretty low. Keen following in and kills the clone. Kingen goes into his GA. And now he's just got the entire team right on top of him. Down he will go, and Jovi's looking for the angle. The arrow comes in, hits the support. And Gen Z are looking to extend this to 3.
We're gonna take all the way. Showmaker comes in, but it's easy dissuaded.
Lucid's just being burnt to a crisp. There's just nowhere for him to go.
That's a lot of damage. Now Sylvie realizes there's no really other place.
Wait!
As he sidesteps the pillar. And now Jiwoo and Paze are fighting one another. It
No!
both of them. Comes in as well, but they're investing the teleport. They only get half the health bar of the Leona as the teleport is actually going to get cancelled as Dudu going down low. Cuz sneaks in and steals away one of the drops, but now Handel's in a bit of trouble. Extended beam comes through. Polu finds the angle with the Magnet Storm, and now Envy is starting to get online.
Lost cone.
Yeah, this one is a ace cone. Very rare. Dudu is going to take a ton of damage, though, as he tries to make it work, and he nearly dies to the True Top Barrage. And Viper, he's not done! He's going to take him down at an insane angle! And Dudu, you can't get away from him!
자자 여기 주목해봐요 소라는 거기까지 화가 나 만두를 녹이는 귀여움을 한 방울 모두 다 wanna be our squad 준비해 애니마 우릴 부른다고 이것 봐 혹시란 꼬리팍 내게로 출발했어 출동문 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니마 파워 애니마 스쿼드 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니마 파워 애니마 스쿼드 혼란스러운 틈에 깜짝 캔네스 빛을 머금고 등장 툭 건들면 쓰러질 듯한 모습에 감춘 쥐한 발 Let's eat up 엉망인 곳을 rescue 한 번에 잠재울 큰 wave 일으킨 다음 봐봐 새로운 에픽 맞아 숨겨뒀었지 이게 우리를 power cute 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니마 power 애니마 squad 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 I'm never quitting I'm never giving No I'll never be a prisoner in your control
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We're here to break down game number 1 between Bnk and Nongshim. This one kind of business as usual, gentlemen. Orcs, Wolf, take me through this draft and how we ended up in the game we found ourselves in.
Yeah, I feel like for me, you know, Clear's really been popping off for this team. So the high prior Renekton massively paid off. We saw that demonstrated. But I feel like the issue I have with Nongshim's composition, they don't really have great setup for the MF. There's a lot of champions who can interrupt it. You don't have like those powerful AoE ultimates to set it up. And also, you know, your comp is quite reliant on Nidalee and Corki maintaining distance, landing harass. The composition for Bnk FearX, they have so many engage tools. And it kind of feels similar to what was working for them last week, where they have a lot of people who can get onto the enemy backline. They have the Rakan, they have the Yone, they have the follow-up from the Zeri as well. The Renekton obviously doing a fantastic job. So I just think what Nongshim offered into Bnk FearX's composition, I really struggled to see how it was going to work when it came to 5v5s.
My big issue with Nongshim's comp is that you're picking the Nidalee when you've already opted into one of the hardest losing lanes in the top lane. So the Nidalee is not a jungler that can help out when the Zyra dive comes through because you're just going to get blown up and she's going to like chuck a spear and be like, sorry, that's all I can do. And then obviously you have some very, you know, volatile lanes in mid and bottom as well. So the Nidalee just doesn't have any place to play through. And unless your players really pop off and have a great game, the Nidalee just isn't going to fit. And I feel like we've talked about this a million times, but I mean, it's still just getting picked when it doesn't fit.
Yeah, I do feel like the first pick Renekton bothered me until I saw the fact that they wanted to pick Asante and the Corki into it. And as we go into highlight number 1, we will get a bit of a demonstration as to why this top lane is not something that you would wish on your top laner in solo queue.
I'm going to be completely honest, Renekton is winning into Cassante, but the gap that Clear had was pretty significant to set up that earlier dive, where obviously the jungler came in. This, we saw a bit of the power that the Cassante does have once he's hit that level 6, able to turn around. But still, it felt like every play that was coming through was just, Clear getting further and further ahead.
And I mean, you literally can't just camp the top lane, so when you have this big of a lead, you can just kind of push those advantages, and even see the rest of the team coming up. Just knowing that there's a power point here for your squad, the Renekton's just going to be too big to fail later on, especially when that immobile MF is the one you're dealing with in team fights. This was way later in the game after he had continued to push the advantage even further, and he's able to take the 1v2. He does ultimately go down here, and he was pretty annoyed about it in the player comms afterwards, but still, I mean, this is just how powerful he was, and when he actually has teammates around him, I mean, every team fight was based around this Renekton that was so massive that bought a Randuin's third with all the extra gold he had and just was unkillable.
Yeah, he was absolutely a monster. Clear, of course, was also my OPGG pick of last week as well, so hopefully getting some points towards maybe winning out this time around. I think Clear has been really, really good. But let's have a look at this fight. This one was kind of the game decider when the game was half decided already, gentlemen.
I think it's insane how much space he makes, how much damage he does, how much the fight's already warped around him. They have to commit like the flash ult from the Renekton just to shut him down before he does more damage, but they've already lost a member, they've already been big cooldowns, they've already suffered so much damage. The MF ult actually gets a lot of value, but then is immediately interrupted by the Yone, so nothing further can come out of it. This is kind of the issue. It's hard to really stand there for a full duration ult without them either moving out of it or just shutting you down.
It's classic Bnk though, just kind of dive and keep walking towards the enemy and kill enemy champion, and closers like, I'm following up, because they basically just rammed their heads into the enemy team. Like, the subtlety of this Renekton, was it a cool flank angle? Oh, he found an angle, like they cleared vision, no, he just ran towards them, and then the follow-up came through from closer every time. Not subtle on this Renekton at all.
Yeah, subtle as a brick, and also played Outback Renekton. That's the best. It's just incredible. Let's have a look at the POG and see whether Clear's going to... And obviously, he's going to... Our Outback gentleman going to claim his third of the season. A small domestic aeroplane as well, 737.
I think it's cool that, often top lane counter pick is such a big thing. We talk about red side having that counter pick advantage. Clear's like, no, just lock me the Renekton. I will dominate this lane. There's nothing you can pick that can handle me. And he was right, and he showed off. Obviously, Renekton is a champion who spikes hard in the mid game, but he was so far ahead that it felt like in team fights he just was such a monster to deal with. They have to commit so much resources to shut him down.
Look at him just run at Fisher. He's running at him, he stuns him, he's just running at him. There's more people coming, but he's like, nah, I've got my Randuins, I got my Sterex shield, I don't care. I'm gonna run at them. I'm running at them, by the way. He's just so big that, like, he doesn't actually have to do anything special. It was getting to this point that was the skillful part, right? But once he became big, the game was all about him, and it's not surprising it's a 12er.
Even VNcast not throwing that vote over to Henna, very surprising.
Auto-attacking, he was like, oh, I like that.
Maybe he felt like he was the AD carry, because he killed the enemy AD carry in the bottom lane. It all makes so much sense. But congratulations to BNK. They will still have to win one more game in this series if they do want to keep their winning streak alive, though. So, in order to get us there, let's throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler. Take us through game number 2.
Thank you, Spaceman, for that awesome breakdown of game number 1, which was just pull out your hammer, which was Renekton, and just swing it at the enemy team.
And guess what? If they are not ready for a hammer swing, it's pretty effective, Valdez. And we saw them trying the brace. Cassante, this champion is so busted. But what Meow forgot, what really the entirety of Nongshim forgot, was that back when Cassante was still being fought up, Renekton was getting B1. NR5'd, we've had like 6 different eras of Renekton dominance. There have been copy pastas. There have been casters losing their mind about this crocodile in this region. For a really long time, it's part of LCK culture. So seeing a Renekton just pop off, you'll love to see it.
Yep, that's just the way it goes here in this region, as Nongshim praying for the reverse sweep. One thing that should help them is that they will move over to the blue side, which has, once again, taken over its rightful spot as the best side in League of Legends. And I'm going to be interested to see what they go for in terms of their first pick here. because
Renekton.
I feel like a lot of the bans are going to stay the same.
Yeah, just copy the homework. Oh, okay, ban Renekton. That also works. Might not want to prioritize it the same way that Bnk did. Yeah, I think the only team where we saw teams pick red side and actually made sense was Genji DK in that series. Doesn't really take place in the observable universe. That's like a whole different thing going on. So in that regard, it makes sense. Rumble.
Wait.
And on blue side.
Why? Why?
I don't know, and I'm not a fan.
I mean, the only reason you would do that is if your top laner is not ready to play it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. And now that gives a free ban over to Bnk FearX.
Yeah, that's not great. I'm a little sad at seeing that. Rumble really does feel like he should be exclusively a ban. On the flip side is, wow, the Poppy actually going to come through. I think you should have just banned Ashe.
Yeah.
Like, what are we going to pick that the Poppy is so...
Dive.
Yeah, well... yeah, but they didn't... like, I'm not crazy. They didn't do anything with or about Poppy in the last game, right?
They didn't, but the Nidalee got picked third, so I guess they didn't, they weren't going to ban at first rotation, I suppose. Although they did do that here, which is kind of interesting. Gnar was banned in the last game, but this time it's available, so they say, well, it's not Renekton into K'Sante, but if you want to play K'Sante into Gnar, you can do that as well. And Clear will be picking up that Gnar, as well as it looks like a Corki for closer. That's not Dive.
Very telling that the Corki priority remains the way that it has been, whereas the Tristana still nowhere to be seen thus far. Might be an Azir angle here for Fisher. Something that we've obviously seen traded back and forth a lot. The Braum, very early lock-in here. And I think it's quite interesting because you can ban away some of the rougher matchups. And picking only a counter-pick support does feel a little bit dicey. Fisher really loves weird hovers. I don't know if you noticed this in the last game as well, but I like a player who's a born entertainer. I think Azir is the most likely here. K'Sante also would make sense based on what we saw last game. Although I imagine Meow is in comms, although he's not talking a whole lot, but he should be in comms going, guys, please don't do that to me again. That wasn't fun. I don't want to live through that life. It's going to be the Lucian instead, and I said this before. I wish Lucian and Braum were reunited. They were best buddies for a really long time, and I still think that it actually is a really strong double up that you can go for. Not going to be the case. Obviously, it's going to be Ashe Braum, which is a top-tier bot lane. We do see the Maokai locked in here at Bnk, so they are swapping up their strategy, Valdez. That's a little scary.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think that on paper, these three champs together are excellent. You create a ton of space. You already have Corki, which is a top-tier mid-pick, who loves to have Maokai to disengage for him. Not the easiest lane for him into that Lucian, but we'll see how that one goes if Fisher is up to the task. And now we're just getting a lot of AP stuff banned away here. AP junglers taken away. The Zyre taken down, and then the Ziggs as well stolen from Henna.
Henna not allowed to play it. Still think that there was only one team, ironically, which was DRX, if I remember correctly, that actually utilized the Ziggs the way we love to see it. But Henna has looked good on the pick mechanically. Nidalee, just let him have it. Nidalee, especially after the last game, I think didn't really look like it did a whole lot. I do think with the Braum, you're going to feel a little bit better about it, but...
Ashe Arrow. You got some setup, but... Yeah. I mean...
I truly, from the bottom of my heart, like Renekton Nidalee makes complete sense. But playing an AD mid and Nidalee, if you're not guaranteed winning lane and invading, it just doesn't do anything. Like, you need to set up just a burst. I don't think brings enough. And what is the lock-in going to be here? They didn't really take too much away. The Renata, I'm a little bit baffled by. I don't even think Renata is that crazy into the Braum. It's not like you're playing Nautilus.
Looks like maybe they just wanted to deny Kalista Renata, but the Senna is available, and so... You know who also got buffed on this patch? Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath, yeah.
How about a Senna Cho lane? That sounds fun into Ashe. No, it's not going to happen. But Senna is going to be picked.
Could be Senna Maokai.
Could be.
Wouldn't hate that.
Senna Maokai, or you still got Senna Not, you got Senna Ornn.
Probably he's going to be Senna.
Senna Kench.
Yeah, Kench isn't real.
Hey, man.
Although, to be fair, if you leave open Vi, then Senna Kench is the way to go. But you didn't, which I think is good. Ivern going to get locked in here. Another look that we are really expecting from Sylvie. It's going to be like Cannon, Aatrox.
It really feels like both teams want to keep their distance from each other, but Bnk FearX does it better.
I just, I'm not about the Aatrox. And I think this is where we start to see, or where we really see Mihail's inexperience specifically, is that I think his Aatrox and his Cassante have looked good, but not picking Cassante is definitely the right call.
There it is. Senna Mao.
Yep. Brand comes through here for Raptor. I think a good call. One of the things that we are going to see is how well Raptor can do, especially now that he's flanked by a slightly weaker Corki. But for me, I look at the Nongshim comp and it's a little bit all over the place. I think that at that point...
Yeah, the Aatrox is very out of place.
So what you would have wanted, ideally, is Jace. Like, Jace is the best. You have Braum, you have Ivern. If you can play Jace well enough, I think you lock Jace here. And this comp looks great, right? It looks cohesive. The matchup is much better. I think the problem is just that Miao is a challenger player, and if he tries to pick Jace and he dies twice, then the game is over. But that is a really, really big win for BNK. I think you have an unmovable brick in the bot lane. You have a winning match up top. So it's only the mid lane matchup where I'm a little bit worried for them, and I just don't see Fisher really pressuring Closer in the 1v1 that much.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest. And, I mean, we might see a little bit of damage coming in, and maybe he gets ahead by like 10 CS, but I don't think it's going to be enough to change the way the game plays out in a big way. And see right there, she's got the Korean version of the SATs in 113 days.
Oh boy.
And
yeah,
she came here from Busan.
Those are a big deal.
Yeah. 113 days, you might say, oh, that's pretty far away. No, that's very close in Korea. Not a lot of time to study for that test.
And she's still here, so BNK, you owe her to get it to 2-0.
We'll see if it happens here as we hop into the rift for game 2. I miss doing the chants, man.
It was fun.
It was a great moment.
The circumstances were dire, but that was fun.
It was we made a good time out of it, I guess. At least.
I love Senna Maokai. I'm glad that it's getting picked now. I feel like it's been so underappreciated even when Senna was top tier.
Yeah, Senna actually... Let me just take another look here. For a while there, Alistair was actually he was our highest win rate champ that was picked very often, but he actually fell a little bit to 65% win rate before this week. And in fact, Senna is the highest win rate champ that does get played the most, currently at about 70% win rate. Only played 17 times, 12-5.
Yeah, I think Senna hasn't, if I remember correctly, didn't really receive any direct nerfs. The meta just shifted away from her. And let's not forget that she was by far the most broken pick in the entirety of Spring. That sent Nodal's lane. Still the only thing that beat Gen G in the LCK.
Yeah.
In this entire year.
Still. The whole year.
Yeah.
It's
to be fair, like Gen G lost 2 series the whole year, so you know, there's not a lot of tape in that regard.
And they lost games along the way, you know.
Yeah, true. Yeah, MSI lost a bunch, obviously, at the almost reverse sweep coming through from TES.
Yeah. So, you know, I mentioned the Cho'Gath, but also, especially at level 1, if you get hit by Winter's Bite, any kind of melee support that's a tank is just going to sit there and take damage. So it's not going to be fun for Duro, especially early on, but just in general, Ash Braum is very obnoxious. So this is just going to happen, and it's going to be about how well he can stave off that pressure.
I actually would have really liked if BNK went for the same tech we've seen Gen G go for, which is that on the first buy, Henna and Duro both farm. So you just go longsword, because realistically, Maokai is just going to miss CS. Because this wave is going to crash. It's going to be really hard to get everything that you'd want. And we'll see, but a lot of poke is going to come down. Duro's not going to be able to get a lot of the minions, so I really like the second buy to come through, or first back, second buy for the support item to come through.
Oh, just look at this wave. It's just going into the ether mostly.
Yeah, which should happen. Like, credit to Geo and Guger, but could have been a little bit more optimized. The reality is that the first couple levels are going to be rough. Eventually, once you get your boots, you know, Duro is going to have his passive, you're going to have the healing, and it'll be completely fine. But this 2v2 should definitely be rough.
Junglers going to find each other in the river. The Brand, in general, a good matchup into the Ivern, especially once the team fights begin. Because you have a bunch of brushes and stuff, but what if Brand just throws an ult in there? Everybody's trying to group up and huddle around these brushes and get shields and stuff. Ivern can shield a lot of that damage, but the Brand as well will get a lot of value.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It can go both ways depending on how well the Brand is doing, right? Because if Ivern gets accelerated, has a very early redemption, then your early ult's not really going to get a whole lot done. But as you're saying, at the same time, if you do group up into Brand, that's his favorite thing. There's a lot of setup here for Bnk, and I think that this composition very different from both what they ran last week and what they have looked the best on. But this is still a really strong front-to-back composition. The only thing that I think is a little bit dicey is that your engage is a little bit so-so. So we do have Guger getting spotted. Raptor was able to sneak away the Raptor. Or the Crab, rather. Oh.
All right, coming in for the steal, but he is going to be hit. And now the smite will go the way of Raptor, but he's got it in the brush, so he doesn't even bother using it. And that's just fine. Sylvie can't smite it, so he has to back.
Good interrupt there from Raptor. Otherwise, it might have been an opportunity to steal it away. It was mid lane prior for Fisher, so Sylvie was feeling very safe as Mihal, I think, has looked really good in the Aatrox. Really, his mastery of the Aatrox isn't really the thing that is the issue here. It's that the laning phase can be quite rough. Looks a lot better, though, than the Cassante matchup did so far.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think the Aatrox can sustain up pretty well. He can hit the mini Gnar a bunch, but it's still Gnar, who will put on pressure into a lot of melee matchups, pretty much all of them. And we talked about this lane as well. They're exactly even on farm. Closer did have to go for the plated steel caps first, but he looks like he's having a great time. Here comes Braum. Gonna try to help out with that a little bit, but yeah, Closer definitely totally fine. As we do have the Gnar ultimate now, and now Raptor coming on in, but that is going to be the flash out of Mihail. And so just gonna get that value there.
Raptor gonna immediately start up the grubbies, and yeah, Brand. Brand is by far the most satisfying grubby guy. I think out of any jungler, it feels smooth, it goes quickly. So we do have Closer taking a little bit more damage than I think he was looking for, but Hannah has made the roam just to ensure that they get this topside objective. They might even be able to rotate towards Dragon. I think the biggest weakness of Ivern is that his objective damage is it's not good. It's very slow, so he does need to set up from the rest of his team.
Just auto the Dragon from the brushes. You'll get it in like 2 minutes. Eventually. Bnk FearX, they get those 2 grubbies, or 3 rather, and Nongshim and their bottom lane is coming over here, but maybe potential to poke on in here. Duro just gonna run towards the Ashe. Now he has to commit. He goes on in, but this is a 3v4 Bnk, and that's just gonna be Duro dying for seemingly not a big reason. Although now that Raptor's here with level 6, he really wants to throw that ult into the brushes and maybe even steal this one away, as there's the ult, gonna do a bunch of damage, and now comes down to the smite fight, and it goes the way of Raptor. Bnk FearX, I didn't believe in them, but they extend the fight, and now they're getting some big value. So many low health bars, as Dal will go Jiwoo, and even Fisher is gonna have to flash away from this one. Raptor just on the hunt, looking for more. That's one more W, not gonna get it done, but still an eventual win for Bnk FearX.
Well, take that. Starts off looking very sussy with Duro going in. If you have ult or flash, you can make that play. But he had neither, so he just got focused and died. And I understand.
He was baiting them.
Well, so eventually that's what happened, Valdez. But I don't think that, he probably could have done that. And you know know what? Honestly, if your main priority is to get the dragon, then this is actually what you need to do. Because they would have gotten it definitely. If you look at the minimap, it takes a little bit of time for Raptor to arrive. And if they had just focused, maybe the call was just for Doro to sacrifice himself. Because that's really how it looked like. And here, obviously, we're getting a ton of value. There, they get the dragon. Fisher is taken out of the fight. Was that a sapling as well there? That was still waiting in the brush?
I don't think so. It was the jump
Just a tick
from the passive from the dragon onto Guger. And then he extended that as well. It just like added up. And the arrow is going to sail wide as they do not commit to it. But Mihail really under pressure here as Henna's already on the roam towards the top lane. We do have Sylvie nearby. He's level 6 as well. Bit of pressure in mid at the same time. Fisher really trying to put on some damage with the culling. Closer looks like he does not have Valkyrie, or he's not going to use it, and just runs away.
Yeah, we are leaving Duro alone, and he's not having the best of time here in this bot lane. So ideally, I think Bnk wants to try and make a play towards Mihail. But he has a lot of safety brushes, and Sylvie still in the general vicinity. Still going to get bullied out. I don't know if they can actually get the kill here.
I don't think they'll get the kill, but they just rotate everybody up, and it's going to be 2 plates going towards Bnk FearX from the top lane.
Yeah, but I think you'd still take that. I think Duro might have to back here, meaning Giu should be able to get at least another play. And this is the problem because of the protection against lane swaps. It's always going to be really hard to trade evenly in plates. Although thus far, we're able to do so. In this game, he's early on looking relatively close. I'm just looking at the Nongshim composition, and they need to build out the lead on Giu and Fisher. Because for this comp to work, Nongshim needs to have prio in lanes, because if they're not first in objective, the comp doesn't actually do it doesn't do anything. There's not that much poke. There's just burst and a lot of DPS and really good zone control. And that's about it. So if they're not to an objective first, if they lose control of the lanes, then I have a hard time seeing how they're going to fight back for control.
Yeah, I do agree. And as it stands right now, Fisher got the 1 kill. And we do have Giu farming up pretty well. But it's not quite enough to get your team in a substantial lead where you're going to be ruling all these objectives as they do come along. We do have another opportunity at a Chemtech Soul, by the way. Cloud was first, Mountain is second. So just, little PSA for everybody out there listening, just in case. And Bnk FearX, they're just going to get to work on the second set of grubs. And it doesn't look like Nongshim can do anything about it.
No TP available for Fisher yet. So the timing here really nicely done by Bnk. Just going to get their 6 grubs. And, can we get the cancel?
Yep.
That's big. Very nicely done. That's going to be a lot of plates going over here to Fisher. A lot of minions being lost. So Bnk do have to pay a price.
Guger's just going to go in and face check. They do have an Aatrox in, but the timing is not good for Nongshim. Duro in a bit of trouble himself. He's not even going to bother to flash. And Sylvie gets the kill, kind of unfortunately. Feel like you would like that either on Giu or Mihail. But at least they do trade the kill back. Meanwhile, Clear is just once again getting to work on this top turret.
Things are not the best for Duro. I think the previous play, good stuff. This play, getting the teleport cancelled by, your opponents. That's one thing that's a little bit sad. But then also going in, dying. I think there was an opportunity to flash there. I don't think he had to go down. If he flashes a little bit earlier, could have been a big moment. As we take another look, teleport. Yeah, I think he could have walked into the brush. He didn't, and then Guger just walks up here. I'm not entirely certain why. I do think with Grom, a lot of players get this, I am invincible because I have my door. But
do you think he leveled his door?
Oh, I'm sure he didn't.
Can we go ahead and ask Ox to check the levels of the Braum? I don't think it would have saved him in this case, but perhaps could have gotten up to 45% damage reduction instead of 35.
It's free 1-1 right now. So
yeah, so it's leveling Q.
Well, he could go 3 points into Emax, but I don't think that's... I'm not optimistic on that one.
Don't think so. And it is Chemtech Soul, as, sorry guys, I did distract Ox. That's my fault. I'll take the blame for that one. And Giu is just going to be pushed out of lane. Speaking of being pushed out of lane, Mihail does not have World Ender. Somehow that wall is going to miss. Expecting Mihail to run back in toward the middle of the lane. But at the end of the day, it's still an Aatrox under fire. And we also have Bnk FearX looking for a bit more. The arrow's only going to save him for so much, but Closer not going to overextend. Meanwhile, he already did overextend as the rest of Nongshim did rotate down and got his flash.
Not too bad a trade. You'll take that. But not great. I think Gook could have held on to his ultimate there, but obviously was just trying to look for the quick 1-2. It's tough though, because Gio was already effectively taken out of the fight, so I don't even think, even if you hit the ultimate, that there's necessarily a way. It won't matter too much. I think it should be close to up when we actually get to the Herald fight, and we have been told, unfortunately, by Yundo that it is in fact QMax Prom, which always makes us very, very sad. One-item spikes now done across the board outside of Gio and Duro, respectively.
He put 4 points in Q now.
Yeah.
He's just going to max it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
We knew it was happening.
I mean, I guess if it's 3, you can pivot out. Yeah. I specifically just wanted to know if he hit 3 for that moment, but it wasn't meant to be. That's just the way it goes with our professional Brahms.
Well, without that, they wouldn't have had the damage to kill Duro, right? Right?
Yeah.
Veldas?
Yeah. Definitely. Bnk FearX, it feels like they're very much in control of this game, but it's only a 1,000 gold lead. It's not the end of the world. It's 2 Drakes in their favor, but it's Chemtech Soul. Now, you really want to deny Chemtech Drakes away from Nongshim, as you don't want that Ivern to get more and more value, the Braum, stuff like that, to get even more value. The Aatrox as well. I think Bnk FearX, even if it's not amazing for them, which it's, I mean, there's some, you know, you got a Senna and stuff, but you really need to deny it from the side of Nongshim. So we might still see these Drakes have a lot of priority just because Bnk want to deny it, as they're getting to work on the Rift Herald while Nongshim tried to bully out Clear.
Nongshim are faking a bit of a contest here. Doesn't look like Bnk is going to take the bait. Nice read there by Clear, knowing that we haven't seen Ivern. Don't think that he's actually contesting. Means the goal is basically even now. Dragon's going to be the big thing, though. I do agree with you, Veldas.
I'm pretty sure this is Yuno that's... sorry to cut you off, Chronicler. That's... I feel like he's antagonizing us because he put the... what you get from leveling up your Q, which is plus 50 damage and minus 0.4 seconds cooldown. So that's what he's gotten by going for 4 points in Q.
Fellas, we are not having the argument as to whether or not it's better or worse.
No, I just, you know, he just put in the stats, so I thought it deserved mentioning. Because he's really hammering the point home that it really doesn't do much when you level that Q.
Well, no, I know.
But Winner is going to bite a little bit harder.
But we've already learned that. Like, this is like just with the Renekton thing. We've learned these counters. We don't need to relearn them.
Yeah.
We should know them.
But for some reason we don't. Fisher's going to lose that trade. Thankfully, he has Ivern to help out, as now the TP is coming in, and they're in a really rough spot. The arrow is not going to hit, but I think Closer's still in a bit of trouble. The Senna ult will help out him. Highly flashes, but he can't even get the knockup on a Closer, and now he's just dead. The Aatrox alone, not able to do anything, as now we have the Nature's Grasp coming in. Not going to hit anyone, actually, but the root is going to hit Cougar. And they will back away from the fight. Just the kill on a Mihail, but it feels like a big one.
Yeah, some questionable flashes there, I do want to say. I think Mihail's obviously taking cake.
We've still got Nar available. Clear trying to go forward. He's going to hop in as well. He does hit 2 of them. Jiwoo avoids it, but the rest of the team is not, as Sylvie is in a lot of trouble. Going to get hit in the head by a house. And down will go the turrets. Meanwhile, we've got Closer pushing mid, and they're not even done with this fight. As Nongshim trying to step up here, Clear not able to do much, as for some reason he didn't get over the wall. And the Lucian is down a level and is losing to Corki.
Oh, Mihail. That's a bit of a tilter. I gotta say. I think I should have not thrown as much last game, so I'm gonna try and get the reset. Definitely way too overeager. Desperately wants the reset, ends up going down. Then Hannah has another questionable flash, which is what I was talking about earlier. So that's Braum.
Engage Senna, anyone?
Yeah, definitely not a fan of that one. But crucially, we do have Cougar, you know, securing some vision, but a lot of poke still comes down. I think Jiwoo playing very far forward here.
Yeah.
Ends up having to...
Oh God, what happened here? But actually it's being turned. Nongshim able to get that kill. There's the reset. Now Duro's in a bit of trouble. He's got to run away. Is Duro not quite able to run from the Aatrox as this brand value is just kind of getting out of control. Everybody burning, but it's still a couple of kills to Nongshim. And some very low health bars though. So Bnk trying to stand up for this Drake.
Is that enough to get them the Camtech Drake? If they can start stacking the Drake, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Really what they're looking for. I've taken a good amount of damage. Miao also getting some much needed gold influx this time around with that kill. And this is one of the key things with Ivern. He really forces you to relearn your kill windows. Because if you go in and he shields in extended trade...
He tried to ward the brush, 100%, I'll tell you that. And the Rift Herald is going to be used as an engaged tool. Here comes the Senna.
That's Hannah.
Engaged Senna is back, and he's just going to crash into the wall. Now, they might try to group up and use it to push and maybe get a charge. But this is Ivern we're talking about. Speaking of relearning stuff, it's kind of hard to get free pushes, although Nongshim might just let it happen. No, it's not going to charge. And, yep. Now, Mahal on the run just has to use World Ender. As this game is, once again, it feels like we're kind of going off the rails just a little bit. You know, the train teetering and tottering back and forth as this happens, Chronica.
So, I get the willingness to see a 3-man Gnar window and being like, whoa, we got to take that one. But Ivern's there, so... probably shouldn't unless you have guaranteed follow-up immediately. Not the case. Still, I think that whole sequence is the end of the world for Bnk. And Bnk is still looking fine, but I would advise them to exercise a little bit of caution. I think 5v5s is really where you have Nongshim beat. If you are playing this type of skirmishy style where the Braum and the Ivern are going to have a ton of value, it's quite hard. Really for Bnk, I think. You can't play traditional front-to-back. You can also try and get a flank angle for clear. One of the big weaknesses that Nongshim do have is that once you get on top of them, they are quite vulnerable. Problem is, will we be able to do that against Ivern? I'm not so sure. Sylvina also has the Moonstone done, and if they actually get 4 Camtech Drakes, like that's actually super high value.
Yeah.
Between Moonstone, between Braum, between Aatrox's healing and the shield he gets, you know, from the Eclipse, the Redemption, there's so much stuff.
Yeah. No, I think it's actually pretty huge, and we'll see if eventually someone does pick up a Serpent's Fang, because I think in general...
They should.
You should get it even without the Chemtech Drakes, but if they get a bunch of Chemtech Drakes, that's just going to be gigantic shields that you can really pummel through with that item. And see if anyone does eventually go for that.
I think the only one that can is Hannah, and Hannah looks like going Edge of Night. And like, you're only going to get...
I didn't want to call him out specifically, but I was like, you know, somebody...
Yeah.
Hannah.
Because you're going to get like 2 items at most, generally. Like, if we do get to a free 4-item Senna, that's kind of out there, but I don't trust LCK teams to actually start letting Hannah farm. It's not really a thing we do. So...
We know our team so well. Duro's in a lot of trouble, but he is Maokai. We'll see if he can get out of this one. The Senna ult's also going to help him, but look at this redemption value. Cougar, full health, and still a lot of poke did go in from the brand onto that back line. Raptor still holding on to his ult. Really, for me, my headspace, I'm just thinking about the insane amount of value this brand is getting in all of these team fights, as his damage must be so high at this point already.
I imagine it will. Duro, I'm getting some lucid Maokai vibes, where he's used to playing stuff with a lot of proactive engage power, and Maokai is not that, right?
Yeah.
Maokai is responsive engage powers.
That's an Ivern alone, and he is in the forest, but he's not enjoying this at all. The TP is coming in, and he kind of does bait them in. It's now Closer in a really rough spot, trying to get the kill, misses the big one onto Cougar, who is incredibly low. And Raptor is still kiting it out and chipping away at those health bars. But Fissure going to take this moment now to go top and try to get some of this local gold. No. It's just going to go down.
Yeah, they don't want to take the risk. They have a okay amount of vision, but not great. So there was an angle there for Bnk to collapse on him. And if he dies, then they probably get Nash. So wanted to play it safe. I gotta say, I think we're starting to see why Bnk is only drafting dive.
Yeah.
Because guess what, Valdez?
Corki isn't a dive champion.
Well, they're playing it like it is. And it makes sense, given how successful they've been. But we are very deep in the enemy jungle, okay? That's not where you should be. I'm trying to think of a good movie analogy. I don't know what I first thought was Tropic Thunder, but that's kind of how the whole sequence felt. I'm not gonna lie.
I see.
I do love that.
Yeah, it's a great movie. So I'm glad you referenced it anyway. To some of our Zoomer fans out there who probably haven't seen it. This is part of why the brand feels nice into this. You just throw your W's and brushes and you hit people. As already the poke is coming down and now the Braum is standing in front, but he's just burning so fast. This Raptor is just frontlining alongside Aduro. Is everybody going to flash away from that Gnar? And now the kiting will come out here. And Mihail just frontlining pretty well. Closer once again, diving the backline, sets up the kill on the Fisher with his dive Corki. As the disengage code is going to be denied, and Mihail can't get away from them. That should be the Drake to Bnk.
I honestly wish they would go Nash. I think they might still try to do so immediately after there's no TP on Mihail, on Fisher. I think that might be the nail in the coffin there. I gotta say, I actually think this was doable for Nongshim. So a lot of damage goes into Guger, who, yes, he ends up going down, but there is a moment here where I think there was an engage window because they flash. If they play a little bit more aggressive here, I think it's doable. Look at this disjointed nature. Meow's going forward, the rest of the team is backing off, and they had to make the decision one way or another. Either we all commit because the health bars are low, or we back off. That is neither, as we see in picture-in-picture. Nash being taken.
Yeah, Nongshim didn't want to challenge that at all, as Jiwoo and Sylvie were pushing bot.
It makes sense. Yeah, they had no TP. There was no way that they're going to be able to make anything happen. It's also Ivern. So if it was like Nocturne, I'm like, got a 50-50 it.
Yeah.
But it's...
Remember Orianna Nocturne?
That was fun. I miss Nocturne.
Good times. Remember Nico? Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember these fun engaged champs. Maybe Bnk will pull some of those out.
Remember,
if, you know, the Vi gets banned, Ari or something, you know, Yone gets banned, they might be like, Nocturne mid?
Yeah, I'd be...
I could watch Closer play some Nocturne mid.
Oh, I thought Jarvan mid. It's full lethality.
I don't know about that one specifically. Oh, wow. That was a Bush of all time. There were a lot of people in there, and Closer does find them. And that's why plants are bad for League of Legends. Anyway, Bnk FearX are going to push mid with their Baron buff. It was a nice little try at a gank rush from Nongshim.
Have you even thought about the repercussions of taking these plants out of the environment, Valdez? Like what that would do for the ecosystem?
That was fine before they were there.
They're very necessary.
I don't think so. We can add more brush. That'd be fine.
I don't know.
To make up for the impact.
I think we have just the right amount of brushes.
Okay.
Well, Ivan obviously disagrees.
Yeah. Maybe in a different game. And they're trying to siege, but it's not actually going that well. It's kind of difficult to siege still into the brushes, even with the brands. You can throw some stuff in there, but you're not 100%. Even if you chip them down, you know, they have a lot of sustain. They still have the shields from the Ivern. And so they're just going to rotate down to the bottom lane and try to take this inner turret. But I do wonder if Bnk will be able to crack the base. They'll be able to take down an inhibitor turret. And with everybody backing now, kind of feels like they don't believe they can either.
No, they're just going to accept that this was all they got. Might be looking for like one more final push, but don't think there is a whole lot to be found. Next Dragon still 2 minutes away. So I think we're going to have just a bit of trekking through the jungle. You know, pushing some waves.
Doesn't build in the Serpent's Fang, does it?
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there is a lot of healing.
You have Brand. You have Brand.
Well, what's better than one anti-healing item than 3 anti-healing items, Chronicler? Because of course Gnar need one as well.
I'm telling you, it's not gonna matter in this game. But this is one of those scenarios where I'm like, guys, come on. This isn't that. Like, Brand is obviously one of the best in the game at applying the passive.
Yeah. Well,
and Serpent. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for this game. It's irrelevant. We shouldn't be angry about it.
We're having a good time, though, mauling over it. So it's good that we got to raise the point. And Bnk FearX did utilize a little bit of the end of the Red Bull Baron power play to take the mid inhibitor turret.
Nice.
They're not going to get any inhibitors. But even if they did, it's just the mid inhibitor. I thought maybe they would stick to bottom and try to get the bottom one because that would be really nice for the potential Baron that would spawn in 2.5 minutes. But then again, you know, if they take bottom right now, they really want to focus on this Dragon, which the bottom one is easy. You can just push that out and go straight to Dragon, rather. So they just elect to play it very safe and spend all their money on anti-healing items.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like the clear one, I'm like, you know,
Not everybody can build like Showmaker.
Oh man, that guy. I will trust him over probably maybe Chovy. I feel Chovy is also very in tune, but Showmaker to me is the golden standard of whenever he does some tech, I'm like, oh man, that's so smart.
Yeah,
that's so well thought out.
Oh boy.
We are starting to see Sylvie struggle a little bit. Raptor, man, the poke of this Brand.
This is the thing. I mean, you think you're safe in the brushes, but you're not, because Brand just spams in the brush with his AoE. As now the engage, though, from the Braum is only going to hit Maokai. Meanwhile, Jiu is going to get poked out a little bit, but the poke advantage does go to Nongshim.
Yeah, it's shielding coming through. If only they had an item that could negate it. We do have the bot lane wave getting pushed in. Duro is going to be able to TP into this fight, so not too worried. I don't know if Nongshim have the time, but again, if they set up an objective, this composition is insanely obnoxious to play into. I think they might be able to get it. That's a bounty as well if they do.
Well, we'll see if they do, as Duro's really going to send it into the banana brush, and you know what? It's going to work out decently, as now Jiwoo is frontlining as Ash. He has to flash away, and now Fisher's frontlining as Lucian. What's going on? As they don't seem to have a frontline. Mahal was never able to get there. Now a bit of damage goes into Gnar, as, again, the train has well and truly fallen off the tracks now. We're not wobbling back and forth anymore, as both teams really trying to play for this one, but Mega Gnar is about to time out after this TP does get finished. As Bnk FearX, they really want to burst down at this Dragon. They're going to go for it now. The Chemtech Soul goes their way. Duro on the engage. Fisher is so low, he has to back away, and Cougar is just going to be sacrificed, as nobody else was able to save him. And now Daisy will be called out for some reason, just to try to help them get away, which they will.
Oh, that was a desperate time, call for desperate measures. I think Mihal honestly might have wanted to try and like TP behind them. He did 0 damage in that fight. He was getting matched by Clear. And Nongshim doesn't actually really have a front line. Like, obviously, Cougar is the main thing, but you can saw that they're like, oh, we're moving it. No, we're getting poked. Move back. Because they don't have engage. Which, again, is why it's so important to get the setup. They didn't really manage to do the damage they needed to. And with this second Nash, I think BNK are about to lock in their 2-0, continuing their trend upwards in the standings and making a case for why they should make the playoffs. Because if we look at this again, I think BNK actually play this uncharacteristically patient, which is really cool, because this is not a team that generally you think of when it comes to patience. Gio, as you point out, not the best positioning, ends up having to flash right from the get-go, and then they still have a good amount of healing, so these health bars aren't too bad.
Yeah.
But look at Mihal. He just doesn't... They don't want to pull the trigger, because like, what does that mean? Like, the 280 carries walk up? The composition just feels funky to me, Velas. I feel like he didn't really see it.
Yeah. You really do. And, you know...
That's a Jace?
Yeah, you're poking them down, you're getting value, you culling and you shock blast. People are getting low, they don't have too much sustain. Yeah, absolutely, but wasn't meant to be. And, you know, we meme on the anti-healing items, but at the end of the day, it's Aatrox and Ivern, so... You know, they're just trying to really cut back on all the healing, and in an extended fight like that, you can see that it should have gotten some big value, as we do have a Dirk.
Oh.
He's got one Dirk.
Hannah, he's going to finish it when, like, the Nexus falls, and they're going to be like, see, I bought it, value.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, I did want to point out Duro's builds. No Warmogs in sight, just 3 high-value items.
Yeah, of all the picks to still, like, basically rush Warmonks on, this is definitely a good one because you're actually farming. I would have really liked it. I'm going to be the case, and it doesn't look like it'll end up mattering Valdez.
He just said it got nerfed, so I'm not building it. Raptor's just nearly going to die, and he does flash to try to get away as the Redemption. Tries to snipe him down, but Redemption not quite as strong as Chemtech plants. And so Raptor at half health. Certainly that culling hurt quite a bit. Raptor will survive, and there is healing from the center. So they're able to back away, he's able to sustain up, and the push will still come through for Bnk FearX.
Slow and steady for BNK. Not taking too much risk, still have a minute left on this. Could opt to have Duro back and TP back in if they want to keep the wave alive.
I feel like you just throw out a Nature's Grasp, as Henna is just going to cleanse that one. Duro still holding onto that Maokai ultimate.
And there's no engage. But how do you catch someone? You can't. So you guys getting siege in all lanes.
Yeah. Maybe if they had a Renekton that was really far ahead, they just run at them. But that was the last game. And it was their opposing team, not no.
And I know we're always looking for upsets when we all have the same predictions, but I think this one is going to be at Miel. One last-ditch attempt.
He finally finds the flank in this game, but it's as the Nexus turrets fall, and they are not going to do anything to help him out. Mihail gets 1 Q out of the backline, and then the Nexus falls. Bnk FearX picks up a very smooth sailing 2-0 today.
Very clean for BNK. We definitely see the difference in their level of execution when they go from classic dive comp to team fighting. I think we had, some positioning mishaps, some decisions that maybe weren't quite up to par. But all things considered, I think they look like the better team in both games. Very deserved win here for them, and they continue their winning streak. Right now, sitting at 5-6, game score of -5. And again, Kwangdong only 7 games away now, and they are tied when it comes to series score. So BNK feeling good, and they still have a match against Brion, and obviously it's Bro. I can't ever underestimate them.
You never know.
In this form, that should be doable for this team.
Absolutely should. I think that they should be favored going into that matchup, memes aside. Unless Bro upset Genji today, and then we'll have a different story for you later. And a lot of the focus would be on that upset if that actually did happen, but unlikely. We'll have to wait and see what does happen. As a Duro fan out there, recognizing the support Maokai play that was brought out today. Worked out very nicely. Feels really nice when you can pick the Senna and then just rotate your Maokai into support and pick up the Brand into the Ivern. And it all worked out very well for the side of BNK.
It's also a level of draft, awareness that I'm not necessarily normally associate with BNK. Knowing like Raptor on carries has been looking amazing. Duro, Maokai. I think decision-making wise, definitely a champion that has a good amount of skill expression, but mechanically not the most challenging. So
yeah,
ends up working out nicely. We do have a couple of these early skirmishes. I think Nongshim had the right idea, but I'm going to go back to it again. I think that Miao didn't have a great day today, but I also feel like he wasn't really set up in a position where I think he could carry, and also, or it might be the flip side, he needs to expand his champion pool so that they can get something that actually works.
I think he does need to do that, just in general, and then if he does do that, it makes it easier to put him in a good spot in the draft.
It goes both ways, right?
It does go both ways. You were talking about BNK. I feel like they need to adopt, the meme bell curve of the IQ, where it's like the bottom of it will just be draft dive, and the middle is like, oh, we do like all these different things, and we pick these different champs, and we react to what our opponent's doing, and then the bottom, the front of it is just pick dive. Like, they should just do that, honestly. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree.
They look so good when they play dive. Just play dive.
Because this is good enough against Nongshim, but a composition like this, I don't trust that they'll beat Kwangdong, even with Kwangdong looking right now, right? And T1, KT, these teams would wipe the floor. If they play that, which they didn't because they played dive.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's what is in their future as well. I think BNK, their revival has been one of the cooler parts in terms of individual story. Yeah, they faced Genji the week after this, but also DRX. So there's a pretty realistic world where they end up with like 7 wins with still 2 weeks to go in the LCK. What a story it would be, because this team looked very dire. And I think they reversed DRX, with DRX we were like, oh, and then things kind of took a nosedive. And then they're getting better and better.
Not a lot of in-depth discussion here. Basically, just saying hit the towers, hit Ashe, and they did that, and they won the game. As Closer ends up doing the most damage in this one, but the brand value absolutely could be felt in this game as well.
Yeah, I think Raptor, his early pathing in particular was really good. Allowed him to get a lot of the objectives, was very consistent with his smites. And you know, I'm a big fan of junglers that just get everything on the map all the time.
Yeah, AP junglers, just clear out the jungle, be available for your lanes, and make stuff happen. So, Bnk FearX, pretty straightforward 2-0 here. No memes either. It was pretty straightforward and not too much to see. Nongshim are going to have to go back to the drawing board, but for us, we're going to go back to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that one. Raptor, of course, doing the tour of the 2 AP junglers that were nerfed on this patch, and coming up pretty good on both of them. Orcs, Wolf, how do we feel about this draft this time around?
Well, the Ivern pick really just didn't hit all too much for us, because there were some jungle bans. Obviously, they came through, and it was one that I think they didn't expect to see, considering our East Side teams haven't really had to pilot this. But it allowed for some really cool tech, right? Where you had the brand come through, actually, where they flipped the Maokai into support with the Senna, which was actually really smart by Bnk, and has been kind of discussed to death how good Brand's ultimate is when everyone's stacked up in the bushes. The other problem for this draft for me, for Nongshim Red Force, is they've drafted the Braum Ashe, but then the Ivern doesn't allow you to dive or take advantage of that pushing power into the Senna, so they just kind of weather the storm and stack it up.
Yeah, I think there's so much more agency on the side of Bnk FearX, and it kind of felt like Nongshim were just kind of holding ground, which made them really vulnerable to the brand. Also, you know, the Senna harass and the Corki harass is there as well. I will say that, you know, often playing into Ivern, the value for Serpent's Fang is insane, but most comps, it's kind of hard to fit it in. I feel like when you have a Senna, you should have bought that, and this game would have been even more one-sided.
Yeah, I think Raptor could have also bought it, and it would have been absolutely fine.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. I think that would have been a good idea. But, you know, that's okay. Also, Mihail should have played Jace. Unfortunately, couldn't play Jace, didn't play Jace. Let's have a look at highlight number 1 and see how this one worked out. Is a little bit of a sad one, to be perfectly honest.
If you're a Nongshim, this is the kind of highlight that makes you want to cry, because you've got the teleport angle here for Mihail. You also have the Ashe arrow coming through, and this should be just an easy set play, big punish. But unfortunately, the arrow misses, and Sylvie backs out, and Mihail is just left to die.
And the Aatrox kind of missed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of these ones where you can commend the team for having the right idea out of play, but the execution really just ends up being all over the place. And it's just rough to see for Nongshim, and especially Mihail didn't have the best game here, didn't have the best series up against Clear.
I think, obviously, if Duro holds his Nature's Grasp, he wanted to use it expecting that Mihail would have been a bigger threat, then maybe they actually even end up getting more than just that kill, the turret here, and they get on the extension of the play. But it's kind of a disaster, and this was the moment where some of these champs on the side of Bnk just became too big to fail, right? Duro's getting tankier, Henna's actually having a great game, and they just are, Nongshim, kind of lost on the play. Like, they completely whiff it. You know, if this... So it goes the other way and they end up getting those kills and end up putting some damage on the turret there and getting a little bit more map control. Maybe they could set up the brushes. Completely different game, but this was really the pivotal moment.
I also feel like they hung around for so long, almost inviting Bnk FearX to take more. And I think at some point, you know, like they could have got away a lot easier on the back of that, but they're like, no, we can still find something. And it kept getting more, losing more and more. And even at the end, it looked a little bit delicate when they were still staying in.
Yep, Bnk just picking a great draft and executing it really well. And as we are going to see in our next highlight, it really did come down to some... again, it feels like more Nongshim struggles, but I think that this was also played exceptionally well by Bnk.
One of the first times when Nongshim actually have control towards an objective, right, with their Ivern brushes, and yet just didn't kite back to Drake. And this is one of those split calls where you see Googers trying to hold the door, he's up at the front trying to engage, and they're trying to hard force with this comp. when they actually could have just played this way slower and backed away and tried to play around the fact that Miao could have looked for a flank potentially. It was just very bizarre. Like, it looked like, yes, the comp could have worked here, but they just didn't know how to do it.
And the thing is, they actually started to get this significant health advantage, and with an Ivan on your team, that starts to really hurt the other team. And then they step up and play aggressively and instantly throw that away, and Fish ends up going down, and suddenly that advantage is just gone on the back of that over-aggression.
Yep. I do want to just say that Bnk have really impressed me over the last couple of weeks, the last 3 matches, in the way that they just play the same game no matter who their opposition is. I was half thinking that up against Nongshim here today, we'd be seeing a Bnk that aren't necessarily going for these tricky drafts, revealing a bit of tech, things like that. And I think that it's actually really impressive that they just play the same game no matter what. And we're going to have a look at the POG, see who it's going to be. Gentlemen, any dinosaurs? Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this was a bit of a tougher one, I feel like, because there were some whoopsies for sure on the side of Bnk throughout the mid-game, but Raptor seemed to have the biggest impact on the game just by stacking up his ults and tossing out flame pillars and just annoying the enemy team because he's so good into Ivern.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. It's nothing new, but he had a fantastic game. I feel like while Bnk FearX has been doing well, he's been super consistent across them, and we're just seeing the value of the brand pick here. And as was mentioned before, Brand and Zyra both nerfed in this patch. Nerf's clearly not doing enough, and Raptor still piloting them just excellently.
Yeah, and this was also up against Sylvie, who was the one that I believe debuted the brand this season in the jungle as well. So against the brand master, and 8 out of 12 in favor of Raptor here. A little bit of confusion elsewhere. A few votes going over to Closer. I find it a little bit interesting that there's no Henna votes. I actually felt like he had a really good game.
Yeah, I think Closer was the most consistent player throughout the game, arguably, in terms of his damage output. I thought that despite some mistakes, Duro's Maokai was decent as well. They set up a lot of plays, but I think Raptor was the easy vote.
I think we know why Henna didn't get votes, and it's because he didn't build Sip and Spire.
That's true. As far as Boris is concerned, Henna is not winning anything as that is happening. But we don't quite have the interview ready. Do we have any closing thoughts on Bnk, especially when they're coming into their bro matchup?
I think definitely you can have stronger teams sort of have issues and underperform, and you can get upset from that. And that definitely happened last week, but I think Bnk have shown that they've kind of worked out their identity, they're playing to it, they're looking so much better as a team, and I feel like against Bro, this should just be a clean week for them and they can really start to push up the standings.
My only concern with Bnk is that predictability that comes with this, and so maybe teams end up drafting better against them, playing a more defensive team comp setup or some anti-dive, and then Bnk look a little bit lost, because they were forcing a lot of engages themselves here when it didn't necessarily need to be the case, so a little bit cautious on that one because they should have shown, I feel, some more depth here in this series.
Well, we'll see whether they can find it. But now it is time for the interview, so take it away, dear.
LCK Summer Split, Bnk FearX. Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Clear and Raptor on the side of Bnk FearX, who just defeated Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Wow, you guys got a 2-0 victory, securing your 3rd consecutive victory. How do you feel? Clear. Just being able to continue our momentum up to today, just really happy, and I want to keep it up and keep our winning streak as well. And Raptor, yeah, with a good momentum, I feel like we always come in with a mindset that we will not let our guard down and keep it up. So I think I'm just really happy that we're able to keep that. And Clear. Yeah, it looks like you didn't wear your Anima Squad headband. Yeah, I was just a little embarrassed, but I'll wear it next time. And Raptor, your performance lately have been incredible. So are you feeling the newly improved teamwork firsthand? Yeah, we do believe that everyone has been playing really well. So I think everyone has a really good form lately. So what has changed? I think even in scrims we've been winning and our confidence is very, very high currently. And Clear, let's talk about game 1. Your B1 pick was Renekton. So do you consider Renekton as a no counter and a tier 1 pick. Yeah, the champ itself is really good. And I think it's just a champion that I'm just really confident with. And in patch 14.14, Absorb Life rune got nerfed, but was it still usable? I think normally in the laning phase, on that page, I think Absorb Life is better above, it's just better compared to the other options that you have, so I just had to go with that. Clear in game 1. Do you know how many solo kills you got? Yeah, I got 4. So yeah, let's take a look at the replay of all those solo kills. How do you like your solo kill replays here? How do you feel? You know, I actually didn't know that misfortune was coming here, but I was just fighting and I noticed that, you know, just her HP bar going down. I knew that I could win eventually. And what about here? You know, I was just hitting the enemy and then they looked like it was getting getting chunked really fast. So yeah, and this was a 2v1. Yeah, I was just hitting them and I realized that I could win. I feel like I definitely did really well in game 1. Raptor, you must have felt so reliable with Clear on your side. How did it feel? Yeah, he was so trustworthy. I feel like he had really good comms and he was really helpful overall. And Clear, Closer's Yone plays were great as well. Cloud Templar was actually so impressed by your synergy with Closer. And as the leader of the CL, in the name household, anything you want to say to Cloud Templar?
멋있는 그런 느낌이기 때문에 좋은 것 같아요.
한 말씀 해주시죠, 킬템의
You know, 인정하고 좋아하는 분인데 이제 또 그런.
I definitely have a lot of respect for you, and I'm really glad that I have CL in my name, just like you. And Raptor, in game 2, you flex picked Maokai support and went with Brand Jungle. Was this an intentional swap, or is it just something that you came up in the spur of the moment? I wanted to use Maokai at first, but after sort of constructing the composition, we realized that we didn't have enough damage, so we had to make a little bit of adjustments. And Raptor, in AP jungle got nerfed in patch 14.14, you picked Zyra and Brand regardless and really performed with them. Yeah, so the nerf wasn't actually too impactful. The enemy had the Ivern and 2 AD carry champs, which is a high potential comp. So what was your game plan here? Since our frontline only relies on the Maokai just had to really make sure that he controls and manages his HP, and I think we just had to hit back really hard. And for your 4th consecutive victory, you're against OK Savings Bank Braeon. What is your resolution? Clear. Just like I said earlier, I want to make sure that we maintain a good momentum, and I want to make sure that we do win the next match. And I keep it up and keep our winning streak as long as possible. And Raptor. Yeah, well, we won't get complacent, and I will make sure that we are able to win. And that's the end of the interview from Clear and Raptor, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation of the interview. Great to hear from both Raptor and Clear. Clear, a little bit embarrassed, a little bit nervous, but he got through it and did a fantastic job. Let's have a look at the standings. Bnk still sitting in 7th place, but really starting to catch up with our group of teams on 5 and 5.
Yeah, they're on a tear at the moment, and the game score puts them quite a bit behind. So getting those wins and actually getting above in wins compared to KTT1 and Kwangdong Freaks will be really important. And also, 2-0s like this go a long way.
Yeah, and I mean, the distance in terms of win-loss is pretty small, right? So they could rocket up to 4th place depending on how some of those matchups go. KTT1 going to be the big one, obviously, that we have coming up later on this week. But I want to see how deep this team can go.
Exactly right. I think Bnk definitely on a bit of a tear. But now it is time for us to get our next dose of Who Are You, Man? Make sure you stick around for that one. It's going to be an absolute banger. And speaking of bangers, The Bros up against Gen G. Will Gen G be able to handle the might that is the pure Giga Chads? We'll just have to find out after Who Are You, Man? We'll see you there.
once again.
개인적으로 저의 폼이 많이 오른 게 제일 만족스러운 것 같아요. 현 선수보다 교전을 더 잘하는 것 같습니다.
Peanut is gonna take over this game.
Peanut to break the record.
제 개인적으로는 요 3년간 플러스 기아전을 거진 다 이겼던 걸로 기억하고 있어서 아직도 계속 이기는 모습 이어나갈 수 있도록 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
베코맨과 킹스맨의 두 번째 대결 시작하겠습니다.
이거 킹스맨이 이겼어. 킹스맨.
승리의 세레모니 부탁드리겠습니다.
맞아요.
진짜 맞는 것 같아요.
대반전이 있을 수도? 개인 선수로 예측을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그러면 베코맨은 가면을 걷고 본인의 정체를 공개해주세요. 공개해주세요. 긴? 베코맨!
드디어 맞췄어.
너무 쉬웠어. 왜 어떻게 된 거예요?
탈을 쓰니까
예.
이게 잘 안 보여요.
딱 저 말투입니다. 근데 패널분들이 하나같이 다 기인 선수는 완벽하게 예측을 해주셨습니다.
연기를 할 게 없이 그냥 평소 하던 대로 해가지고. 그리고 사실 아까 지나가면서 웅타라님도 봐가지고.
사장님 이거
저 못 봤어요.
아니 그런 또 거짓말을
지나가다가
뭘 못 봐 아까 인사도 하더만.
그랬어요?
알겠습니다. 팬분들께 인사 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
복면 칼바람 후아유맨은 아쉽게 이제 떨어졌지만 이제 리그는 계속해서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
리그에서 멋진 활약을 하고 있지만 후아유맨에서는 광탈하셨습니다.
킹스맨이 대충했다는 소리 있던데. 어떻게 생각하세요? 저는 절대 전혀 대충하지 않았고요. 굉장히 지금 아쉽습니다. 네, 수고하셨습니다.
지금까지 어떤 것 같습니까, 분위기? 오늘 괜찮은 것 같아요?
킹겐과 기인이 광탈하는 곳에서 옷은 바로 후아유맨? 제가 보기엔 정말 쉽지 않습니다.
근데 사실 행동에서는 기인 선수였는데 인게임에서는 기인 선수가 아니었어요.
이건 헬리오스 내가 했어도 이거는?
아니 그건 그건 아닌데 약간 급해 보여가지고.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면은 이번 매치도 과연 맞출 수 있을지 바로 가보도록 하겠습니다. 선수들 나와주세요. 나는 알파카다 카비카 승리하십시오. 파카맨. 누구도 날 막지 못해. 위닝 카우맨.
소다.
와, 근데 귀엽다.
귀엽다.
먼저 파카맨님 인사 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
앞선 경기들을 좀 봤는데 어떠셨습니까, 파카맨?
있으면 제가 다 이길 것 같습니다.
저도 바로.
저 한 명 알았어요.
100%야, 내가.
위닝 카우맨님은 어땠어요? 앞에 경기들 보니까.
저만큼은 못하는 것 같아요.
팬분들 이야기 한번 들어볼게요.
파카맨님, 혹시 저를 만난 적이 있으신가요? 인터뷰에서?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
너무 예리했어요. 오른쪽 분 혹시 염소맨인가요?
염소맨.
위닝 카우맨.
위닝 카우맨 보자마자 체형 보자마자 알았거든요. 이 네모난 직각 어깨, 저 손 동작, 그리고 원딜러, 숙소는 일산, 바로 하나생명 바이퍼. 맞는 것 같아요, 바이퍼.
오케이, 알겠습니다. 혹시 다른 분들 질문하실 거 있으세요?
혹시 카우맨님 주체미 어떻게 되시나요?
가렌 좋아해. 아니 실제로
실제로 가렌 했어요. 유리 가렌도 많이 했어.
여러 가지 데이터들을 보여주고 있습니다.
파카맨한테 질문.
마지막으로 한번 듣겠습니다.
지금 쓰고 있는 그 가면의 선수를 좋아하시나요?
예리하다.
저를 좋아한다고 생각합니다.
그러면 두 선수 서로 도발하는 포즈로 이 시작을 알리도록 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋!
맞다.
자, 이 포즈와 함께 그럼 두 선수의 8강 세 번째 매치 시작하겠습니다.
기대돼.
안녕하세요. 퍼카인 메인입니다. 활발한 나라 굉장히 즐겨하는 편이고요. 상대가 누구든 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 위닝 카우맨 승리하지 마십시오. 맞달려들어.
안녕하세요. 저는 위닝 카우맨입니다. 저는 야수성이 아주 돋보인다고 생각합니다. 파카맨보다 위닝 카우가 훨씬 체급이 좋아서 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 파카맨의 털을 다 뽑아서 파카로 만들어주겠습니다.
1편 때 원딜이 한 명도 없었더라고요.
맞아요. 바텀이 한 명도 안 나왔습니다.
이번에 바텀이 많이 나올 것 같아.
맞아요.
둘 다 원딜 같아.
둘 다 원딜.
자, 이제 파카맨과 위닝 카우맨의 경기입니다.
안녕하세요. 들립니다.
파카맨은 근데 너무 노골적인 거 아닌가요? 데프트 선수가 나왔어요. 그리고 반대쪽은 어깨에서 단서가 나왔다. 그렇습니다.
골치 아프구만.
골치 아프구만.
그냥 눈에 보이는 거 배나는 건가? 배는 또 막 배나는 것 같아요. 뭔가 이즈 밀어져 날 것 같은데. 원딜러들이라서. 날카로운데?
아니, 근데 그러면 너무 진지해 보여서 내가 보기엔 완전 문도 같은 거 할 수도 있어.
누구야? 너 누구야? 벤 가겠습니다.
서로의 피지컬을 마음껏 뽐내보면서 좀 즐기면서 하시는 것 같은데 과연 또 이 게임에서 손싸움에서도 즐길지 그래서 이 녹서스 나오나요? 녹서스 대 데마시아? 그렇죠.
가렌.
아까 막 가렌 좋아해요. 진짜.
아니 근데 실제로 가렌을 엄청 했어. 가렌 유명해가지고.
맞아요.
점화점멸 가죠.
점화점멸 좋습니다.
포롯가를 또 하나는 정말 대표하는 캐릭터들인데
3레벨 뭔가 싸움 끝날 것 같은데? 사고로서 어때요? 저 매치요? 이게 약간 갈려요. 다리 잘하는 사람 다리가 이긴다고? 가렌 이긴 사람 또 가렌이 할 만하다.
어찌됐건
이건 숙련도 싸움 같아요.
아담 챔피언. 아다세요.
국가의 자존심을 건 대결로 갑니까? 그래서 이렇게 데마시아 대 녹서스의 자존심을 건 한방 승부로 경기에 들어갑니다.
네, 세 번째 경기 시작되었습니다. 아주 기대가 되는 것은 가렌 대 다리우스 서로 한번 붙으면 빠지지 않을 것 같거든요.
더러운 녹서스. 다리우스 교육하겠습니다.
집공 가렌?
보통 정복자들지 않나?
네.
직공 들었으면 완전 초반에 승부 보는 거고.
평큐평.
1, 2레벨.
평큐평하고 2 돌겠다는 건가?
그렇죠. 또 작년에 이제 또 한국을 달궜던 아담 선수의 가다세월도 생각이 나고.
야.
자, 그리고 아이템도 둘 다 EF 사서 갑시다. 포션 이씨 없이?
네.
아, 그래도 포션은 들고 하자.
포션은 또 먹어야죠.
서로 맞췄네. 템 뭐 살까요? 안 치네. 일단 안 치네요. 템 뭐 살까요? 요로 끝나네.
맞네. 블루가 좀 더 공손하고 레드가 좀 더 강압적인 거 보니까.
네.
신인과 베테랑이야.
신인과 베테랑.
그래서 진짜 빼는 거 없습니다. 한 번 붙으면 BF4로 썰어버릴 기세예요.
특히 이게 시간이 좀 끌린다고 해도요. 그냥 6 찍으면 한 명 죽을 것 같아요.
아, 그렇죠. 그래서 라인에 누가 더 밀 수 있느냐 싸움도 굉장히 중요할 것 같고요. 저 개인적으로는 그래도 저랩되는 다리우스가 좋지 않을까라는 생각이 드는데요.
보통은 그런 얘기들을 많이 하는데
한번 붙으면서
먼저 저만 걸고 빙글빙글.
와, 이거 마지막 가를 왜 이렇게 된가요?
전 라인에.
근데 가도 맞았고. 안 돼. 말을 대가지 뭔데?
과연 수면도
한번 붙으면서
먼저 저만 걸고 빙글빙글.
와, 이거 마지막 가를 왜 이렇게 된가요? 아, 근데 마지막 후후후후후 파카메
시즈.
근데 이거 아니 왜 이렇게 된 거야? 뭐야? 핵심은 뭐야?
대박.
녹서스 대 대마시아?
찍는 거 하나는 정말 대표하는 캐릭터들인데
과연 이 수면도
한번 붙으면서
근데 그거 맞았고? 안 돼. 말을 대가지 뭔데?
아, 근데 마지막
근데 이거 아니 왜 이렇게 된 거야? 뭐야? 핵심은 뭐야? 와.
시원하게 끝.
진짜.
와 빨리 끝난다. 아 뭐 3레벨 끝나나 했는데 진짜 끝나네.
와, 이렇게 순식간에.
자, 이렇게 해서 파카맨이 위닝 카우맨을 잡고 4강에 진출합니다. 축하합니다.
화끈해.
자, 승리 세레모니 한번 보여주세요, 파카맨. 와! 네, 무대 뒤로 이동해 주시면 되겠고요. 자, 패널분들 누군지 좀 예측을 해주실까요?
바이퍼 선수밖에 생각이 안 날 정도로 더 체격을 가지신 분이, 그쵸?
근데 저 어깨를 어떻게 숨기나요?
이건 제가 봤을 때 시청자분들도 모두 아십니다. 이거.
아니, 뽕을 넣었을 수도 있잖아요.
저 모르는 척 할라 했는데도 안 돼요, 이거는.
근데 이제 저희가 1시즌을 봤는데 바텀 듀오가 안 나왔더라고요. 그래서 이제 오늘은 바텀 듀오가 많이 나올 것이다. 그런 근거까지 고려해 봤을 때 바이퍼일 수밖에 없다.
그럼 다른 의견 없으신 거죠?
확실합니다.
확실하다. 자, 그럼 정말 바이퍼 선수일지 아니면 또 다른 어깨 깡패 선수가 나와 주셨을지. 위닝 카우맨님, 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주세요. 위닝 카우맨의 정체는
확실합니다.
공개해 주세요.
바이퍼?
위닝 카우맨의 정체는 바이퍼입니다. 빨리 상대방들이 알아챌 거라고 예상을 했어요.
유시 형이 저를 되게 잘 알거든요. 그래서 이거는 모를 수가 없겠다.
울타라 선수랑 왜 이렇게 친해요?
모르겠어요.
같은 팀 한번 또.
아니, 같은 팀이라고 막 이렇게까지 다 친하진 않잖아요.
아 근데 저는 개인적으로 친하다 생각하는데 혹시 도현이?
아니, 저희가 의문을 푸는 게 아니라
알겠어요.
어떤 계기로 했겠나. 알겠습니다. 어쨌든 오늘 너무 고생 많이 하셨고 마지막으로 또 응원해주신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일찍 떨어져서 아쉽지만 그래도 남은 경기 많이 봐주시고 또 재밌게 시청해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
너무 고생 많이 하셨습니다. 네, 바이퍼 탈락! 네.
이거 어떻게 된 걸까요? 가렘은 넣어두겠습니다. 저 못하겠네요.
예측들이 다 맞아 떨어지고 있어요.
근데 의진맨이
저 오늘 다 맞춘 것 같아요.
아니 시즌 1 에이스인데요? 이러니까 나머지가 다 갈리고 너가 잘 안 맞네.
오늘 다 맞추는데요?
오늘 뭐 나는 무조건 다 맞출 수 있다.
네.
알겠습니다. 자, 어느새 8강 마지막 매치만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 선수들을 만나보겠습니다. 나와주세요. 모든 길은 슈리마로 통한다. 병사들이여 진격하라. 구구맨. 웩. 너 비둘기 냄새나. 받아라. 고양이 발톱. 꽁냥맨.
오 아지르다. 컨셉 미쳤는데 아니.
먼저 꽁냥맨님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 뭐 요즘에 그 유행하는 율동을 혹시 의식해서 이 가면을 쓰신 건가요?
네.
통은 빼는데 바로 갑니다. 이런 선수가 없는데. 자, 꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한강에 고양이가 걸어다닙니다. 꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한강.
귀여워요.
꽁냥맨다운 그런 율동 실력 보여주고 계십니다.
LCK에 저런 인재가.
구구맨님 만나보겠습니다. 구구맨님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
본인 컨셉은 오늘 뭔가요?
비둘기로 춤 하나 준비했지 않겠습니까?
아니 뭐야 이 선수들.
적극적인데?
슈퍼노바. 슈퍼노바.
아니. 누구지?
자, 일단은 두 선수의 장기자랑 한번 봤는데 팬분들 편하게 질문하셔도 됩니다.
구구맨님 바지 어디서 사셨습니까?
도쿄.
일단 일본 여행을 다니는 사람.
잠깐만.
일본 여행?
질문 있습니다.
네, 나라카이님.
꽁냥맨님 혹시 데뷔한 지 한 3년 이상 되셨나요?
네.
3년 이상 됐습니다. 오늘 에이스로 활약하고 있는 운타라님 뭐 날카로운 질문 있나요?
아지르 좋아하세요?
감사합니다.
이상한데 아이 저런 사람이 있었나?
그러니까요. 있었나?
질문 여기까지 받도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 두 선수 서로에게 한마디씩 해볼까요?
비둘기한테 무슨 말을 합니까? 고양이 잡아먹겠습니다.
자, 고구맨님 또 상대방에게 한 말씀 해주세요.
진짜 강자는 이렇게 무기를 숨겨두었다가
아니 컨셉이.
잠깐만.
아니 쉽지 않은데?
하고 부끄러워하셔.
자, 양 팀의 대결 바로 시작하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 꽁냥맨입니다.
혹시 후아이맨 시즌 1 보고 어떤 생각 하셨어요?
기획이 되게 재밌고 나도 기획의 담당 한번 나가보고 싶다 이런 생각했습니다. 일단 칼버런이기 때문에 룰도 있잖아요. 그래서 아마 그 룰을 잘 인지하고 그에 맞는 픽을 잘 고르는 게 되게 중요한 요점이 될 것 같습니다. 저는 두려운 게 없어서 한번 잡아먹겠습니다. 고양이라는 동물이 순할 땐 순하지만 사나울 때 완전 사납단 말이에요. 오늘 사나운 모습들 잘 보여드리고 싶네요. 구구맨, 오늘 저녁은 비둘기 고기야.
안녕하세요. 구구맨입니다. 구구구. 저는 절대 빼지 않고 끝까지 싸우는 상남자 같은 스타일이랑 싸우고 싶습니다. 뭐 꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한강 위로 고양이가 걸어다닌다는데 요즘에 얼음 없거든요. 홀딱 젖은 상태로 찢어버리려고 왔습니다. 제가 원하는 위치까지 마음대로 날아가도록 하겠습니다.
장난기 많은데 체격이 나름 있고 운동 좀 한 것 같은.
맞아요.
누구지? 밀러 아니에요 그러면?
이거 나왔잖아.
우승해서 또 나왔네.
시즌2 출연권을 얻어서.
맞아요. 일본 여행 가셨댔잖아요.
일본 갔다 왔고.
그래서 좀 더 여유가 있네.
그러니까 한번
이번에 해봐서 이런 도발이 밀러 선수네.
장난맨님, 구구맨은 레디요.
레디요. 가볼까?
자, 이제 꽁냥맨과 구구맨의 대결입니다. 또 선수들이 경기 내에서 뭐 할지가 궁금해요. 앞 경기들이 워낙 화끈했거든요.
맞습니다.
저 다음번이요?
아빠.
뭐 할까?
이번에도 기육자 챔피언들 다 배나고 과연 뭐로 대결할지.
네. 오?
그럼 이번에는 이즈 대 이즈?
정석 대 정석으로 한번 가보나요?
이즈 미러전이다. 이즈 미러전?
그럼 일단 원딜 절대 안 해.
오히려.
오히려 원딜들 또 원딜 미러전 안 해요.
꽁냥맨.
판테온 맞아. 판테온 맞아. 망했네.
뭐야? 미러가 아니네. 이건 비메로인데요? 판테온 대 이즈리얼은?
이거는 안 맞췄다.
이즈리얼 미러전 할래요? 하고 약간 판테온한 거 아닐까? 근데 그거는 인성이 이거는.
승부의 세계에 인성이 어딨어.
맞아.
얍삽한 챔프 하시네요.
얍삽한 템프 하시지요.
꽁냥맨 분이랑은 친분이 있지 않나?
그러면 해나?
해나? 좋은데요?
옥량맨의 판테온 그리고 상대 구금에는 이즈리얼 이렇게 미러전이 아닌 매치업으로 이번 경기 들어가네요. 자 이제 칼바람 나락으로 들어왔습니다.
서로 이제 챔피언을 확인했을 때 이즈리얼은 흠칫했을 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 그래서 지금 방어막도 들고 온 모습이 눈에 들어오는데
햄을 다 샀어요.
네.
처음으로
이거는 진짜
다
이기겠다.
샀어요.
이건 진짜
약간 미러전 이런 거 아니고
지고 싶지 않아.
네, 서로
이겨야겠다.
이기고 싶은.
들어와. 이미 가는 중.
친하네.
아 근데 맞네 그러면은.
친하네.
친해요. 해나 윌러다.
페나 윌라.
네. 해나 윌러 맞아요.
제가 원딜을 해봐서 알잖아요. 판테온한테 한번 찍히면 이거 정신 못 차립니다.
비전 안 해?
그러니까 일단 최대한 빠졌다가 들어갔다가 근데 비전 이동 썼으니까 한동안 좀 조심을 해야 될 것 같고요.
큐스택 쌓고.
앞비전 하면 혼나요? 앞비전.
뼈 앞에 뺐어요.
자신감.
앞비전? 움직임 좋은데?
근데 이즈리얼이 현란한데?
윌러가 이즈로 되게 잘하지 않았습니까?
잘했어요.
그래서 또 꺼낸 거 아니야?
무서워. 벌써 벌써.
아프지?
왜 이렇게 아파?
아니 구구맨 좀 치시는데요?
앞비전?
막았다.
미쳤는데?
이러면은 이지가 좋거든요.
아니 그냥 여유가 있는데요. 이거.
들어와. 포션 없이 달걀싸.
그냥 천천히 해.
야심차게 나온 꽁냥웬의 판테온이 뒷걸음질 치고 있습니다.
이거 판테온의 자존심에 좀 금이 갈 수 있는데 역시 한 대 맞아보면 지금 아프긴 하죠 이게 지금.
뭐야?
어떡해.
살짝 찌르면은 느낌이 하고 옵니다.
한번 들기로 해놓고 다음에?
우와.
잘했는데 이거.
그래서 서로 간의 거리 조절을 굉장히 신경을 많이 쓰고 있고요.
소환사 주문을 이용해서 한 턴 흘렸고요.
큐 뭐야?
광희의 거미야 이 바보야.
아니 조발을
진하다.
진짜 진하다.
이거 찐친이야.
진짜 찐하다.
찐친 아니면 저렇게 못해요.
그러니까요. 진짜 PC방 온 줄 알았어요.
저희는 헤드셋을 쓰고 있어서 잘 안 들리는데 뭐라 자꾸 도발을 하고 있는 것처럼 들리거든요.
그러니까 두 선수가 좀 친한 것 같기도 하고.
네.
쟤 쌈 먹어?
뭐 어디가?
쟤 힐 먹으러 가 이 바보야.
근데 저 정도는 멱살 잡을 것 같은데.
이거 되나
근데
이거?
장난을 치는데 잘 못 받는 거 보면 해나 맞는 거 같아.
약간 좀 서로 놀리면서 진행이 되고 있는데 지금 좀 양쪽 컨디션 차이가 많이 나긴 합니다.
맞습니다. 한번 전멸 쓰면서 한번 들어가 보나요?
그리고 6 찍었고 상대 지금 소환사 주문 하나 빠졌고요.
방어막 없을 때. 이걸 반응했어요?
반응 좋아.
안 맞지.
야, 꽁냥맨 피지컬 좋습니다.
그냥 꽁냥꽁냥거리기만 하는 게 아니군요.
꽁냥맨은 결국 집을 가는 선택을 할 수밖에 없네요.
너무 쫄보다.
에이, 나 확실한 걸 봐요.
판테온의 궁의 변수가 있으니까 구구맨도 너무 길게 파밍하지 않고 적당히 정비합니다.
아이템 차이가
좀
조금
나네요.
조금 나.
루비스죠.
300, 400원?
원래 천다복 같은 거 하나 사도 맛있을 것 같았거든요.
그렇죠. 꽁냥맨 체력 약간 안 채운 거.
여기서 도발을.
도발하는데요.
와.
PC방 왔어 친구랑 둘이서.
근데 이러다가 진짜 지면 대참사거든요.
그러니까요.
아니 근데 구구맨 이러다 가면 벗겨지면 어떡하려고 그래요?
맞습니다. 판테온 지금 열만 올라요. 그래서 한 대 맞아보는데 구구맨 이제 다음 턴에 찍히면 갑니다.
와, 세긴 세요. 자, 이거 지금 말 없어진 것 같은데?
지금 이악 물었어.
들어와라.
근데 이 약간 좀 애매한. 한 번 더 따라가면서.
먼저 찌르면서.
근데 뒤쪽으로.
와! 잡았다.
미쳤다.
한 번 더 따라가면서.
먼저 찌르면서.
근데 뒤쪽으로.
전멸 피했고
구구맨 시즈.
얘들 왜 이렇게 빨리 돌아?
구구맨 피지컬 뭔가요 이거? 들어와. 다음 턴에 찍히면 갑니다.
한 번 더 따라가면서.
먼저 찌르면서.
근데 뒤쪽으로.
전멸 피했고
구구맨.
근데 안 죽었다. 와, 세레머니 봐. 구구맨.
아니, 정말 보통 잘하는 게 아니고.
나 구구맨이 궁금한데.
구구맨 진짜 졌으면 좋겠다.
진짜.
마지막 매치 구구맨이 승리를 가져가면서 4강 진출에 성공을 했습니다. 축하합니다. 네, 구구맨님의 멋진 세레머니 한번 보도록 하겠습니다.
프리로다가.
네. 어떻게 된 건가요?
플랜을 짰는데 그 플랜이 잘 안 먹혀가지고 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같습니다.
본인의 정체 타이어들이 맞출 수 있을 거라고 생각합니까?
절대 못 먹힐 거라고 생각합니다.
절대.
자, 그럼 혹시 예측하신 선수가 있다면 좀 얘기를 해주시죠.
대화를 해봤을 때 상대였던 구구맨 선수가 윌러일 것이다. 이런 예측을 한 상태에서 꽁냥맨을 추측하기 시작했는데 둘이 굉장히 친한 게 보였어, 게임 하는데.
너무 잘 보였어.
그리고 상대가 장난을 엄청나게 유도하는데 되게 덤덤하게 받아내는 그런 성격까지 고려했을 땐 같은 팀이었던 해나일 것이다 라고 제가 추측을 했거든요.
맞습니다. 해나 선수가 분명합니다.
그리고 살짝 그 목에 피부색이 살짝 보였는데 살짝 타셨어요. 근데 해나 선수가 살짝 그런 피부톤을 갖고 있는 걸로 제가 알고 있거든요.
해나 선수가 조금 키가 좀 크지 않을까요?
키까지는 제가 관심이 없...
뭐 그거 알아서 판단하시기 바라겠습니다.
그거 아닌가 본데? 아니 맞아가지고 또 저러는 거 아니에요?
아니 맞는 거 같은데 이거 저희 또 일부러.
아니 뭐 알아서 판단하십시오. 예. 뭐 해나 선수.
저는 해나 선수로 가겠습니다.
그렇게 하십시오. 예. 자, 패널분들은 해나 선수라고 예측을 해주셨습니다. 과연 꽁냥맨의 해나 선수일지 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 공개해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
시즌 1이 쉬웠네.
전혀 감이 안 와요.
본인의 정체를 공개해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 선수분들 나와주세요.
잘생겼다.
운명을 결정짓는 임티 퀴즈입니다.
김홍민 달리야
스포츠?
정답!
재밌다.
굉장히 귀엽게 생겨서 마스크 벗겨드리도록 하겠습니다.
taste of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
그리고 2라운드 전체 받아!
벤지 파이팅!
리오 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We had a pretty quick first series with Bnk FearX, kind of stomping Nongshim, and now we're getting into the second series, which has the Bro Leavers on one side, undefeated in their faith of their team, which finally picked up a win, versus the team that has only lost one game so far in summer. Who do you think is favored here, Chronicler?
Don't put me in this position, Valdez. You know I don't like slandering the bros because I know what happens. I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but I think that it should be obvious that today Gen.G is the heavy favorites. While I love that the bros got a win, and I think it was very deserved, I'm happy to see Fate back. You and I were, I think, his biggest fans way back. I think
A lot of us
today will be... Yeah, I think we had faith for a lot longer than other people did, though.
I think Wolf also had some
As a believer?
faith in Fate.
Okay, well,
yeah. We had a
good
lot
for
of
him.
Fate believers.
Love that, yeah.
On the global side.
And he came back. They've looked amazing. I'm still going to be hoping that Samver at some point makes a return. But I think what we're expecting today is going to be Envy. Well, I know they're all here.
I saw him.
Yeah, I'm sure
He
Poolbay's here
exists.
as well, but he's not playing. And Gen.G, they lost one game to a DK that pulled out Lee and TF. And then just won that game 0-20, and Lucid's Lee was banned for the rest of the series. And I want to remind everyone of this.
Round 2.
This did happen. And you know what my favorite part about that is Gen.G then won the playoffs. And it wasn't close. They beat everyone, Valdez.
Yeah.
Everyone.
And guess what? It's summer. Round 2.
Okay, but it was
again.
No, but this was like the final day.
Except it's 2024.
No, but this was different, Valdez. This was also Peanut and Doran, okay? Keen is not in the habit of giving up wins.
Yeah, these guys are very clean. Now, they're aiming for the longest winning streak in LCK history. And Gen.G's unstoppable streak of records continues. Can they make history again today? Of course, they did stop the... what's it called? The game-winning streak, right? They did get defeated in one game, but in terms of matches, in terms of series, they still have a streak going on, and they're looking for that magical number 24.
I think odds are good. coming in here today, as we do see after about a year, 376 days, Fate versus Chovy. Chovy has been very good. All I want to see is what his read on the current mid lane meta is going to be. I know that he's been playing some absolutely outrageous stuff.
Corky.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Corky will get banned so that we get something more fun. And Fate, I think our expectations were very low of him coming in, and I think he smashed it out of the park. He looked really good, really well-rounded. And I don't know why we're saying any of this, because let's be honest, for the Gen G fans, they come in today and like, okay, this is basically just something we got to get through, and then it'll be done very quickly, and everything will be fine. And for the Bro Leafs, it doesn't matter. The winning here today is not the point.
Yeah. By the way, I had the wrong number. It's 25. They're looking for number 25, magical number 25. And I mean, 24 is pretty good. 25 is better, and you can always continue your winning
Very
streak
wise, Feldes.
if you're Gen G. You know what's better than 25?
26.
26.
Woo!
You know what's better than that? 29. That doesn't come next. Anyway, Bro is here, and I know all the positivity in the Twitch chat is definitely going to help them out a lot today. They're going to need it. There's zero pressure on these guys. They won a match. They got that out of the way. They beat Kwangdong Freaks. That also happened last summer. Now, or I guess it was spring. Now, they're coming into here up against the best team in the LCK, and they're going to look to be proactive. They're going to look to try their hardest, and if they lose, it's fine. They're still going to have a good time. They're going to learn a lot, and that's really what they are looking to take away from today.
Going to give their best. To be fair, if there is an opportunity to snipe a win away, it usually is after big patches. Think back to how KT, as of right now, still the only team in the LCK that has beat Gen G in a series this year. Sent a Nautilus. And that ended up being enough, as Gen G, this team, there's just something special about them. Yes, the individual members, absolutely exceptional, but how it all comes together has been a pleasure to watch. The current meta, obviously on paper, absolutely top tier for them, but I also trust this team to be able to rise and flow, because the individual performance of every player right now is just top tier. The only one that I think gets eclipsed on this roster would be Paze, and that has more to do with the fact that Viper is going real hard this split.
This guy's been Chovy's fan since 7th grade.
That's cool.
We don't know how long that has been, but it's been a while, I would assume. As, yeah, you know, he's getting a lot of gold. He actually has the biggest gold difference at 14 in the LCK. And for a top laner, I feel like that matters more compared to other lanes, because you do make a lot of your own leads.
Yeah, and
Keen does that.
We always gotta, there's a couple of caveats here. Obviously, the global goal is always going to be good for Gen G because they're winning every single lane. And then additionally, there's been some lane swaps. As I'm not
12?
I'm not talking about Morgan stats. So it's like, because we have Dundon Mihal, and then what other swaps in top have we had?
I feel like this should be easy.
Oh, Frog and Rat.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, that's bad. That's not good. Keen's been exceptional. I think Keen has looked insanely good, and I have to make this caveats to make the stats even more impressive, which is what they are, because it isn't even like Gen G often plays for topside, right? They mostly play for mid jungle. They play for Canyon, if anything.
Yeah.
And Keen is often just left on an island, and Keen is the man that right now we trust the most with a counter pick. If that man gets a counter pick, you know he is stomping his lane, and if he isn't, he'll be completely fine.
Yeah, he oftentimes makes his own leads up there. The thing about Gen G is that their lanes oftentimes just win, and so they can play around Canyon and they can draft for Canyon, but also he has an easier time, and he's an exceptional player, so it all kind of like snowballs. Because, you know, he can play around winning lanes, and he knows exactly what to do with them better than anyone, basically. So they are going to be going up against Fate, who looked great in his first match played of this year, which was up against Kwangdong Freaks just last week. Kwangdong Freaks on a little bit of a mid-season collapse, as we called it, you know?
Yeah.
The MSC, we had that 1 year, I think it was 2020, the mid-season cup, but this is the mid-season collapse instead. Hopefully Kwangdong can get back on their feet, but it always seems to include losses to Bro, which did happen, and Fate was there for that victory.
You can see as well, the vibes are great at Breon because, let's be fair, they got their win, which I think that win matters because when you go up against Bnk, when you go up against these teams that are a lot more attainable, then the win matters. But against Gen G, you're coming in, you're like, well,
yeah,
it's fine.
You're never expected to win. There's zero pressure. You got your win. You know, everything's just easy going. You're just having a good time. The positivity is through the roof. And just looking to have a good time. Just looking to learn, and maybe you get some wins along the way. That's sometimes the best way to get some wins. And now that Gen G have lost the game, maybe we can find some ways to deal with this team.
I'm not going to lie, Veldis. Every single game we saw on that 2-0. So there is only two opportunities. There's only two chances here. It's a 2-0 for Bro.
Yeah.
2-0 for Gen G.
That's true. That's a good
I
point.
know what'll be the funniest. If Brion actually end Gen G, of all teams, end the win streak, it would be the absolute funniest thing I think that has happened in the LCK ever. Like, I legitimately... because last year's win, right, in summer 2022, it didn't matter at all. Like, it was cool. They got a 2-0, but Brion didn't make playoffs because of it, and Gen G obviously weren't too bothered. But, okay, Yundo is already betting his heart. If Brion of all teams are the team to Blue Shell to beat a Gen G that have lost 2 series the entire year, I think it'll be the funniest thing ever. I think I couldn't...
All right, it's confirmed. Yundo bet his hair on this series. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. Now, Bro, they get blue side. Start off on a good start. And you know what? You called it Chronicler. Not a big surprise, especially against Chovy, who loves this pick. They're going to ban Corki. And so we will not get Corki played in this first game. Rumble, you know, he got tapped on the patch. Still got to ban it. And Azir also going to be taken away from good old Chovy.
What about Nidalee? That would be the pick I'm looking towards. They're doing their best to get Fate a good matchup here. And it's always going to be hard into Chovy. Man obviously plays a lot of champions at a very high level. Yeah, there is a Nidalee. So, unless they B1 Tristana, they are kind of making the call that Tristana is...
It's Renekton.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yep.
It's Morgan. Unless Gen G
or Sejuani
here. Well, I think Gen G can leave it both. Oh, okay, I was about to say, maybe you leave it open and then you pick whichever doesn't get picked. So you get like Sejuani, Braum. But not going to be the case. And as mentioned, Tristana definitely has dropped to the Sejuani. It makes complete sense. We've already taken away one of the big counters. Hope it's not Maokai. You know, I think Syra and Brand still looks completely fine.
It's Canyon too. I mean,
I can't believe we didn't talk about Ezra yet. Actually, that's kind of illegal. And the fact that it goes over the Pays is also not okay, because I know we have Viper, and I think that he is by a large margin the strongest player right now. But I've been a big Pays fan. It was because of this pick.
But Chronicler, Pays is on the undefeated team, so he must be the best AD carry in the league.
Okay, we both know that's not true. But I did see Pays get a penta and a quad route by basically single-handedly dragging his team across the line. So he's really good still. And it's gonna be Maokai. I didn't want this to be the case, but this is generally Gen G's meta read when the Sejuani comes in, is to just answer with the tree. And because the Senna's not gonna get picked, this isn't a flex. This is just the reality of the situation. I was actually waiting to see if they wanted to go to like Lucian. But no, it's just going to be Zeri, most likely for Envy, but obviously it could be Zeri mid.
Yeah.
Seen it crop up.
You never know. Leona, Ezreal Leona, handed over. And so they're just going to pick it. Already a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown, and one of the best bottom lanes in the game over to the side of Gen G. Well, what did Bro get, you ask? They have also in their own right a top 80 carry, but then they have, you know, a little bit of synergy between top and jungle, and Sejuani's good. She's good.
The Brion comp looks really good when you look at individual strength. I remain unconvinced by Sejuani and Nara as a combo, as a 1-2.
Same.
But I think individually they are considered the best champions in their role right now. Outside of some specific scenarios like the Nidalee ban makes a lot of sense. So now you ban, what, Braum and Renata? If they pick Alistar, I think you're fine with that. Alistar Zeri as a lane is really weak, so you can bully them out. You can also go for, I don't even know, like, I don't think a Karma angle is likely. So I imagine it's just
Or like a Lulu.
Yeah.
Could be another look.
Yeah, I think Lulu ban is fine. I imagine Brion is going to look for engage. So, like, with the tendencies this team has, probably going to be Alistar, Rel, Rakan. Rakan might not be a bad sell either. I know that... okay. Because I know that the Rakan into Leona matchup used to be really bad, and now I think it's fine. It's still not amazing, but I think it's fine. And Zeri Rakan is a lane we see very often. Do they ban GP? GP ban? I wouldn't want to play into Keen's GP when there's Maokai and Leona on the enemy team. That doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty rough spot you're putting yourself in. And there it is. Good call. GP banned away. I am curious, though, about what is going to be selected here. It's just going to be...
Okay, so it's Ezreal mid. Unless it's Kalista top, which...
It could be.
Keen could, but I think that...
I don't know if...
It's Ezreal mid,
really
yeah.
Want to do that, yeah. Ezreal mid seems like the most likely. But there are some crazy things they could do.
It could also be Kalista mid, and then you bind to the Maokai.
That seems good too, although I don't know about Kalista mid. You did say that Chovy's playing pretty much every 80 carry and 80 champ in the book in mid.
Yeah.
So maybe Kalista's just another one.
Yeah, it's so all the things are weird, right? Like all the options, realistically. It's either going to be the comeback of the Shy, Kalista top. It's going to be Ezreal mid and Kalista bot. We'll have to see what it actually ends up being. And this is really scary because you don't really know what's going on. I think the Yone is a great safe bet, though. I love Yone. I think a pick right now is really strong. It's also combined with the Sejuani, so that's a great 1-2. What is going to round this up? What is happening is the real question. With this R5, we're going to find out.
Chovy said to give him something, so...
Oh, God, it is actually...
That is the one that's mid, is the Lucian. And so the Kalista almost definitely is top. Yeah. You could play Ezreal top. I don't know why you would ever do that.
Adgo's like, oh!
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so in case you don't know, on the next patch, patch 14-15, 80 carries as a role are getting... They're taking a beating.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nerfs that are going to come through. Unfortunately for Morgan, he is now playing Gnar into a ranged matchup, which is not where you want to be as Gnar.
Yep.
And I remember seeing clips, I think it was Sanguine Blade Kalista in top. It's not fun.
So if Gen G have this really cool strat, why are they pulling it out right now against Bro?
Because I don't think they care, and like you can ban Kalista and then they'll play Draven top if they think that this is the way to go.
Or just take the Zeus Zeri top.
Varus top is something that I know we've seen a lot popularized by Kerberos as far as I'm aware. And we've seen a lot of Varus top in the LEC as well.
Is that Bellsprout?
I think Bellsprout and Brion, that makes sense.
Why was there a
That
Bellsprout?
works. I don't know.
I need an explanation.
It's cute. It's fun.
Okay, so G-Sun explained it. It says, please win for me, and it's a meme in Korean. That
Okay.
explains it a little bit. Because the Bellsprout looks very desperate.
Hey,
Use
that's
the desperate Bellsprout. It's a meme. Anyway, guys, let's jump into the riff for game one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 맹세를 받아주마.
Alrighty, here we go. Game number one. As Gen G say, you know what? It's a new patch. Let's also bring in 380 carries. And this is the answer to Gnar. When Renekton is banned, when Jax gets nerfed, let's just play Kalista top, because why not?
It's actually telling. We haven't even, you mentioned it, but the fact that Keen was, I think, by far our most competent Jax into Gnar player. He has talked in length about how he feels like that matchup is very playable if you do it the way he does, which, you know, if it was easy to figure out how he plays it, then more people would do it, and it's not. But Keen has been very good. I'm 99% sure that the person that did actually invent this was specifically the Shy. I know at least he's the one who popularized it. Cool to see it brought back as a late invade.
Canyon has no idea. He is going to Bramble Smash and try to get away from this one. There's the flash. And the late invade does come through, but then they immediately back away. As they win the trade, but then they say, you know what? We don't want to win the 4v4. And now we got a little engaged down on the bottom side as Envy has to flash here at level 1. And Lahens gets away scot-free.
That took a nosedive. That started the trade.
Yeah, so the game just started, guys. It just started now. I thought that we were going to play some League of Legends today, but I guess we're not. We're playing Swarm, and Bro are the minions that attack you. As it has been 1,091 days, and the last person to play it was Keen into DK Khan.
Oh God, Veldus, it's so... Everything's on fire! Young Jay's clear is delayed because they only got the flash. They weren't able to actually... And I think they shouldn't. I think the level 1 of Ezreal, Leona, Lucian is way too much to deal with.
Yeah.
So they didn't get the kill, so the late invade didn't work. Then bot lane already got a flash forced. Heal forced as well, by the way. 0 minions for Envy.
0 for Morgan. I mean, they will have big waves that crash.
Remember how when we had the Halo Blades meta, it was really unfun to just watch the bot lane be decided in the first 3 minutes?
Yeah.
What if we did that in every single lane? Look at the minions! It's 16-0, 18-4, 21-6.
19-0. Now they're diving. This isn't looking... Oh, no, it's looking fine. Envy's just going to die. Lahens might pay for it, and down he goes. But it's still a winning trade for Gen G. Yes, they lose their support, but the Zeri has 6 CS and no TP.
He doesn't even get the kill. Oh, Gen G.
He might be able to go for it. Yep, he's looking for that kill. And Morgan's like, wait, how do you play this matchup? I've never played this matchup.
Yeah, so the big thing with Gnar that makes him so oppressive is that you pick him generally when everything is okay as a counter pick into melee, because he has obviously insanely good spacing with the speed on his hyper, and oh God.
Oh no.
Oh, they're bringing Lahens in as well.
Lahens
no! Yo, Jay! Yo, Jay, no!
Stay! No! Oh, the ward came down. They're actually...
I don't know if that matters.
Are they gonna back?
No, I no. You
They're like fake backing out of...
No, he's getting Mega. Oh no, not in time.
Yeah, no,
okay.
they're just fake backing. And Morgan does have flash. I think he gets out because Kenyon doesn't have flash. And maybe not. So he's trying to get in range here. Nope, I was right. He does get away just because Kenyon doesn't have flash. Now, again, he gets away, he survives, but he's not farming at all. He's not even getting XP.
What are we talking about? What? It's a 1.2k gold lead at 4.5 minutes.
Ooh, oh, ooh, ow, ooh, ooh, ow. All right, surely a gank works. Chovy is just gonna dash and then dodge.
Are you kidding me?
Just dash and then he
doesn't even flash.
He just walks away.
Because I've watched so much Challengers, Veldus, I feel like I have a really high level of tolerance for shenanigans. You know, like decisions being made that shouldn't be made.
Yeah.
But this, I don't know how to deal with this.
This is a new level, Chronicler. Chovy is now freezing the wave in front of his turret.
Top is frozen.
Top is frozen. It just feels like Gen G...
I'm not even in this game, and I'm tilted. Just looking at it.
Now, this is a good trade, but Chovy has level 6, so it's not a good trade anymore, and Fade has to flash. So out he goes. He is not level 6 himself, so no recourse really. Meanwhile, Canyon is fighting the top laner.
At least we know that the Breon fans, they won't care about it.
No, positivity's through the roof. This is a very fun game to watch.
They're unbothered as we're rotating up 5 people. We're getting these grubs. We're doing it.
They're just going to get one and back. And it's such a huge commitment from Bro. I mean, I understand it, right? They're behind. They want to get something.
Oh, but it's also frozen. That's fun.
Not anymore, but yeah. It was there for a while. And now maybe we're going to dive Keen. Now, Kalista has level 6 and is probably bound to the Maokai. Can they get to Keen? Can Canyon get to Keen is the question. Will Keen survive 4 people diving him? As Cannon is not level 6 himself, he's clearing the wave as well. I mean, Envy can't push the wave in fast enough, and so the dive cannot commence. So no dive with 4 people on the top side of the map.
Pace is level 6. Chovy's a level up. Keen, again, they haven't even had to use
Baseball is about to happen. There it is. And Envy has Flash, has Cleanse. He is going to use that, but he gets slowed up immediately. Nice knock up here from Paulo, actually. Going to save Envy as Lahens does get denied entry.
It's actually really nicely done there, Paulo. Good shout out, Valdez. Some do get used. Envy, Flash Cleanse. Paulo also had to use his heal. But considering the investment, there's 2 flashes used on the side of Gen.G. I'm going to be feeling too bad. This is where the real issue arises. You might see Morgan CS and go, oh, it's a lane swap. You know, Gen.G lane swapped on them. It makes sense. And then you look at Keen CS and realize that did not happen.
No.
And
no lane swaps in this game.
No, it was all just standard lanes.
Take it away, Chronicle.
I don't know when the Flame Horizon is going to come in, but I do feel relatively confident that Keen is hitting that. They even swap around to ensure that he is in a 1v1 against Morgan.
Yeah.
Because obviously you don't want to be a Kalista that isn't bound to a support alone in a 1v1. And like you look on the side of Brian, it doesn't even feel like you can talk about some of the stuff you normally talk about when it comes to like even just double AD carry comps, but let alone triple AD carry, which is that the comps are very volatile. Oh, that back cancel was so rough.
And it is Zeri, so I think he just skates the wall and he's fine.
But the damage,
anyone else, he's dead.
But the damage is still done. Because they're swapping again, like Brion is just swapping continuously, trying to then get Morgan to the top side because they want him in the 1v2, which honestly, I don't know if he should be, but he definitely can't lane against Keen. So then we're rotating Zeri down, but that means a lot of the wave is lost. And we're going to, I guess, try and dive Keen again because he doesn't have flash, so...
I don't think this works. In fact, I think Paulo might die. He nearly does, as speaking of dying, Morgan is dead. Down he will go, and that's just a straight up 2v1. As you mentioned, you know, can he even solo lane? The answer is no. So, down he goes, and Gen.G are really not holding back. And ult's gonna go into a Maokai. Canyon is getting knocked up here, but he's just gonna run away. He's got the phase rush, and he just walks it off.
You know how sometimes we say if this was a scrim, this game would be remade. And I think we use that way too liberally. You know, there is a lot of value in trying to come back from a deficit. It's a skill that some of the best teams in League history have made kind of one of their main defining characteristics. If this game was a scrim, it would be remade.
Yeah. This is one of those where we could say.
Because, and understandably, like, I don't think there's good answers with the lane swaps. I understand why they're trying to swap, but I think that you have to accept that Morgan is just going to suffer in the 1v1. And in the 1v1, I don't think it's much more playable, but Envy and Paulo at least won't get dove in a 2v2. So, and they're never diving Keen, right? Like, that's just not happening, especially not with how Kane has been playing towards him.
Yeah.
And this reminds me of the Quinn game. That was, I think, the best Quinn game that I've seen in the LCK last year when KT played around Keen and his Quinn, and it was exceptional as yet. Now that we're 3 people, they can dive.
Okay, the Zeri ulted, surely they're okay. They're just going to engage on an Envy, and you know what? They are totally fine in the 2v3 under the turret. Lahens nearly dies himself. And yes, a bunch of damage was done to Envy and Paulo, but it feels like the first win that we can actually say Bro have gotten in this game.
Very nicely done there. Ends up being Envy getting a little bit more fed here. And Gen.G, that's the one thing that I do think they have to be very mindful of. I think it's really easy when you're this far ahead to start, as we have been doing, just kind of cutting corners. And I don't think that Brion should do that. That said, though, it's not the end of the world. If they had 6 on Lahens, maybe that works out, but Envy And particularly Polo actually doing a great job here. So they're trying to just get on top of the Zeri. But crucially, Envy's cleanse means that he doesn't actually get clipped by Paze's ult. So all the CC doesn't really go anywhere. There's no ult for Canyon. There's no ult for Lahens. So you see Maokai and Leone are like, oh, they're going to get locked down and die. But after the cleanse, there really wasn't a whole lot less, as Canyon is just going lock it first here. So shying away from the Zeeks and unfortunately signaling that the era of AP junglers and carry junglers is over again, and we're going back to support.
So now we're just going to have Canyon playing tanks that build support items.
Yeah.
That's not very fun. And this is not very fun for Chovy either, as he will flash at the very end. Does get clipped by pretty much everything there. And Bro will get their second win of the game, able to shut down Chovy in mid.
After Chovy played that previous gank as perfect as one could, he doesn't flash the engage. He's like, no, I can walk it off. He could not walk it off. And we're starting to see a little bit of bromentum here, Valdez.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's not.
Hashtag
it's
bro
still,
momentum.
It's still 3K when it comes to the deficit, but it's something.
Well, he's just going to ult the rush for some reason.
I think to cancel the.
I guess.
To cancel the base.
I mean, that's an ultimate ability.
Yeah, but he can't go in because he's Leona. So if he walks up, he just dies.
It's funny too. Keen not bound to the Leona, actually bound to the Maokai. So Chovy's just like, yeah, I'm fine.
And so the X factor here is Youngjae, because he actually doesn't die if it's just Yone, as well as the Rakan. So actually really nicely done there by Youngjae, catching him off guard, getting the ult chain. Turret's still going to go down. And there we see, look,
5 plates.
In this beautiful, this is like a western, and you have like the backdrop.
Yeah.
Of the
you can see like the cliffs and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. It got a little bit better there for a bit, and now Gen.G still at a 3K gold deficit. Morgan actually has been able to catch up quite nicely. So this Flame Horizon I was talking about, still further off the horizon. Things are stabilizing a little bit. And we will see. Gen.G are going to most likely heavily contest for this Hextech Drake. And the grab's actually all going to Brian. I think when you have this many AD carries, not going to be feeling too bad about that. Or rather, that Gen.G didn't.
Yeah. Well, Gen.G got 1. So it's not all. But, yeah, they're just going to group up bot, get that turret down on the bottom side. We'll see if they can actually finish that one off. I think with 4 people down there, it's either this wave or the next. As TP now just going to be utilized into mid to try to push mid and top at the same time for Gen.G. And now we got a little rotation coming on over, as that's the charm on the 2, the knock-up and the team fight for Bro. Chovy is dead. Pays. It's going to be saved by the Maokai, but is he saved actually? Takes a bit of damage, but Fate not able to extend quite as far as he would like to. But Lahens is going to have to pay for it now by his life, as nearly gets the knock up there. But now we got Keen in the party, throws Canyon in. This is a 3v5. You don't have to take this, but Gen.G will anyway, as Youngjae is getting low. They get the knock-up on the Keen, and he goes down. And Gen.G, they play with their food for just a little bit too long, and the food attacks back. They will totally wipe Gen.G in the fight.
And Pace tried his darndest, but it's not enough. Gen.G disrespecting and getting punished by the Bro Leaf. Look at the confidence here. Paulo starts up with the heal, gets on top of them, and even though they're unable to connect the initial setup that comes through from Morgan, Gen.G could have opted out of this. There were multiple opportunities, but overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Velas, look at this. Going back in, Keen feels so insanely strong. But because you're up 2 members, like the amount of cooldowns you have available, plus the fact that Keen is basically playing frontline, not enough. Again, I think Pace, just a little bit more time, a little bit more frontline, could have done a whole lot, still be able to end up getting a couple of kills, but that is, without a shadow of a doubt, a huge win for Brian, and now only 1.5k gold behind. And this composition from Gen.G, it does need to keep winning, because it's triple AD carry, Valdez.
Yeah. Well, they're really trying to push the tempo here. Press the envelope. We'll see if they can do that. Morgan trying to take this outer and top, but Gen.G as a team getting down there in the bottom side. We're going to take out the turrets. You can see the difference in where the minions are coming from, or rather the gold. As Fade is going to ult on in, but now he's taking a bunch of damage to the Maokai. Chases all the way in. The culling is being blocked by Palu the Charm. Utilized on the Canyon, but the Locket is there as well, just for that extra bit of shielding. And Gen.G will be totally fine. Gets a little bit iffy, but they get the job done.
Want to highlight as well, Chovy actually is going for Blade of the Ruined King. I'm kind of wondering if he goes Blade Cleaver. It's a build that we used to see all the time on Lucian, as well as on mid Lucian specifically. Not something that we have seen in a very long time. Don't remember the last time that would be the case. Also wonder what Keen's going to go here. I think that particularly when you're playing like solo lane, Kalista Terminus early on actually has a ton more value than it normally would. And this is a very late Drake. Like this might be one of Gen.G's latest Drakes that they've had this season. Actually ends up being Cloud, which they got a lot of champions that can benefit from that on either side, really.
Absolutely. Bro are trying to siege this mid-tier 1. They would really love to take that off the map after the Rift Herald did a big chunk. Here comes Morgan as well. Just really trying to force this. So all 5 members of Bro in mid. And they should be able to take it down, especially because Keen is not there. He doesn't have TP, so Gen.G is going to take the loss. Bro group up for the mid-tier 1.
What is really interesting, and we've obviously been having a little bit of silliness in this game, both from the draft as well as how the first couple of minutes played out. But what Gen.G is doing here is taking what they've always been great at, which is specifically setting up good wave states, pushing aggressively, and securing objectives above kills and above all else to like a really extreme degree. The fact that outside of mid, they've already taken topside, outer, both inners, and how aggressively they're playing just to get shove in every single lane, and really kind of just go towards a natural 1-3-1 style is really interesting. I just don't think 1-3-1 really works in the current state of League. We'll have to see how they're able to play out the mid to late game team fights, because despite everything, and despite Brian closing some of the gap, there is still a lot of gold on Gen.G. But in the grand scheme of things, like 2K, that's not that much.
Yeah, it's not crazy, and there is a large amount of CC on the side of Bro. If they can link some of that CC into some of the squishy 80 carries on Gen.G, then a lot of that gold just goes bye-bye, right? If they can just kill one member. And as you're pointing out, Envy is really fed. 5 kills, has a bounty. Doesn't have a lot of CS, but it's still a relatively big Zeri at this point in time. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we have Bro try to come back, but that Maokai ultimate gonna put a damper on things, as now the culling thrown in, and a massive true shot barrage gonna hit everyone, and Young Jae just disappears. And down goes the Sejuani, and well, having a little bit of positivity there for a moment, but it kind of ended pretty quickly.
Yeah, the one downside of playing into triple 80 carry is that there's free 80 carries. So you die very quickly, Valdez.
Yeah.
If you don't get on top of them, they will just chew through you, particularly because the builds that we see for tanks nowadays are very support focused. We see the Locket, but even Zeke's Warmox isn't really about the raw resistances. And as you point out, just a really insane amount of damage to come through here. Like, it's the poke plus the big true shot barrage, and then Canyon showing again why the Maokai is such a vital pick. Press R, follow up all the CC, and then it's like shooting fish in a barrel, which Gen.G, unlike some of our teams last week, were actually able to hit the fish.
Yeah. Speaking of hitting the fish, Young Jae did ult the Leona, which also didn't quite help out. But I really don't think it matters all too much, because as you mentioned, he could have ulted Paze, he could have ulted Chovy,
That's
but
what
then
I was looking for.
Maokai presses R.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait, nobody can follow up on my ult.
Well, it's also Paze as both sums, right? So, and I think getting Cleanse alone would be nice, but you're getting Cleanse and E. You're never getting a Flash unless you have him in a much more compromising position.
I think the point I'm trying to make is that Maokai's OP.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry for distracting you.
Maokai's very overpowered. Really too strong.
He's been meta for...
He presses R.
2.5 years as well. Yeah. Although it started as top Maokai, I remember, because this was Worlds 2022. Oduamne played it in a win back when he was on Rogue into DRX. the
world champion.
Yes.
Yeah. That did happen.
That did happen.
But now Maokai is just in the jungle, and he doesn't get much farm. He presses R, and you just draft as many 80 carries as you can possibly fit onto one
Okay,
team.
I don't think that's entirely Maokai's fault. I feel like 80 carries are a little bit silly right now. But he helps.
Not Maokai's fault. He's there. He's just helping out.
He's part of the
very strong.
Part of the problem.
He is. And it makes comps like this much easier to play. But it looks like, by the way, you know, something that Ox was talking about in the pre-show and something that we did expect with the Warmog's nerfs to the base health. It's not base health, I think it's added health.
Yeah, bonus health.
Bonus health that you need for the Warmog's passive to proc is that you see one item and then Warmog's, which is what we're going to be getting here from Kenyon. And it's a supportive item because, well, he's playing with 380 carries. So he'll shield them, and then he's also going to be very tanky. And the Warmog's nerf will make Warmog's Rush not as viable, but it's still going to be built.
Yeah, and once you get a Kindle Gem, right, like, you're still going to be fine.
Yeah, Lehen's built it first still, and so did Palu.
Takes a little bit of time. That is all, as Chovy is just merrily taking the dragon, living his best life. Case now has Spear done as well. So really going for the maximum amount of Qs that he can fire off. But Breon, good counterpunch here. Actually, with the grubs, they're going to chew for this pretty quickly. Just need to be careful not to get engaged on.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, but all things considered, the early game was such a disaster for Bro. It's actually really impressive that they were able to hold on to their mental and not get tilted and have a couple of really great team fights. Yes, Genji was overconfident, and they made some silly plays, but like the fact that Bro was there and ready to make those plays was really awesome.
And you know why? It's because they have practice, Veldes. Practice in playing from behind.
Yeah, a lot of it.
The experience is shining through. Envy has been... Is he going to buy like a full item? I swear, he's been sitting on just these 2 items for a very long time. I guess maybe his boots weren't finished. He just finished the items first and then went into BF Sword. Felt like he had more gold. But the fact that the game feels the way that it did and Pace is only like half an item up is pretty remarkable. This game is kind of stalled down as well.
Yeah.
And I do think that Brielle needs to do 2 things. Get a little bit of control back, because Genji is going to start the Nash within now, and well, I thought the next minute, but
now
they're doing it now. Within the next now.
Yeah, from now until like a little bit later than now.
Oh, okay.
They started it though.
They did.
You were correct. But they will respect it, because at the end of the day, Maokai Ultimate will work for that moment in time, you know, a couple of seconds, but on something like a big objective like a Baron, you need more time than that most of the time. So they're going to wait. They're going to look for just a bit of poke first, and they do have this very fed Ezreal. And they're trying to get Paze as much room as possible to just poke them down, push them away from the Baron River, and maintain control of the vision around this part of the map. The side lane, as we can see, is Chovy up against Fate still. They're both level 14, going head-to-head, and it was looking even until Fate, as we see now, gets pushed out of the lane.
It looks like Kane isn't actually at the threshold yet for Warmox to kick in. Because he took a bunch of damage from the Baron and
yeah,
still not sitting at a sufficient amount of health.
Maybe when he hits level 13?
Yeah, we do have some posturing happening here.
Yeah, Lehen's trying to engage on him. The slow will come down. They're not sure about who to engage on just yet. Pace just sitting there doing tons of damage, and nobody is able to hit anything onto him. The Solar Flare comes down. They were waiting, desperate for that Mega Gnar, but it just never happened, and nobody else pressed their buttons. So Pace just holding on to Cleanse, waiting, and then nobody uses anything, so he doesn't have to use Cleanse.
I also can't believe he just sat there against the wall. Like, not eeing over, is just staring them down. A lot of poke damage to come through here. Morgan does, of course, have TP. We'll see. Pace still took a good amount of damage despite trading up, so I don't know if they really want to do the Nash here. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. I mean, Pace can just... He can just do that. And as long as he has Arcane Shift and Cleanse available, it's almost not even worth throwing an ultimate. I think it's good to get the Cleanse and just throw the ult and just force him to do something. But if the arcade shifts it, then it feels really bad.
Man, Genji are really going out with the items as well. So Keen end up going for Kraken Slayer, not Terminus, which Kraken Slayer obviously really strong. QSS next. And then we also have Chovy going for Essence Reaver, and I imagine he's going Cleaver next based on the Phage. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll leave that to the space.
Somebody's got to check the brush. Notice the banana brush absolute domination from Genji.
It's not even just control. I agree.
Yeah.
It is much deeper than that. It's pure, unbothered. Look at them. They can't even approach.
You know who knew this? Ox. Ox knew this.
He warned us.
Ahead of time. Like, the second the banana brush was in the game, he's like, that brush is the one you need to control. And Genji, they gave up some vision on Baron, but because they had control of banana brush, they were able to retake control of the Baron vision very easily. And yeah, now Lahen's kind of get caught in the same place, and the Maokai ult is going to come in here. This time Genji, they want to get aggressive with it, and Pace is just so massive that he's going to kill 2 people before the fight even really begins. His Fate is also going to go down, and this one is already a wash. It's just going to be a clean ace to the side of Genji. Unless Morgan somehow miraculously gets out, that's not going to happen. Nobody dies on Genji. Everybody dies on Bro. And game 1, it's over, guys. It's over.
Well, some might even say Brover. Keen's just going to solo the Dragon. I thought they were going to also send someone mid, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. As we're taking another look here. It's exactly the same play where they're like kind of engaging, but Lahen's is standing there, and then they're like, oh, I don't really want to engage. And then they're dead. Genji doesn't really give you a lot of thinking power. And Space is unbothered, but there's also Keen and Chovy who are also there and doing a whole lot of damage. Love to see this.
Very bright.
It is.
They might engage, he says. This is doable. And he's the AD carry. You don't talk if you're the AD carry. But you guys got to watch his first-person view.
I'm not sure if he would have hit the wall, but almost looked like he eat out of getting knocked back in. And
there's so much stuff happening. The camera went like 7 different directions before we even saw that Bro members are dying again. Genji, it's almost like they took a break. They were like, let's just rest for 10 minutes. I don't know. And now they're like, okay, let's end the game. I'm bored.
Okay, we had our fun.
Yeah.
We
let's put them out of their misery.
Yeah, it shouldn't come as a surprise who I voted for.
I think it's Pace. I think it's, he is up 3 levels on Envy at this point. And Young Jay, I mean, he doesn't have anything as an R into the wall. And Morgan, you see the ult does get the back. And finally killed Pace. But wait, there's more. There's 2 more AD carries, guys. You killed the Ezreal.
Guys?
You used everything.
Diving very deep.
No, I think it's fine, actually.
They didn't have damage dealers.
Chovy he's untouchable, and Keen is still full health.
Keen's like, guys, can we end?
Just have so many AD carries and you get this far ahead that it's just, Bro need to use everything to kill 1. And there's still 2 left. So the Nexus is going to fall. Genji will win this game number 1 in 30 minutes, or after they've had their fun and get their DPM numbers just a little bit higher. And that's going to do it for game 1. GG.
Some silly moments in this one, Valdez. I imagine the coaches will be very happy with the first 10 minutes, then have some choice words. But in the end, despite all the broly, despite some great teamfight angles, and despite some overconfidence from Genji, they end up taking a very comfortable victory here. Felt like this game could have probably, could have shaved a little bit off when it comes to the time that the Nexus fell, but at the same time, this one didn't really feel particularly close.
Yeah, that early game is one that's going to stick in a lot of teams' minds, and yeah, that's very scary. T1, they brought it out to EWC, they put the Zerion top lane, and now it's just very similar. Genji are like, well, we can do this, so we might as well. You can bully the Gnar with Kalista, so let's just throw it in the top lane. And then Chovy's like, yeah, I can get a winning matchup in mid. And the bottom lane didn't go any better for Bro either, as Paze racked 40 48,000 damage, 41,000 damage in a 30-minute game. And yeah, that was game number 1. I'm hoping that game number 2 delivers a little bit more in terms of back and forth gameplay, but I'm not sure that we're going to get it, Chronicler. We're just going to have to wait and see. As that was game number 1, we are going to take a break and have the space. We will be right back.
약간도 높은 거 건부만 조심하면 될 것 같아요.
뭔가 내 쪽으로 오면 나 공대고.
네. 눈에 집지가 없다. 눈에 집. 아. 오, 헤르메스.
너무 약해.
Welcome to Space, everyone. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs and Wolf today, and that was Genji doing winning. Gentlemen, let's jump into the draft real quick.
Yeah, I mean, Genji, their comp was win lane, win game.
How many 80 carries can we stack into a comp? We're gonna make 3 this time, try to win lane, win the game, get ahead early, and that's what Genji did.
Absolutely, they got ahead really early, and that's what we're going to look at right now. Let's jump into highlight 1. Look at this. Genji, like, basically just dominate everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting off the bot lane, losing both 2 summoners and then a lot of health early. It's pretty bad. But it's like, well, let's see what's going on in the top lane.
Yeah, up in the top lane, the Callista counter pick that King picked up first time in a year. It didn't work out against Khan in 3 years. It didn't work out against Khan, but level 1 working pretty well here in 2024. And then Fate loses half of his health bar in 2 minutes. Not a great start for Bro.
Yeah, basically, everyone on Bro was at single-digit CS until like 5 minutes into the game, and then it was like triple that, and so then it was Genji just won the game. So yeah, that'll be it. See you later. Oh wait, never mind. Wait. Sorry, boys. Sorry. There was more to the game. Let's jump into highlight 2.
Oh,
where Bro started the comeback.
All right, so there was a lot of happy gaming in this game for Genji. There was a lot of trying to overpush the advantages. And I think in part because they knew this composition did to a certain extent have a timer on it. It's not in its own isolation a great comp, so they overforced a lot of these fights. This is one of the big ones where it looked like maybe Bro could come back.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of engaged threats to get onto the 80 carries of Genji, and there's a lot of 80 carries on Genji to get onto. And Bro did a decent job of that. You can see when Keen comes in, it starts to look a little bit precarious with the low health bars. But actually a pretty decent job of juggling the health. And I think Genji kind of experiencing some of the shortcomings of having 380 carries in that sort of composition.
Yeah, and the composition isn't all together in moments like these, right? Overextended. You have the Maokai that built the Locket, so very tanky. You can control a lot of team fights if everyone is set up for it. The front line is both the Maokai and his ultimate, then the 80 carries just sit back and chuck damage in. But when Bro get the jump on you, a little bit tougher there. So we were kind of wondering, like, uh-oh, this looked like a huge lead. Are Bro coming back? Well...
yeah, not quite so much. The certification was like almost there, but I think Wolf was a bit stingy on the paper for that one this time around.
And I'm gonna be honest, you know, they had 380 carries. I don't think they needed 380 carries. I think they needed 180 carry, and that was Ezreal. And Pays just did the damage. There was some help from his teammates, of course, some locking down and some finishing off, but mostly just the Ezreal took over.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game for the other 280 carries was just putting the Gnar and the Yone behind because they were very successful at that, but Pays was really the only person needed to actually do a lot of poke damage, and I think as Bro, unfortunately, have been heavily criticized for in the past, played very passively after winning that one team fight we had in our second highlight there. Didn't try to grab map control, just kind of sat around and let Ezreal poke do its work, and Pays, I mean, he made it pretty clear he was the POG for this one.
Yeah, and Bro kind of won the fight when they had their Broer spike, you know, but then it ran out. And then, unfortunately, they lost the game. So it wasn't as clean as Genji made it look like at the beginning, but then it was pretty good. Let's have a look at the POG. Give it to Pays. He was really, really good. And he did a whole lot of boom damage and also deserved POG, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very unsurprising. I feel like Ezreal has given a lot of players, we've seen Viper do this, the ability to just completely take over games, and Pays, even back to his days in Challenges, has had some masterful Ezreal performances. And this was one where, when the game got happy, he decided to have a lot of fun.
Now, at first, after we saw the laning phase, I thought this was going to be a loss where Bro get completely humiliated, right? And there's just no way they could come back in game 2. But I will give them credit for being quite resilient in this one, fighting until the bitter end, getting them fed Zeri. Everyone's down on CS. They're not able to come back. It's a 12er, unsurprisingly.
Damn.
But I do think that after a game like that, probably Bro reset a little bit. Don't feel too bad, like thinking to themselves, like, oh man, we almost came back there. I think the same for Genji, though. Probably going to be taking a look at a more standard draft in this second game.
Bro probably sitting there like, 380 carries? We need Rammus.
Oh, that could be the idea. Let's have a look, though, at just how bad it was, because we've got a little lower third prepared. Like, this was the CS gap. How does Bro draft something that's going to fix this? Because I didn't even think it was necessarily, like, that bad for, like, as far as the lanes were concerned, but, like, this is brutal.
I mean, I feel like bot lane was kind of like a mistake in the game, but the solo lane matchups were really rough, and maybe try and ensure you have better solo lane matchups. Maybe you need to be on red side for that. Yeah, this was brutal.
No blind Gnar. That's my number one. No blind Gnar. And if you're gonna run the Yone, if you're gonna run a lane that could lose early, then maybe play it a little bit better. Be respectful around that Leona level 1. Don't just walk and face check that brush.
Yeah, and a little bit of news for you Orcs. Bro are actually on the blue side once again for this one.
That's just because they're confident they don't need counter pick, right? They're just gonna play better. That's as Wolf said, just play better. That's what you need to do.
Optimism that we're looking for. Wolf, give us some bropium. Like, what's happening here?
Stay positive out there, bro. Stay positive. Maybe an Ezreal first pick for Envy, because it doesn't seem like Sombra's coming in. So, maybe Ezreal first pick, maybe pivot a little bit there. Maybe.
Yep.
I'm just trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, the optimism we need.
It's not me, it's the fans who have to be positive. I'm just an analyst. I can only tell them the truth. They're the ones who have to be positive.
We've got some more casters standing alongside. They're going to take us through game number 2. Let's stay positive, everyone.
Thank you, Spacers. Positivity still at an all-time high here on the caster desk as we are getting ready for game number 2. And we'll see if this one looks a little bit better for the Bros, or if Gen G are just going to continue almost playing better against the Bros.
That's the most American sportscaster opening I've ever... I honestly was this close to trying to do an American accent. Unfortunately, my American accent is very...
I almost unlocked the Chronicler American accent ending.
But it's bad. It's not a good...
Yeah, but I almost unlocked it.
Yeah, but it's one of the bad endings. And it's not one of the bad endings that gets you to the true ending, like one of the ones that you have to get through. It's just one of the ones the developer put in there as a joke. Or as a broke. As we go into game number 2, let's see if Brion can do it this time. Do the funniest thing in the LCK history imaginable.
Yeah, imagine if it was game 1 that happened and then Bro just win 2 in a row. Atlas was asking for some bropium. I'm trying. Now, the bans are the same so far, including that one. Do they first pick Ezreal?
You gotta.
Does
right
Gen G
after
change
that
their
game,
last ban?
I don't think they do. Why would they?
Span Ashe?
Yeah. I don't think there's any need. I think the Sejuani was completely fine.
Maybe they're expecting an Ezreal first pick and they want to have Ashe.
And then Sejuani instead, and you take either side and you're... Oh, okay. That's so interesting. I feel like it was such a rough matchup. Maybe Keen's like, I want to play something fun. And I'm like, Keen, you just played Kalista. That wasn't fun.
I said fun. Locks in Teemo.
Oh, God. Didn't Viper have a Teemo game?
He did.
Yeah, that did.
That was during the Awesome Dudes meta. Now, they're going to give Pays Ezreal again for some reason. I can't fathom why.
I'm always trying to look for the bright side of things and willing to give the benefit of the doubt. But I think that's actually... Oh my God, they're not even going to pick it. That's hilarious.
They could always pick both if they really wanted to. But might just want to get Maokai.
To be fair, if you lock in Ashway, like, what do you do if you're Brion? Just go Zeri again? And then you play into Ash Braum and you just get absolutely annihilated. Chovy just plays Ezreal mid because why wouldn't he?
Yeah, I honestly don't think there are a lot of good answers into that, but...
It's going to be Maokai.
It's probably just Maokai. It's safer. It's more Gen G on this patch. Yeah.
I'm just so sad that Canyon is shackled again. We saw him unshackled. And they won MSI, Valdez. There was Italy, there was Karthus.
He was top POG points in the LCK for that brief moment in time before 14-14 hit.
Back to Maokai. That's not fair. He plays Sejuani as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ezreal will be selected, so, Gen G, they try to mix up the draft, but they end up not getting Ezreal, and they take Ashe, and they give Ezreal to Envy. Will they care, is the question.
Chovy, let's play Lucian again. Maokai Lucian, it's Tristana's gone, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the bros for this one kind of high. I don't know to which extent we're going to see really big pivots in the second half of this rotation. I like the pivot from OK Banbro. I think Sejuani, Yone, perfectly fine. Yeah, Ezreal taken away, even though Genji clearly think Ezreal is not nearly as good. And I do think Ashe is the most oppressive AD carry that we have at the moment in terms of laning. And our damage output is also very crazy, because people have given up on like the on-hit variety, which doesn't really do that much, and just gone full crit and found out that our damage is kind of nuts.
Just do some boom boom.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Karma ban because you want to play Ashe Braum or something else that really enables Ashe to take over the lane, but Ezreal Karma is one of the lanes that will be able to fight back against an Ashe, so they immediately eliminate that.
Is it I think it's a Lahen's counterpick angle. But that's what I'm feeling. I think you go R5 Lahen's. They could just go like they could just go Nautilus or Leona. Leona's probably gonna end up being. Although if you ban Braum, I think you ban Leona as well if you're Brionne.
And then they just play Alistar.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. But I don't want Alistar. I want something fun. Give me a Lahen's classic. Okay, where's my Singed?
I like the Rakan ban as well. Just that extra layer of hard engage that even goes beyond like a Nautilus or anything like that. I mean, Nautilus is a different kind of hard engage. But the Cassante ban is going to come through here, so...
Maybe they don't blind for Keen, then. Just pick Leona.
Yeah. So they do blind for Keen. No, they don't blind for Lahen's.
No, they just pick Leona here, is what I thought was going to happen.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
But that doesn't happen.
That's me mixing it up. We're not a Glask.
I don't know about... But the problem is there's not really anything else that you want to play, because the thing you'd want to play is Karma, right? Picking an engage support into Renata feels so bad. Like, it feels so rough, because she thrives.
Plays Seraphine, Bard.
I think Rel is better than Leona. I think with Rel, at least, there's the opportunity to lock down the entire team. But no, it's going to be Leona. It's a strong pick, but I don't like it.
Let's further commit. Jax, blinds.
Yeah. What is Keen going to pick?
On paper, this bro draft is amazing, by the way.
It is.
Like, if you just look at that draft...
Oh, wow. I agree. I'm with you.
It's fantastic.
Jax into double AD carry as well?
Yeah. You got double melee for your Sejuani. You have the best bottom lane right now.
What's Queen? I was about to say, what's Queen go like Quinn or Kalista again? But no, Udyr. And I think a collective groan, because Udyr has not been great.
I think I heard one person clap.
I gotta say, it's this or Gragas. I think Gragas is exceptional into the Jax as well. AP Gragas also would work really well. But I think this is Keen just going, guys, I'll bite the bullet. And out of every Udyr that we've seen, I feel like Keen, even when Udyr started dropping off, has been the only Udyr that actually fulfills the dream of his lane dominance, which he gets because of the shoving potential on his R, like the proxying, the actual threat. And a lot of Udyr's damage is not relying on obviously you want to weave in a lot of autos, but your R is going to do damage to Jax nonetheless. So hopefully he'll be able to punish the lack of early shove that the Jax has while simultaneously not getting punished, because obviously that topside full, bro, absolutely insane. So strong between the double melees with Sejuani. Can't wait to see how they use it here. And there's a lot of squishies on the side of Genji.
Yeah, the sign just says Genji doesn't lose. Very straight to the point.
Very true.
Yeah, they don't generally lose. And they're looking to continue with their streak. But we'll see if OK Savings Bank Brionne, if this is the answer for them. With a double melee with the Sejuani, you've got Ezreal Leona. Things are looking good. Here on the side of Genji, smattering of good things as well. Plus we're not a Glask, which I think might prove to be very difficult for Bro to deal with. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2. Chovy back on Lucian, Pays opting into the Ashe instead of the Ezreal. I feel like Ashe just really, really strong, especially played by one of our best AD carries here in the LCK. Also, you don't necessarily want to give over Sejuani Ashe either, so
yeah,
taking that away from Bro feels good.
I think Pace is our best Ashe. I think our best AD carry is still Viper.
What about Ruler? Oh,
well, yeah,
wait.
that's yeah.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Unfortunately, Ruler is living. Well, I want to say his best life, but you know he did get his golden road stopped, so I don't know about best. But it is good. Still living a great life.
Yeah.
JDG in the LPL.
Just having a good time, no doubt. Without us over there.
We're not jealous, by the way.
Yeah, definitely not. Wow. Okay, Palu gonna get us started off as now we do get the handshake, but that's already a lot of damage, and the flail coming out hitting everybody. Morgan coming over as well. And, well, they don't get anyone. Trying to extend here on a pace, but that Q is the first choice for Palu, and now he's just getting kited out, and now he might actually die. He doesn't have flash, and yeah, he's dead. So that's first blood given over to Pays after that, level 1, as Envy not even able to punish either.
So it started off really well, Veldas.
Yeah.
Just like the late invade in the previous game. And this time around, they do get a lot of sums, but a lot of sums are used by Brienne as well. But then Pays showing the power of level 1 Ashe, and even without Halo Blades.
Slow comes in, Envy has to cleanse, and he's just gonna kill the Hens. And now the flash comes in, Envy looking for the 1v2, but it's not gonna happen. Pays able to fight back as cleanse and flash burned by Envy.
That guy's not normally, man. They need to check NPC. Pays, the presence of mind there to be like, okay, I need to level 2, actually gets the damage in on the minions to hit it. The fact that Lahens dies is very funny and classic Lahens. Not good in the slightest. Feels somewhat unnecessary, especially because if you're gonna all in the Ezreal like that, probably just level the bailout. No, he didn't. I assume he didn't, otherwise he would have used them himself.
I mean, he got the slow, right, to land the the handshake.
I guess.
And it does the extra damage.
Well, yeah, but
hey, it worked out.
It did work out. Now Pays already has boots as well as a longsword, so his early laning phase is going to be feeling great. The only downside is that I think they're down a little bit of experience. But I don't know. Oh, no, I don't know about going in there, Palu. I don't think you win this longer trade.
They're trying to really get this kill onto Lahens.
But
it's not going to happen.
And cleanse, and he's Ashe.
Yeah, he has cleanse, and Palu can't get away because he doesn't have flash. He's just dead, and now Envy is baited in as well. It's just a double kill for the bottom lane of Gen G. And the whole thing shouldn't have happened.
This isn't fair, okay? This is the weak spot for Gen G. It's the weak spot, Veldas. You gotta have a weak spot. Can't only have good players. What's this? What's happening?
Yeah, that's the weak spot. The guy who just got 12 out of 12 in the last game. It's not fair because their top side is so strong, and that's what makes it the weak spot.
Oh my god.
Like, Pays and Lahens are a world-class bottom lane.
Oh, I love this. Yeah, this is what you want to try and do. Try and at least win some part of the map.
But this is Udyr. Can they kill him? They need to land the stun first, and they're not quite going to be able to, but now the Sejuani stun comes in, and Keen just walks it off, utilizes the walk strategy excellently, and he will survive.
I don't know what the wave state is, but that's still a bit of a tragedy. As we're taking another look here, so the kill comes in, Envy still level 1, and between the cookie, plus,
he says.
Yeah, plus the fact that he gets the level up, ice cold. Not even close. And then here, I need to check. I'm not sure. I thought it was...
Check NPC?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if it was Pays or Lahens that ended up warding the brush, but obviously that ends up being the big difference maker. PTA is activated on Pays, and he gets the extended... Because I think it's Pays.
You think Pays have a control?
Well, I mean, I thought he wouldn't, but just based on the range, I imagine it was just Lahens.
I think it was like the very edge of the brush by Lahens.
Yeah, and then because he walked back immediately. I imagine that was. But now, suffice it to say, Pays is sitting on very.
Oh.
You might get a
baited.
Yeah, no, Trophy doesn't have flash. Youngjae also doesn't, but.
Yeah, the dash saves him.
Because I want to talk about this a little bit. Boots are getting a really big hit on the next patch. They're just getting like blanket, like every single boot is getting a hit because they are
what do boots
very
ever
strong
do
right now. Well, everyone's going boots rush in every matchup. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. But in a matchup like this, it is actually the way to go, because getting these means that you can sidestep the Qs, you can sidestep the Ws, sidestep Leona's E, and play with so much more aggression, as if Ashe Renata wasn't oppressive enough as is.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a problem. And the bailout's online. FaZe and Lehens are pushing. They've got Canyon nearby, who is on vision. And Youngjae is coming down here to the bottom lane, so it doesn't look like they're going to go for a dive or anything like that. But they're still going to get a plate, plus the demolish from Lehens. And so the 3-0-1 Ashe, who's ahead on farm, also picks up a plate. And is feeling pretty good about herself. Mid lane going very similarly to the way it went in game number 1, unsurprisingly. Which is, you know, Yone has a lot of survivability. Okay, they're going to flash on in once again onto FaZe, who doesn't have his flash yet. Here's Youngjae, but they just don't want to do it. Envy's too low.
Oh, they know.
And Canyon's here. So, yeah.
I gotta give credit to Brion. I think what they're doing is actually correct, right? So we have Youngjae identifying that bot side is a bit of a disaster, so try to gank top. Top gank doesn't work out. In isolation, Q wins that matchup, which is why he's sitting on a big CS lead. Then Youngjae paps to mid, tries to look for a play on Chovy with a flash, but Chovy just walks it off. And then you go bot, you get FaZe's cleanse, and then Canyon is like still in the general vicinity, and I honestly think they might have won the 2v3 anyway. With Renata especially, like getting full use out of the fact that you have a lead is so much worse than it normally is. Gen.G is gonna, again, they really don't feel, or do they feel like they don't really care about the grubs that much? We are rotating 2 people over, so maybe they want to do a late contest, but...
Looking for the kill here on a Fade, who's in a bunch of trouble. That's the block on the ult. He still has flash, but... Nope, not quite going to be enough to extend that one. I thought maybe Chovy had not used the culling, but he already had. And so Fade barely gets away. He doesn't die, and that's a positive thing, right? Sorry, positive.
It is positive. It's still bad, though. Which I guess we could do Brad, but I think we're only doing O words into to Bro, so I don't want to go too ham. As it's a toughie. I think there was a Morgan deterrent ult, or like a wave clear ult, just making sure that he can get the crash in. Is
oh,
GG. Envy. That's big.
It's over
for the mental. Absolutely pivotal as Keen might be some trouble here.
Trying to bait him in as now Youngjae level 6, waiting to throw it forward, gets the stun down, and Keen is dead. They finally find an angle to take him down. It only took 3 people, but it's very nice to get Morgan a better lane state and a better spot in this game.
Still a big win. It doesn't seem like there's an opportunity. I think Envy is actually doing Crux in the on live, because he did get bullied away. So they get Keen. Really nice gank. Good setup here. Nicely done again from Youngjae. I think he has been right place, right time. But Envy got completely zoned off because Paulo was in fact out on the map. And it's like, damned if you don't. If you don't roam, then you're going to get pummeled in the 2v2. And your other lanes are also not doing that hot. Then...
Oh, trying to beat Chovy here, and it's actually going to work out. He does opt to flash. Oh, and he gets out of range, but finally the stun comes on in, and he should be going down. There it is, Fate going to pick up the kill, and it's just the roaming gang squad support and jungle trying to make stuff happen. Meanwhile, Envy is just, you know, sacrificed, as you mentioned, but at least they're getting kills.
They're saying, screw this bot side. We're just playing for top. And it's working a little bit. Keen is still fine in experience and in CS. And Chovy is still up 20 CS, so the kill just kind of equals it up.
Yeah.
And Envy's not in the game. But again, I'm being a bit facetious, but this is what Bro needs to do. Like, you can't match this bot side. I think trying to make a play on FaZe and Lehens, if it even backfires just a little bit, you immediately lose the game. Like, if FaZe gets even more fed, because you do actually have really good tools of dealing with this, Ashe, and I want to highlight that. You have Jax, as well as Yone, and then the Leona on top of it. So if FaZe's cleanse is gone, or if you can ever get a flank, Ashe doesn't have a lot of escapes. You know, she really thrives when she can keep the distance. Obviously, Hawkshot and the saplings are going to make your job harder, but it's not impossible for Brion to find angles once we get to mid to late, as long as the solo laners are in a good spot, which right now they are.
Look at this, Youngjae, ult available. Fate once again trying to bait in Chovy. I feel like Chovy is not going to respect it, actually. There's the follow-up on the Fade, as now Chovy is pretty low, but he's not going to die. And I kind of saw it coming. I'm like, they don't quite have enough damage to get him across the line, as now True Shot Barrage barely going to miss him. And Chovy will live.
And that's why boots are getting nerfed, Brandon. Right there. That was...
Thank you for the example. Fate does not have Flash, and so he will go down. As Canyon finally is like, you know what? Stop bullying my mid laner. I'm going to help him out. Finally.
And Youngjae, he's trying his best. He just wants to clear his blue buff. Gets hit in the face by Pace's arrow. He's just standing there. Watching his mid laner go down, getting slapped by blue buff. So sad. Just want to clear his jungle, man.
I don't think Youngjae's allowed to clear his jungle. I think he has to keep ganking.
He is. He is trying. So we take another look. Nicely done, I think, here by Faye. The Q on the wave, so Chovy sees an opportunity to try and go for the punish. And then here, gets very far away, but unfortunately can't really outplay a point-and-click stunt from the Sejuani. And then here, yeah, Faye should have just taken the crash. Wants to get the plate. I think he knows he can't really threaten Chovy, but really wants the plate, ends up paying for it with his life. And they also know that Youngjae isn't there because he gets hit by the arrow, so they're not really too bothered.
Yeah.
2k gold lead now. Kraken Slayer done, and Pace is a menace again.
Yeah, he's incredibly fed at this point in time. Fate continues to try to put on pressure, eats a turret shot. Palu is here, as is Youngjae. Trying to get on into this one. The culling might help a little bit, but I have a feeling Chovy's not getting out of this one, as down he will go. And another great gank from Youngjae.
Pace, arrow.
All right, that's going to hit the Leona. Good block from Palu, but does he get away? Looks like the answer is going to be no. As that poor Leona, man. Palu's trying his best, but he's going to get caught out once again into, honestly, kind of an unplayable matchup.
That's a worthy sacrifice. Good for you, Paulo. You got a kill on... Oh, no, it's Youngjae. Well, if it was Fate, it would have been great. Youngjae still going to use the goal, but not nearly as well, as we do have...
5 plates again.
Yes. Chovy also did not waste any time. Immediately TP'd back. Second Drake's going to get taken. Oh, God. It's... oh, never mind. I'm getting pranked.
That was the first Drake.
Yeah, I thought that we were going to have a mountain, so I was like, man, that's fun. They have a lot of front line, but we don't know yet. We need to see. Because the dragon is getting taken right now. We're going to find out soon. And they are a good amount earlier than they were last time around. It's Ocean.
Ocean.
Which...
Hell yeah.
It just doesn't really invoke a lot of emotions. Even though Youngjae doesn't actually get the Q cancel there, it doesn't matter. He's point blank range. Just go for the ultimate. And here it pays... Yeah, not a whole lot of chance of missing in that one. I also really like the call from Brion. You just go like, Palu. I'm sorry, man, but they expect one of us in the wreckage, and that was Palu.
And now Chovy's laning against a Jax. Morgan up here in the top side. Got a couple of plates for himself. 250 gold. Hen's thinking about coming in for a gank, and the Renata Glask is proving to be somewhat difficult to deal with, as, you know, is the first pick Ashe on red side from Gen G. Good priorities from them to go for these couple of picks to really help them out here in the beginning of this game, get them this lead, solidify it. And now they're just trying to make a play here on the Rift Herald. Will Bro fight over it?
I don't think they should. Doesn't look like they are. To me, any successful fight of Brion involves having Morgan there. I think Morgan is the biggest tool they have. Because if you take down Chovy and or Pace, this isn't a triple AD carry composition. They will actually be lacking damage. Now the problem is that Chovy is obviously insanely slippery. And then there is also Renata. And I don't have a solution for Renata as a champion. Because you're playing a mostly melee comp with Ezreal.
Yeah.
Where the goal is going to be to kill the primary carries on Gen G. But there's a Renata.
Yeah.
So that's not great.
Yeah, it was also picked before the Leona. The Leona does not do well into it, in the lane, in the game.
I actually really like the Bard. Like, they were hovering there. I feel like Bard, something like that,
Bard,
a bit more subtle.
Seraphine, or like anything. Ooh, okay, well the arrow's going to spot 2 people.
Wait, they're still there.
Yeah. I feel like Gen G expect this, but they just want to fight. And they are going to escort them out of the lane.
Yeah, no, I know
kindly.
Gen G. I'm just like, Brion, why are you still there? I think maybe they didn't think the arrow would have spotted them. But it did. Everything ends up working out.
As in goes Palu, he's not going to hit anything, as now we do have a TP coming in, but the hostile takeover hits everything, and that's the issue. But another TP comes in from Morgan. Surely that'll help, as the answer is absolutely no. Fate's going to go down. Morgan is alone as Youngjae gets routed. Envy finally gets there, and Morgan nearly sneaks a kill on the backside of this, as it's not quite an ace, but it nearly looks like a clean ace, as Envy says, well, I'm not getting out of this. I don't have Arcane Shift. I might as well fight, and just kind of looks silly as he goes down to the 5-0 pays Ash.
Oh, that was a little bit more well coordinated. I actually think it might at least work a little bit instead of being
maybe one kill.
So, well, I think they get two, because here. So this is obviously a disaster. It's amazing hostile takeover, but here, if Fade and Morgan are synced up, like they probably kill Lehens. Yeah, no, you know what? Rolling back to tape, I don't think there's a
yeah, no,
this doesn't work out. I take it back. Maybe they would have traded a 4-for-1 as opposed to 4-for-0.
That last highlight, that last replay was just insane to watch, because they all lined up for hostile takeover, and then Canyon was on the opposite side with his ult, and it just met in the middle as both team ults that are amazing in the Bros comp just absolutely wiped them out. And it wasn't super flashy, it didn't get the kills, but it set up everything.
Yeah.
And now the game is over.
I think there are...
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's an engage into a handshake. Palu on the Leona with no flash will go down. And we do have another charge. He's going to utilize it down in the bottom lane. He's getting better at his driving. No, I spoke too soon. And I cursed him. He missed it. It's over.
No, maybe he was trying to... We can't know until we hear the comms. Maybe he was just trying to hit Morgan, which wouldn't have done anything because it's Jax and
yeah.
Sudir. I don't know. With hands, it's 50-50.
You never know.
You never know.
No. Fate is getting some free time here with the turret.
That's nice. They haven't spent a lot of time recently, so it's good to get reacquainted.
It's good not to spend all your time in one place. Like, Yone generally spends all his time with the mid lane turret, but honestly, I think the top lane turret deserves a little bit more respect and focus and attention.
Yeah.
So, good on Fate.
Got to treat them all equally.
Yeah.
It's very important. Don't want any turret feel like they get less love. And right now, you know, top lane turret is doing well.
It is. It's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Bro have identified that, hey, they're going to back off of this push with the Rift Herald, and they're going to go for the Dragon. So where are they not going to be? Top lane. So we can take down the top lane turret, get the objective bounty, and try desperately to claw our way back in this game. All right.
He's just okay, now we know. Now we know. He question mark pinged himself.
Yeah, that was very questionable, I will say.
Oh, early hands.
I don't even think that angle was too difficult either. He just messed it up. I don't know why. Like, we need to take his driver's license away, I think.
I'm pretty sure the rest of Gen G has already told him he's not allowed to do it anymore. I think he just doesn't listen.
Of course not. It's Lehens.
I think that's...
Yeah, no, he's not going to listen to anyone.
I just imagine the comms like Chovy being like, Lehens, don't take it. And obviously Keen has already given up, having spent many a season with this guy. Because obviously everyone remembers last year, but what if I told you there was also an Africa year where they played, and I'm pretty sure they were 10th. I think it was Viper, Lehens, and Keen, and they were 10th.
On Africa?
I think so, yeah, if I remember correctly.
Maybe I blocked it out of my memory. I'm not 100% sure. They're just taking a 20-minute Baron, by the way.
This game is clearly done. I want to give...
The steal!
Oh.
I was getting hyped. Palu's going to flash. He's dead anyway, but, you know, might as well flash. Tried to unlock his Hex Flash, which he did do. And you know what? He held Pays in position, but it's not going to be enough. As heal is used by Lehens, gets him out, and Gen G have Baron. And... we'll see where they push with this one. You pretty much go anywhere. Poor Palu, man. They're like, man, We got Ezreal Leona. This is going to be great. Palu very confident on Leona. Let's get it done. And now he's 0-6.
Life's rough.
Life is rough. Yeah.
I was trying to double check because I think the Viper Lahens roster was in Hanwha.
Yeah, that was Hanwha.
Yeah.
Viper and Lahens.
So I'm missing out. And then Lahens was next year.
Okay, nice block there from Morgan, who's going to hop away. And now we got the flank coming in, but the dodge at a pace, but they just get on top of this. Ash, as you were saying, he's going to go down, but the trade onto Fate is pretty huge. Morgan going to go on in. As the counter-strike is big, it's going to stun up 3. As Chovy is still alive in the backside, has the bailout, looking for the takedown. He will be denied, but Keen, unkillable. Envy doesn't quite do enough damage. The wallets are just a little bit too heavy here on the side of Gen G. It's much closer than it has to be, but Gen G are still going to win in the end.
Oh, Breon. I actually, as that whole sequence started, I want to give them credit. I think they still look so much better. This game is done. They weren't going to beat Gen G, and that's completely fine. But I still think Breon has revitalized themselves. And here, it's the flank from Fate that I think ends up being the big difference maker. Pace just not expecting this at all. Even though he doesn't get hit, doesn't matter. You still get on top of him, immediately apply the passive. And then this is what we said, if Pace dies at the beginning of a fight, life gets rough. No one can damage Morgan. The flash counter-strike, beautifully done. Problem is just that they are too far behind, right? Like there's just not enough damage.
The wallets.
The wallets are too heavy. I think Envy, unfortunately, also not landing the Mystic shots with the same accuracy that some of his contemporaries do. And as a result, Gen G able to still get the most out of that fight. And again, we know. And that's okay.
It is okay. I mean, bro are putting up a pretty good fight against Gen G, all things considered. The positivity is off the charts here tonight. But it's still Gen G, and they're still in a 6,000 gold lead at this point in time. As now, that arrow gonna hit the Yone, but Keen alone against 4, can't really do much. He's trying to clear the wave and stop the push from coming in. Meanwhile, his team, with the last drops of the Red Bull Baron power play, is trying to utilize a push down in the bottom side, and they should be able to get this as the handshake comes in. And actually, they're just not going to overcommit. They say, you know what? The rotation's coming down. Let's not do too much happy gaming. We want to go get some food after this match. We don't want it to go too late.
They don't want to ruin their game score. They already dropped a game, Valdez.
I know.
What about the game?
The horror.
My favorite part about that game is that it was like almost a perfect game as well.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just a loss.
Uh-oh. Engage Renata from the jungle as the hostile takeover comes out, and Envy is just going to get caught by everything. No real way to peel for him. He didn't have flash. He only has 1 arcane shift. And down he goes.
Look at Lance. He's walking up.
What is happening here? He's just sprinting at the Sejuani. And the Sejuani ult is going to hit, well, the Udyr. As Gen G, once again, showing some restraint. They don't have a wave, so probably the right call to just back away.
It's insane to me that Baron is spawning in 2 minutes, and we're 24 minutes into the game. That doesn't seem right. That's really early. As we take another look here, Envy unfortunately runs out of summoners. Fate, nicely done getting out, but you know when the Yone ult is being used defensively, things are not ideal. As if we didn't have enough sustain and healing to come through, we are going to further amplify that with an Ocean Soul.
Yes. Ocean Soul picked up here for Gen G, and they just are ready to go on the next Baron, I would imagine. In about a minute, they're just going to go ahead and look to take this down. And, bro, I mean, they're trying to set up some vision. They have a couple of cheeky wards around there. They have identified the Baron, or not the Baron, the Banana Brush, and they've got a control ward in there.
It's not impossible if you don't take into account the items. Like, I generally don't know how you catch enough people now that QSS is done for Chovy and, what's it called, the Bell. McKills.
The bell.
The bell
Yes.
is there.
Mick Bell.
Wait, oh my
They don't see
god!
him. They don't see him.
No!
No!
No, bro, he's right there!
Bro!
Didn't know. Oh man, they wouldn't have killed him. They would have gotten his flash though.
Yeah.
That would have been cool.
Maybe his QSS.
Oh no, Black Cleaver.
Yep.
Blade of the Rune King. It's back, Feldes.
It is back.
And you know people are going to build it because Chovy did.
Of course. Chovy built it. So everyone built it. It must be the build.
This is another Sunfire Yone situation. I'm telling you.
Hey, Sunfire was pretty OP, but yeah, that was interesting. Young Jay trying to go for a little flank of his own. He's not going to be able to find the angle. And now Gen G, they have this Baron available, ready for the taking. Decent amount of vision around the pit. I'm just not sure that Gen G really care about that. And they will actually skirt out of the vision mostly, although they do start that up on vision. So now Bro should know this is being taken. What will they do about it?
I don't think they'll do a lot. They're going to try and play for the fight. Try to get those 2 carries, Valdez.
Yeah, Young Jay, he's not even able to get in the pit. This lineup, not bad, but the root comes in from Canyon to deny Fate entry, as now the hostile takeover is just the cherry on top of this one, as now Morgan in a lot of trouble. And Pays is not even going to go down. They had the bailout available and ready to go on him. And that should do it. Gen G get a second Baron, and they'll look to push and end the game.
Clean ace from Gen G. Oh, well, not an ace. Fate's still alive. It doesn't feel like that's going to really change a whole lot here. As we do need a wave, which they will be receiving shortly. There it is. Just tanking it. It's fine.
Fate still does have flash and ult if he would like to send one, you know. Instead, he's just going to be hands shook, and then he sends one. Actually, pretty nice, but he will immediately die. So not going to feel too good as Gen G. They're taking a bunch of damage, but they're shelling out a lot more than that. As yep, they'll just hit the Nexus the second they're in danger. It is a clean 2-0. Absolutely nothing to see here, as Gen G will just smash their opponents.
Oh, Gen G. That first game, first 10 minutes, absolutely pivotal. As Lahenza and Youngjae there actually having some fun. Of course, Youngjae was on Gen G before, and not surprising. And
wow, the longest winning streak in LCK history. The longest winning streak for series ever. 25 series in a row.
And
to be continued.
It's Brion. They did not do the funniest thing ever, but I think they looked a lot better than expected today. I think that this team is not the same team that we saw in week 2, week 3, where it just looked like the Owen 36 dream was alive.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case, and we talk about them a little bit because what is there to say about Gen G?
That's a really cute drawing of Canyon.
It is.
I liked that.
And I gotta say, the next opponent for Gen G, Kwangdong. Amidst the Kwangdong mid-season collapse, I don't think that's going to be great. Then we got Bnk. And then we got T1 Gen G. And normally that's one of the most hype events of the season. I don't, with how things are looking right now, I am not too certain about that one.
That must be a Caster John drawing. Just yelling for Lahens.
I think it's a meme.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I've seen that face definitely.
It just looks like a Caster John to me.
I mean,
it looked like he was casting, you know, yelling for Lens. Anyway, the memes are alive and well here at the LCK.
I wonder who will get POG between Lahens or Pace.
Can we just give a
like
joint duo POG?
Because even the cameraman at the end was like, we got them both. Because even this, right, which ends up, or which starts with Lance dying, I feel like a lot of the setup comes from it. I think Pace's early game in particular was exceptional, but Lahens' impact on the map was kind of mind-blowing. Actually went back and forth a bunch of times. So we'll see who ends up getting it. Brion, you know, and I'm meaning this, as I'm the known bro anti without any memes, they played proactive, they kept looking for plays.
This play, man. The hostile takeover into the Maokai ultimate.
No, and then even here,
just
like,
don't get to move.
The fact that Lahens just barely gets out, the fact that the juggling in terms of damage, in terms of aggro from Gen G, it's so oppressive. It's so hard to play into this team, exceptional team fights, and that alone would be enough to make them a threat, but the laning has been very good. For a couple of glimpses, moments like this, where Brion got close, and maybe like 2-3 extra Qs from Envy that end up hitting. Could have been the difference maker, right? Like, look at how a little bit more gold.
The Lord.
Lord trying so hard.
I mean, I don't even think Envy had a bad fight. I think he like missed that one Q, but sometimes that's all that matters when you're playing Ezreal.
Yeah,
right? Like you miss 1 or 2, and it's like, ooh, could have won if we hit the 1 or 2.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. This isn't an Envy game where like he eats into multiple people and dies, right? Like it was just they probably shouldn't have been that close in position to take the fight to begin with. As we take a look at the final fight of the game.
Yone. Behind. And just intense focus. Ezreal. Just go bot. And they did. And the game ended. Chovy did the most damage in the game this time around, but doesn't feel like a Chovy POG angle anyway. Maybe we get like a right media or like a VN cast, you know, some of the 80, well, I was going to say 80 carry enjoyers, but then I realized, yeah, he's in the mid.
If you're an 80 carry enjoyer, I think it's a pretty easy pace vote.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see who gets it. I think that there's no wrong choices as long as you vote for one of the 2 players
in the bottom lane. Yeah, a couple of the bottom laners, and you're doing well. So we're done here on the cast. That was a very clean 2-0. Was still very enjoyable. The positivity still off the charts. We're going to send it over to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and shout outs to Chronicler there as well, a real advocate for democracy, and you love to see it. All right, let's break down this game, gentlemen. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs and Wolf, and we're here to try and get down to business and see how Gen G did it. This one was cleaner than the first one, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, it's different definitely for the first draft, but it's, you know, less 380 carries in different lanes. I felt like maybe in team fights they struggle. It feels like more complete when it gets to team fights. But the lane advantages are still there. But I don't even feel like it's like, oh, they have massive advantages in lane and draft. That's why they won. It's just they have good matchups, and Gen G are just so proficient that it just feels so hard. I mean, particularly the bot lane was obviously the standout here. But, you know, we see so many like melee supports in the meta at the moment. And we've kind of moved away from like punishing them with like range supports, and they kind of just completely showed why you can dominate a melee support with early pressure.
The draft here for Bro has its strong points, right? You have the Ezreal Leona lane, which is quite powerful. You have the Sejuani synergy between both the Jax and the Yone. Missing a decent amount of magic damage, but not necessarily important in a composition like this. The problem is, just like we were calling for to not happen, there were disasters in the early game. Chovy gets massively ahead early. The bottom lane is a complete disaster. They kind of flipped that one. It did not go their way, and unfortunately Envy's Flash Q doesn't end up winning out. And then this Ashe is even bigger. They get the double boots buy early. And I don't want to say the game ends there, but the laning phase definitely did. And then once again, Gen G just have full run of the map. Tried to punish Chovy. He's doing some fancy sidesteps. And it just felt like Bro were constantly trying to claw their way back into a game that was never going to be theirs.
Yeah, unfortunately, that part was very reminiscent of game number 1. They also, Gen G picked up the Udyr once again, a champion that I think only Keen is allowed to play. But let's have a look at our first highlight here where everything started to go wrong.
Yeah, and I can understand the thought process where they want to try and punish this aggressive invade, which, you know, obviously initially works. But the problem is they end up chasing a situation where you're playing into Ashe Renata, you're already low, and the Leona can't do much without Flash here. You know, you can't close the distance to stun. And then here, once again, the double auto power. We do actually see Lehens go down, maybe disrespectfully as you're level 1, but a great flash from Pays, the W to level up. And at this point, lane is just a bust, but they still try and find an angle in.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately after that second kill here for Pays, like hard forcing like Paulo is doing here can work out if you win these. But Ashe is so powerful in these early levels because of her slow and her ability to stack up attack speed. Like, you just don't win them, unfortunately, as Ezreal. Your cooldown isn't low enough on your Q just yet. You're not going to get a ton of value out of anything. If you had your W, you have a little bit more burst, but 2v2 at level 2, if you don't actually have that initial kill very quickly, which is basically relying on you getting some poke before you go for the engage, you don't win those, and then you fall further behind.
Plus, you have to execute perfectly because the Ezreal, if you miss a single Q, you obviously miss so much damage, but also the cooldown refund. So a big portion of your DPS wiped off, whereas the Ashe is that consistent, undodgeable damage with the autos and the volley that's so wide. So, you make one little mistake and your lane's over.
Especially when she gets a few more items than you, and that is precisely what happened there for Pays. Shoutouts to Youngjae, actually had a decent time after this, managed to get into some lanes and make some things happen, but this is where the game was basically decided.
It's just like, it's so disastrous when you watch these moments, but you could see from an even game state, this is definitely a winnable play for Bro, right? It's definitely a great proactive move. You're looking at a situation where you have the numbers advantage, you were able to catch some Genji members off, but then you just can't do enough damage. You're just too far behind. Like, Morgan is so close to getting 2 kills, but so far. And the fact that this Ashe just allows so much peel as well from this far ahead, it's just so oppressive. There was nothing Envy could do here. He'd already used his E, he'd already used his flash. Like, he just dies there. He can't win the 1v1. The Renata Glass ultimate is fantastic there as well. The hostile takeover always good at shutting down these types of aggressive plays. And Bro, like, it was actually never the right call to make an aggressive play in a situation like this comp. But what are they going to do? Sit back and lose? I think that's the real takeaway here, is that Bro's at least trying from behind here to try to find some angle. It's just unfortunately not possible in this game.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Chronicler said, where against Genji, like, you're going to lose really badly. But some of the stuff that Bro was doing, like, it's a better sign for the trajectory as a team, even if this was a brutal loss. They're going to lose to Genji just because the discrepancy in individual talent is so big and Genji are so good. But, I still feel like they shouldn't take this too heavily, and they have generally been on an upward trajectory. So just maybe an easier opponent, they play like this, and they manage to get another win.
So what you're saying is I should switch my prediction to Bro versus Kwangdong in their next matchup coming up.
Maybe.
All right, we'll see whether we are going to go towards that one. It's not going to be Kwangdong Freaks because, unfortunately, they have already taken them down. Let's have a look at POG, see who's going to pick it up. Is it 24 out of 24? That's my question. Does he get all of them? No, he doesn't, because Lehens is going to pick it up this time around. I thought Lehens was an illegal choice because he crashed Shelly.
Well, fortunately, it's for POG, not for driving. I think a big one for me, he gets massive value out of this Renata ult here, manages to connect on 3 targets, and they just end up beating each other up.
Are you saying that POG doesn't stand for pilot of the game?
Well, that would be pilot, not driver,
I feel like driver of the game was Keen for sure. He drove around the top lane really well. He was able to pick up all the minions. Good driving.
He did do driving, yeah.
I voted for Pays. I thought that some of his outplays in the early parts of the lane were his, and to a certain extent, obviously aided by Lehens, but he had a fantastic game. I do expect a bit of a split vote here.
A very split vote.
About as split as it gets, but I'm not happy to be on the side of Medium. I don't want to be associated.
I mean, his Renata is always absolutely fantastic. I think the hostile takeovers were brilliant, but the main thing that I'm happy about is the fact that VN Cast did their job.
Yep.
They voted 80 carries.
I feel like they got lost a little bit when we had so many 80 carries in compositions. It's easy to sort of lose track, but they're dialed in, they're focused.
Yep, they figured it out, and I'm very, very impressed. Still, I'm actually quite surprised that it wasn't just a Pays once again, especially when you have the moment where it's the pro view. That's often a giveaway that you're going to know where the votes are going to be going, so not happening this time around.
Lehens had a pro view of him driving.
And it was the last
negative
one.
Pro view. That's a negative pro view. That's not the good one.
Well, it's a pro view,
Yeah. And we're getting ready for the interview now. I want to have some closing thoughts on Bro because they're the ones that need to pick themselves back up and try and challenge for not last, right? Are we feeling like they're looking better? I was being a bit facetious before saying that like maybe we're going to be changing votes, but do we think that Bro looked better here and should be able to find a second win?
I don't think our sentiment has necessarily changed in the last series, but I don't think this series was like they lost to Genji.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been doing that. I don't think you take this as like a bad omen, and I think you should still have Bro Leaf for the next series.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't really think you read too much into this series. The laning phase was so lopsided and the game was practically unplayable in both games so early on that I'll champion them for fighting back, but I feel like I didn't learn that much about Bro, and we'll have to wait and see their next matchup later this week.
Well, it's time to learn about the bottom lane of Gen G, or learn more about them anyway. And here's Dia for the translation. Take it away.
LCK Summer Split
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Paze and Lihans on the side of Genji, who just made history again by breaking the longest winning streak in the LCK. Congratulations! So from spring until today, you have won 25 series in a row, setting a new record for the longest winning streak in the LCK. How do you feel? Following the last match, being able to set another record makes me very happy. And Lihans, yeah, even for today's match, it was a 2-0. What a fun match. I plan to prepare for the next match and make sure that we win again. And in game 1, Genji showcased such an unconventional team comp with top Kalista, mid Lucian, and bot Ezreal, a 3 boom boom damage comp. So how did you guys come up with it? You know, we already had this in mind, and I had a really hard time just thinking about playing Leona, and then Keen, thankfully, he went with Gnar, and yeah, I think we just had a great game overall thanks to him. And yeah, Pace, so given how risky this 380 carry comp was, you may have freaked out some fans. So what was playing this comp on stage? Honestly, Gnar has a really high tier, it's very high on the tier list right now, and being able to play with Keen, who is very proficient with Gnar. And just having Maokai on our team, I think just regardless of it being a risky comp, I think we just really had a reliable team, I guess, to complete the comp. So I didn't really worry about much. So Pace, your Ezreal had over 1300 DPM. How do you feel about how you did in this replay? I feel like my Ezreal was already so fed. And I don't think there was anything I did special. So you got a unanimous POG from here. So did you expect that? So yeah, towards the end, I wasn't the best Ezreal, but just because I did really well during the laning phase, I did have a little bit of confidence, and I thought that maybe I would get POG. And in game 2, you gave your Ezreal to Envy. So what was your read on the Ezreal Ashe matchup? I think whoever wins lane is better. I just think that whoever is more confident ends up winning. So Lihans, what are your thoughts on the Ezreal Ashe matchup? I think whatever Pace plays will always win, and that's the better pick. So as soon as game 2 started, you really blew up the early game with Ashe. You took 4 kills in a row. So at which point did it cross your mind that the game was over? Yeah, we fought so much, and just trading kills in the with the Ezreal in the beginning actually made me think that it was pretty much over. Do you agree, Pace? You know, that was there were moments where the enemy had their chance, so I didn't think that it was too like over or anything. I think by the time I reached maybe some core items and I thought that I was pretty fed, I did think that it was pretty over. And let's take a look at this top lane team fight. It looked a little dicey at moments, but you landed a beautiful ult. The enemy Ezreal was coming, and we had TP on our side, and I thought that, you know, as long as we actually fight together, it would be good. Lihans, so you're a great gamer in game, but it looks like you do prove that you are in fact a human in this replay. A little bit of an accident while driving, and you crashed your Shelly. You know, yeah, I actually ended up crashing, but I thought maybe this is a bug.
캐니언 선수가 안 해가지고 제가 억지로 했는데 절벽에서 제가
You know, I actually ended up driving because Canyon wasn't comfortable and confident enough to drive. This was just an opportunity to learn. Pace, so what are your thoughts on his driving skills?
결과가 좋은 것 같진 않고 근데
I feel like whenever he's on the driver's seat, the results not very good.
네 그렇게 됐습니다.
You know, he just took a turn to the bot lane, so it was a very spontaneous happening.
감독님들이 단합대회를 했거든요, 저희가.
네 봤습니다.
Did you guys happen to watch LCK Lane Mates?
페이즈 선수가 감독님이랑
So head coach Kim actually mentioned that whenever he and you get on the elevator, you always sneak away. So is this true? You know, I've never ran away or anything.
제가 평소에도 말이 좀 없는
We've been on the elevator, just the two of us, but I tend to not
도망간 적은 없습니다.
talk a lot. I'm not very chatty, so I think it was just a little bit awkward. So maybe I did sneak away. So I was told that you ran away to join Canyon. I do not remember. Lihans, what are your thoughts?
15살 이상 차이가 나가지고 그런 것 같습니다.
You know, I think it's because mainly of their age gap that it's a little awkward. So Paige, how would you explain yourself to head coach Kim?
재밌으신데 항상 저희한테
You know, our head coach is very funny. They always make us laugh. So thank you so much for that.
아, 네, 시우 형이랑 말이 좀 이상하게 됐나요? 시우 형이랑 되게 친하신데
Is that a weird thing to say? I guess he's very good friends with Lihans.
거기서 이제
And they, you know, they hit off pretty well, and I feel like just from looking at them be so friendly to each other, it's actually really fun to watch. So with a new record, you are onwards to making even more history. Looking at the remaining matches, what are your goals?
일단 2라운드 출발이 되게 좋아서 너무 좋고
So we have a great start in round 2. With the remaining matches, I do not believe that we are at a perfect form yet, so I want to make sure that we improve and refine ourselves to make it even better. And Lian, yeah, we got a good 2-0 victory, and I feel like there are still room for improvement, so I want to make sure that we are the ones smiling at the end, just like Paige said. And that's the end of the interview from Pace and Lihans, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that translation. There was a lot going on in that interview. A lot of things talking about age hierarchy and stuff like that. But speaking of hierarchy, Gen G is a lot further ahead than Bro. That's what we learned.
Yeah, 36 game difference between them. That's quite a lot of games.
Yeah. Perfect season of LCK of a gap.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
Huh. Well, there we go. Our next matchup tomorrow going to be Kwangdong Freaks taking on Life Esports. See whether Kwangdong can right the ship there. Could be a difficult one.
It's two teams that are vying for second place, facing off against teams that had some inflated hype around week 2, week 3, and then it's deflated. That's kind of the story of tomorrow, but with a really important matchup between those two facing off against each other on Saturday, I guess we'll be kind of judging expectations tomorrow.
Practicing by beating up a deflated balloon before they go head-to-head in the Saturday showdown. Is that what you're saying, Wolf? Yeah, well, that's still going to be an absolutely hype matchup, and we'll see what the form is like for Life Esports and D+, or whether there can be any upsets from Kwangdong Freaks or DRX. But that is it for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
tested once again.
개인적으로 저의 폼이 많이 오른 게 제일 만족스러운 것 같아요. 신호 선수보다 교전을 더 잘하는 것 같습니다.
Peanut is gonna take over this game. Peanut to break the record.
제 개인적으로는 요 3년간 플러스 기아전을 거진 다 이겼던 걸로 기억하고 있어서 아직도 계속 이기는 모습 이어나갈 수 있도록 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.